does it say?
That's my phone.
Oh yeah, I forgot that that's your filter.
Yeah.
I was wondering the same. I was like, something's wrong.
I just keep it like grayscale.
Okay, but we have to switch scenes.
Just click between the scenes.
This is just the.
It's on waiting.
What is it? This? Oh, that was the
Maybe it'll
YouTube
take
thing.
us.
That's the
There it
YouTube.
goes.
Yeah.
So people can hear us talk now.
So then we'll just go to
Although we could mute it, right?
when it's time to do the actual talks. Yeah, you can mute it.
All right, good morning. Welcome to the Southeastern Medical Illustration meeting. My name is Brad Zilland. I work in a department called Educational Resources here at UGA. We're a team of 7 medical illustrators, and we're your hosts for today. This year we're bringing back Semi, so the last one we did was back in 2020, so we wanted to reestablish it, just get it going again regularly, and we're really excited about the content today. The speakers are going to be amazing. We are hoping that this is more accessible to people, so we're live streaming it today. We made the registration free for anyone to attend, so we wanted just to be really accessible for in-person and streaming purposes. So let's talk about the content for today. Oh, sorry, that was an old slide. But as you can see, most of the talks are going to be 30 minutes long. We have a keynote at 10:30, which will go for an hour, and they've budgeted Q&A time in that as well. We're going to have an hour and a half at lunch. There's a 30-minute break in the afternoon, and CEUs have been assigned for all the talks. If you need access to that, it's all on our website, semi-meeting.com, if you need that info. A few things for just logistics of the room. If you need to step out at any time, there's actually a door in the back which connects to this hallway. There's restrooms. There's a self-serve market if you need drinks or coffee or snacks or anything like that. So feel free to access that. Wi-Fi. UGA has a visitor's Wi-Fi. I'll kind of walk you through it real quick. You connect to the visitor's Wi-Fi, and you have to agree to terms and services to use it. They will provide you via text or email a code, and once you have that code and you enter it in, you should be good to go with Wi-Fi. All right? So we're going to try really hard to stay on schedule today. A few of the 30-minute talks have requested to do Q&A if they finish up early. So if that happens, we're going to accommodate it. But for the most part, we're going to try to stay really on schedule. Okay? All right, sounds good. So each member of our team will be introducing speakers today. So I'm going to ask Noah Smith to come up and introduce our first one.
Hey guys, good morning. My name's Noah. I'm here to introduce Amanda Baer. Amanda Baer is a chair and professor in the Department of Medical Illustration at Augusta University and a board-certified medical illustrator and clinical anaplastologist. She works clinically at the Dental College of Georgia's Anaplastology Clinic and leads interdisciplinary research focused on the design, fabrication, and user testing of custom surgical simulation devices. Please welcome Dr. Amanda Baer.
Good morning. Get connected here. Thank you for that introduction, Noah. I appreciate it. And I'm really, really happy to be here among colleagues. It's been, well, has it been 4 years since we've been here together at Semi? Six? Oh gosh, I can't do math because I knew it was 2020, but I just, time has leaped forward. So as Noah mentioned, I'm Amanda Baer, Chair of Medical Illustration at Augusta University. And I'm going to share what we're doing at Augusta with surgical simulation and making custom surgical simulation models. And specifically the validation side of things, because we're very used to making things for our colleagues in teaching, but how do we know that it's doing what it needs to do? And so that's what I'm going to share. We're going to talk about what specific needs may need a custom surgical simulation model, what materials we're using, the technology we're using, as well as the research methods. And so we know simulation training standardizes education. If you have a specific skill set that needs to be learned and demonstrated, that's where simulation can come in handy. We see this in large surgical simulation centers with these larger mannequins that talk back to our student learners. But what we do find is that commercial models are not focusing on those rare procedures because they're not commercially viable. And that's where medical illustrators come in and can really serve an unmet need. And that's what we're doing at Augusta. We're also looking to reduce animal use. Simulation has historically been done with animals, and so there's a movement to avoid that whenever we can. And there's a shortage of cadavers as well, because the quality of cadavers has been declining, donations over the years, and so we're trying to find a solution for simulation that doesn't involve cadavers or animals. And in a 2020 study, residents report that they're not trained to recover from errors. So why don't we help with that, with our custom simulation models? And lastly, we do find in the literature that there's a need for validation. How do we know it really actually does what we say it does? So I'm going to share my experience in my research for my dissertation. I created a cystotomy repair model and validated it for use in a residency program. And so cystotomy repair is a milestone procedure in the OBGYN residency training programs, which means they have to know how to do it before they leave. If they don't, it's considered malpractice. But the problem is less than 1% of abdominal surgeries actually involve an injury in the bladder. And so how are residents going to see it if you're trying not to injure the bladder? Realistically, every time you go in that abdomen, there's very rare instances where you would poke a hole in the bladder and then try to repair it. And we did a survey of our residents at OBGYN residency program in Augusta. 12 of the residents had not performed the procedure as a primary surgeon, 12 of 16, which means they assisted, but they were not hands-on repairing that bladder. And 9 of 16 had not even seen one. And so, why not make something to help with that? And so we had a long list of needs, or really wants, wish list. My physician colleague came to me, Dr. Vaughn, she's like, hey, can you make it hollow? I'm like, whew, never done that before. Let's figure it out. Can you make it watertight? I'm like, maybe. And then she wanted the ureters to be hollow as well so she could inject water and really simulate that ureteral efflux that they do whenever they're checking to see if the ureters have been cut. I'm like, I don't know. Let's see. And so there was a lot of iterative design, and we ultimately came up with this model, which I've talked about in the past. And my first iteration, which I've shared with you, we did a 3D printed mold with a hollow core that allowed those hollow spaces to exist. For my dissertation, I further refined that into an injection molding process, which I'll describe in a minute. But how do you know that it's doing what it needs to do? Let's talk about validation. These models were validated with experts, and so you can ask your students what they think about a model. But that is the most superficial level of validation you can do, because they don't have the experience. And so really what you need is a group of 5 to 10 experienced individuals who've performed the procedure in the last 6 months, ideally. And how do you find those people? It's really kind of impossible, especially for these rare procedures. We only have one MFM specialist, maternal fetal medicine specialist at our university, but Emory has one, University of South Carolina has one, and so you can create kits. And part of my project was creating kits to remotely validate these models, where I packaged everything up, shipped it off to different places, and then sat on the video chat with them, and they performed a think aloud protocol. It's a usability testing protocol where they're narrating what they are doing as they're as they're performing that. Then they took a survey. And then I interviewed them. So I'm not saying that you have to do all of these steps, but these are the steps you can do with all of these types of models. I did a mixed methods analysis then to further refine the model. And so I'm going to break down the individual elements of this so you can see what this looks like if you wanted to incorporate this type of validation in your work. So this is the new and improved model 2.0, bladder 2.0. We have hollow ureters, hollow urethra, a visible mucosal layer and muscularis layer. Those were two of the most important things. You wanted to be able to suture up mucosa and muscularis, and a visible trigone, and the rugae as well. And so this is the model. This is the second version of the mold, where it is a mold made only to cast the mucosal layer. So it's a consistent thickness every time. The previous iteration, there was a core and we painted it on and we prayed whenever we closed up the model that it was going to be good. Now this is an injection molding process where you can inject silicone in and you get consistent results every time. This little core travels between molds. This is the second set of molds that you can inject the muscularis layer. You can see these outflow ports. Let me see if I can get my, yeah. You see these outflow ports, right, oh, it goes away right when I get under the little wings underneath the very edge. For injection molding, you have to have outflow and at pretty much at the lowest point, and so that's an important part of injection molding. And the materials that we used, so I ended up using rigid 4000 resin on a Formlabs 3D printer for the bulk of the mold. I was using draft resin for the core, but the little arms would always break off, and so I thought there has to be a better solution. So Lindsay Steinberg, I don't know if she's here today, at the garage at the Georgia Cyber Center, they have a Form Fuse, which is a nylon-based, powder-based system that is really inexpensive, which is great, because I was able to 3D print all my molds for less than $200, which is amazing, because that rigid 4000 material is very expensive. But that was the solution for the core that did not break, which I'm happy to report. Silicone that I used was Platsil Gel 25, just because I could get different hardnesses of material, and I have some here if y'all want to play with Platsil and feel the different hardnesses. And Silk Pig silicone pigment, I did pre-mix batches of color, that way I got consistent color every single time. And then this is the simulation kit, which included a web camera. I'll talk about the web camera later because this was during the transition of USB, which is a little frustrating. And we had a Lena operoscope, which was something that the residency program had that could travel with the kit. But I ended up using some other things too. So here's what it would look like. This is actually with the residents whenever we were doing one of our pilot tests. So they perform the closure in double layer and then inject 30 cc's of water to get it watertight so it doesn't, you can just see if their double layer closure worked. And after that, they take all the water out and use the Lena to go in and observe. So this would be clinically what you would do is you repair the bladder, and then you go in the bladder and you look at your sutures to make sure you didn't get anything wrong. And then this is my favorite part. You get ureteral efflux, that jet of water. First time it happened, I was, especially on this camera, I think I squealed, you can't hear in the background. Those are the steps of the procedures, and those are the steps that the surgeons on video perform in this Think Aloud protocol. And so whenever you put them on camera, we didn't put their face in there, we just had their hands, because it was on a little tripod, so you could take that camera and rotate it around to wherever we wanted it to. You had them, you went through the steps of the procedure. It's a very basic procedure, but it's important. So we had them perform each step, talk through what they were thinking and what they were feeling. So, I pulled through my suture, or this tissue feels about right, you know, having that rich narrative feedback. And then you take all of those statements, break them up into different areas, and come up with themes based on how you might categorize that data. So categories would be model expectations, model improvement, anatomical realism, and then I came up with 5 larger themes talking about anatomical accuracy, model haptics, cystotomy, and cystoscopy training and future use, improvement, and then asking if the study that you're doing is a valid way to study your study. So that is also important. Having questions about the study. Is this study going to give me everything that I need? And if not, what can I do to improve it? And then the next time you use it, you do that change. You go ahead and iteratively change, and that's a valid form of change over time. So just to give you a quick overview of the survey data, one of the great things about whenever you're working with experts is really deciding what you can compromise on whenever you're dealing with fake material, right? And so what are the most important things that these models need to have if you have to make compromises? And so the two most very important things was that double layer closure. See if I can get my mouse here. This double layer closure and the ability to make it watertight. And so those are two things we couldn't compromise on. But at the very bottom, that Foley catheter, they still want a human Foley catheter to simulate that so residents can practice with it. But instead of an adult-sized Foley catheter, we did use a pediatric Foley catheter, which, just the limitation of the material, an adult catheter wouldn't fit. So this is how you can decide what you can compromise on. And then how the model performed in cystoscopy. Overall, very positive ratings, and I used a 4-point scale because I wanted a yes and no answer. 0 to 2, 2 to 4, or 0 to 2, and 3 and 4 would be yes, 1 and 2 would be no, and so that's really how I determined that positive and negative feedback. Likewise, overall positive. Had some disagreement maybe on the ability for the silicone to mimic human tissue, because it's silicone. That's what we expect. And so when you get that feedback, you can also talk about the need for a fiction contract. So with your users or with your experts, this is silicone, there are certain limitations of silicone. So before a user uses your model, you say, this is going to feel very similar to what you would feel in the operating room, but because it's silicone, your sutures may pull through a little bit easier. Or because it's silicone, you may notice some marks in the tissue, things like that. Overall impression, the experts, and we had 6 experts use this model before we reached saturation. That's a whole nother conversation if you want to talk about saturation. But we got feedback that they would love to use it with the residents. And these were all faculty that had performed a cystotomy repair in the last 6 months to a year. So when you are doing a qualitative study and taking other people's words and interpreting them, it's always good to check if your conclusions are correct. And so I did so using a survey, but typically you can draft up your conclusions and email them out and ask a few of them to look at them. There's several different ways you can do member checking, but busy surgeons, I gave them the link, they could fill out a 5-minute survey, had the data I needed. And so these are some of the conclusions, but I just want to mention member checking whenever you're doing this type of study and doing interpretation of other people's words. And then another thing I want to mention is triangulation. So you've got survey data, interview data, other people's words and conclusions. And so what you do whenever you're doing a mixed methods analysis is you're comparing all of these different things to see that you're consistent through all of the things. So one method did not give you a different conclusion from another. And so this is triangulation. So happy to go into that more when we have more time. So that's the bulk of my dissertation and the validation for this model. That's just very involved. It's much more in-depth than you might need to do, but I had a little more time. Now I want to talk about validation of some of my students' work, wound care specifically. So I had a student group work for their research project on an instructional wound simulation model. So Rachel Laird and Hiroko Tanaka, I don't know if you're at home online, but I'll give you a shout out. And our physical therapy department came to us and were like, well, our residents don't feel super comfortable in the clinic operating on these wounds or taking care of these wounds. And so in the training, they prepare students in physical therapy to use these they prepare them by using oranges. So they take an orange and they take instruments and they cut out an area and practice dissection. And so I want you to imagine, we're all design thinkers, imagine that you're a physical therapy student and you've practiced on an orange. And then you go into the clinic and you see a patient like this. Would you feel prepared to take care of that wound? Maybe not. Maybe you would need some coaching, a little bit of anxiety, right? And so Rachel and Hiroko did a great job solving this problem. This problem impacts about roughly 2% of the US population. That's a lot of people and a lot of wounds to take care of. And so their solution was twofold. One was a model like this, a little skin cube. We call them skin cubes at AU. Skin cube model with the wounds in place. And then the other one was a wearable model that could be used with the simulated patients. And so I'll put it here so you can see how it folds in and like that. And so they started by digitally designing these and 3D printing a positive, and I recommend this as a step, especially if you're new to these types of models. And then doing a quick duplication. And so we use alginate because it's cheap. You can use silicone. And putting silicone in this quick duplication to see if it has the texture you need, if the shape and size is correct. And then I'll show you kind of the final result. This is Hiroko's model. She also wanted to show inflammation in different skin tones, and you'll notice in the darker skin tones that you don't get red values anymore, red hues, because they just look darker. They have a darker look to them, and that actually helped me in my clinic whenever I was dealing with a patient who was undergoing radiation. And the prosthesis looked beautiful whenever I sent him home, then he went to radiation, he came back and it was too light. I'm like, I know what's happening. It's inflammation from radiation. So this is Hiroko's solution. And they also came up with this material called slough. Slough is something that actually occurs in chronic wounds, and you have to take it off. And so that can be upsetting for students if they haven't done it, right? So here, and we have a formula for that if you ever need slough, let me know. These are Rachel's beautiful models. And then you can take these wearable models and combine them with makeup. This is some simulation makeup we put on to really increase the inflammation, increase the realism. And so Dr. Mobley and I, their content expert, went a step further and did a validation study with their students. Because we wanted to see if oranges were better than models. Because hey, why not? And I thought oranges clearly are going to be better than models, but we'll see. So we did a randomized crossover study because we were working with students and it was mandatory. We could not prevent one group from having the intervention. And so you take all the students, you pretest them, and then you randomly group them. So because it's randomized, trying to get more experimental value, you randomize the groups that they're in, and one group did the simulation of the orange first, and the second group did the simulation on the model. And then we did a post-test with each, a post-survey with each, and then we switched them. So you switch the groups, have them perform on each one, and then post-survey. And the surveys that we were asking them confidence. Confidence is not the best measure, but whenever you don't have anything else, it's what you ask, right? So are you confident in performing sharp debridement? So we asked that before, we asked that after. And then I like this second set of questions better because it gets them to really critically think, if I were to do this on my own, would I want someone looking over my shoulder and giving me directions? Or could I do it completely on my own? And so this level-based question is even better. And so our results, you see pre-test for the orange, it's about a 1.5. Post-test is about a 2.5. And the model confidence also increased. And so I did run a statistical analysis on this, and it was significant. So before and after, so orange before, orange after was significantly different. Model before and model after was significantly different, which is great. We knew that some intervention helped. Education training may be part of it. But when we compared orange and model, did orange improve better than model? there was no statistical difference. It was not significant. And so, so then we had our last question to rely on. Which one do you prefer? You know, student preference is also valuable. And we had a tie. And so, and it didn't matter what order. If you went first with orange or model, it didn't matter. So we think, and what we're doing further is studying if that has to do with the use of sharp tools. Dr. Mobley was a little nervous to use sharp tools on this beautiful model, but I told her it would be fine, we'll make you another one. So we're gonna adjust the slough material so they can really get in there and dig through like you do the orange, and then see if we can get that model where it needs to be. And so here you can see the importance of validation. And so she's continuing to use both throughout the study, and we've kind of tested different cohorts of students. So now I want to talk about some of the work that our students are doing right now, and specifically, and I'm really excited for this, the use of ultrasound materials. And so how do you make something that's not organic and silicone show up on an ultrasound machine? And Noah Brown is here. Where are you? You want to raise your hand? Noah Brown. He's working on this project. He's a current senior, and he took on the challenge of trying to make a simulator for ultrasound injections. And so shoulder injections are very common, and believe it or not, it's not common to do ultrasound to make sure that you're in the right space when you inject. And so it's a very valuable tool to train individuals to inject under ultrasound, especially if you're not a specialist, because a lot of the primary care physicians are seeing these. So he's come up with this solution with bony anatomy, and then the bursa, which will be the injection points that you're aiming for, muscle layer, tendon, and then filling it up with adipose and skin. And so with those combination of material under ultrasound, it should look as realistic as possible, remembering that fiction contract, to inject upon. And so he has been in the process of doing materials testing. There's a couple of articles, and I have a reference list at the end of this. Passioni in 2015 and Scher in 2021 have some studies that they compare talcum and graphite. And so Noah basically replicated that study and came up with the best formula for a shoulder, because those studies are for different anatomical areas. I cannot tell you that a specific number of talcum and a specific number of silicone is going to work every time. It's going to depend on the density and the scatter and all of those things. So unfortunately, there's not a silver bullet, but Noah has it worked out for shoulders. And this is Noah's initial test with his magic sack here. This is just the very first, like, does it work? And it did, and this is the natural tissue. And then this is where Noah is, let's see. This is, oh, I skipped right past it. This is where Noah is now. So you see that skin, adipose, muscle, tendon, and then the beautiful bursa, which shows up as a hollow space, so you can target your needle to that space. So super excited to see that. We may have an ultrasound machine later today. We'll see if that's possible. And 3D printed bony structures, 3D printed the molds for the muscles. This shows them laid together on his structure. And he'll be casting all of the elements in a silicone mixture, special mixture. And this is what it's looking like now as a in-progress prototype. Lastly, let's talk about cesarean sections, because our students are doing some really great things with simulation related to the obstetrics and gynecology department. They're great collaborators of mine, but also with anatomy. And so anatomy came to us and said, hey, our fourth year medical students need more training before they go to residency, so that they're prepared to go into C-sections and other emergency procedures. So the first time they're seeing this is not when they're in the operating room. And so our student, Isabel Wright, took this on as an elective. Isabel's here, where are you? Yeah, there she is. So Isabel took this on as an elective, which is on top of everything else she was doing, and came up with this solution, where the faculty wanted the residents to practice as if they were cutting through each layer and they knew the steps of the procedure, so they felt like they were prepared whenever they go into the operating room. And so she came up with a model that included skin, fascia, muscle, peritoneum, and then the uterus layer. And so, and again, we have some examples here. You can feel what this feels like. And these were the initial belly prototypes that she made, very large. You can see one of an iteration here, how large they are. And use in simulation, where they're practicing going through each layer, understanding what each layer is, and then they practice suturing it up. In this iteration, the cuts were already there, and that way we could reuse it over and over again, but you can make an iteration that the residents, or it's really the medical students, cut through. And doesn't that look great under that retractor? So this is with the retractor in place down to the uterus level. And then, so this worked really well, but as it is with clients, I don't know if you have clients that say, wow, that's great. Could you do something else? Could you do something even bigger? Could you push the boundaries of what's possible? Because we try to keep things under scope for students. And so because Isabel had done that great foundation work, Elena, where's Elena? Elena came through and was like, okay, I think I'll take on the challenge of adding a baby to the belly, and let's deliver the baby. And let's deliver the baby under stress or different instances. And so Elena took this on and did an iterative design of the belly, extended it a little bit, made that fat pad or that skin pad even larger. And because of the complexity of that skin pad, had to do a two-part mold. The previous mold was more of a dump mold where you just do top down and it's open. But she had a two-part mold, and thankfully got a new 3D printer about the time this project started. Printed this in seams and put it together. It's just a gigantic mold. And this is where her project stands, and she does have a baby. We have it here if you want to play with it. Well, the baby was actually not created by Elena. It was a commercially available, I don't know if you've seen the reborn babies, I think it's reborn babies, where you can buy these silicone babies really as a toy. But hey, why not repurpose them for simulation? Another iteration of this would be to create a baby. But she created a uterus, and we have it here. Fabric uterus that you're able to deliver the baby through the traditional opening. And then in an emergency C-section, we have the option for you to deliver a baby in an emergency C-section or breech delivery. And so you're able to put the baby inside the uterus in different orientations. And the beautiful baby has an umbilical cord. A beautiful umbilical cord that can be unplugged and replugged. And look at this. Look at this beautiful placenta. It's just, she's done a wonderful job. So I'm going to gush a little bit in the last minute that I have. Okay. So let's talk about just the support that we have at AU. I'm really grateful for the support that we've gotten at AU through our student research program. It's funded by the Provost's office. Over the past 3 years, we've received almost $11,000 of funding through their support. And so all of these individuals got grants, and most of them were working in the simulation field. And I want to thank these students for allowing me to share their work and their hard work that goes into creating these innovative projects. Speaking of innovate, I just want to give a shout out to our students. On Wednesday, we had the AU Innovate, which is a Shark Tank pitch competition. 3 of our students, we had Daria, Elena, and Noah competed, where Daria, I haven't shouted out to you, Daria, Elena, and Noah competed. And that means they were the top 10 finalists. We have hundreds of students submit proposals, and only 10 can compete. And so we had 3 top 10 finalists, and Noah got 3rd place for his model, and Elena got 1st place for her model. So I just want to... And Abdelaziz Mejia Saladin also won for her incredible perineal tear simulation model last year. I don't know if Abby is here today. She may be online. And then Rachel and Hiroko won 1st place during their year for pitch. So we're super excited for the support. These prize placements come with $5,000, $3,500, and $2,500 prize levels, so just for the students. So I'm super grateful for this support of our students. And I think I'm running out of time. I just want to give you a preview of what it looks like in our simulation lab or our medical sculpture core lab. We have a side that has all of our technology. We have about 10, 12 3D printers. And then we have a side for our silicone dirty stuff here. It shows you one of our larger 3D printers. And we would love you to come visit. Come, if you have something you need made, let's chat about it. And I'd love to know if you want a training class on this. We can do it online or we can do it in person. So this is a QR code if you want to give me feedback about what you would like to see if I made a course, what topics would be great, what time of day or year would be helpful. You know, are we doing this in person? Are we doing this remotely? I really want you to feel things in person, but that's just my bias. So please give me feedback on this. And this is my materials and reference list, and feel free to take a look at this and let me know if there was something on it that you didn't see and you want. All right, thank you so much. And play with these things throughout the day. We'll leave them here. We'll see if we can get an ultrasound so you can really explore the ultrasound materials. So.
Hi everyone, I'm Libby at the ERC. And I'm here to welcome Cameron. Cameron Sladen is an Augusta University graduate. He's CEO and co-founder of Microverse Studios, producing...
Mic's off. Come on, Cameron.
Did I turn it off?
Oh, no, it's on. Okay, testing. There we go. All right. Hi everyone, I'm Libby. I'm here to welcome Cameron Sladen. He's an Augusta University graduate. He's CEO and co-founder of Microverse Studios, producing award-winning cellular and molecular animation for the biotech and pharma industries. He also teaches animation and filmmaking technique as assistant professor at the Augusta and UIC programs. Please welcome Cameron Sladen.
Thanks. So my goal for this talk is to discuss what's happening right now, at least in my studio, what we're doing with AI as potentially kind of a framework for the students to understand what they're heading into, as a reference point for other studios to gauge how far they are ahead of Microverse Studios, and to just generally give a sense of where we are and where we're headed. I have budgeted 5 minutes for the presentation and 25 minutes for question and answer. So the first thing that we do, like the thing that we've been doing for the last couple of years, is using AI for inspiration. At Microverse Studios, we use visual metaphor to come up with just a general idea to create a shelf in the brain for the audience to place the information, because everything we do is abstract. It's all transparent and shaped like boogers. So we want to make sure that that the audience has a sense of familiarity. So to do that, we'll start by saying it's nucleotides, right? So it's going to be flower garlands underwater, and we have a sense of what what the overall composition might be. We'll definitely know what the color palette is, and so you can feed into Midjourney or any of the image generators. You can feed in something like this that's just generated in Photoshop in like 3 minutes, and then with your text, input, it'll generate after probably a few iterations, something that like gives a good framework here. Okay, I'm gonna show this to the client. I'm gonna say, okay, client, this is how we're gonna be lighting your scene. This is how everything's gonna feel. This is overall like mood. And then that we then will apply to concept art, which will be a little bit more researched, right? It's still pretty vague, but everything is the right scale, got the right number of nucleotides for these exons and so forth. So that's kind of the foundation. I think that most folks that are coming into grad school right now, most folks around here, already have some sense of this and some protocol for it. But then this year, we've started using it for actual production. Right now, AI is very good at people. I mean, not always, and I'll show you some examples. But for the example I'm about to show you, we have a client where they had a huge thing happen. They went IPO, and they wanted to do like a thing that had some of their top people like doing kind of power poses, looking cool. And so they brought in a video company to record them. They are not normal people, and they didn't look like comfortable, you know, like these are biotech experts and scientists. And so when you put somebody that has never been in front of a camera and say, look natural, you don't get a lot of natural movements and stuff. There's a lot of like uncomfortable shifting and so forth. And so the video that the video company provided to that company was not really usable, but they still needed it. And so and so we used AI, and I'm going to play this video for you, and you're going to get to see. I'm going to point out where all the places were that we used AI.
Generative biomedicines is bringing AI-generated therapeutics into the real world. What used to be a hypothesis, an aspiration, we brought to the clinic. We broke from convention, deliberately building a radically interdisciplinary culture that eliminates the barriers between computation and biology. Theory and reality. Inspiration and result.
That's AI.
Convergent disciplines allow us to design and build a continuous cycle of discovery that tightly couples computation and experimentation. Machine learning drives generative protein design, which powers massive multimodal experimentation that in turn trains our system to yield ever more effective and fine-tuned results. An intelligent framework that learns from experience with human insight embedded at every layer. Our lab isn't just automated, it's augmented. Our workflows observe, learn, and react to their environment. This isn't a handoff between code and edge. It's a living feedback loop, where computation guides the lab, and the lab informs the model continuously in real time. Discovery doesn't pause. It compounds. This is generative.
I played the whole video for you. Obviously, only about 10 or 15 seconds of that was actually AI generated, but it was kind of a critical bit. And in each of those shots where you had these people that, if I had just used a still, it would have felt like a still. It's weird. They were on screen for maybe 10, 15 frames, but like the tiny little movements that a person does are what make it feel alive. And AI is very good at that. And so rather than show you the protocol that I use for these people, I know this is going to be living online, so I don't want to like just start to throw photographs of their employees around. This is a released video, so it's fine. I'm going to show examples on me, but using photographs of me. But specifically, I'll tell you right now, the protocol was you take the picture, you put it into the whatever image editing API you're using. They're all they all use the same models, and you say, make the person look relaxed and well rested, and like they haven't been up for the last month and a half getting ready for the IPO, and they're confident and they know everything, and everybody is looking up to them. Like you type in all this stuff, and you iterate on that. And eventually, you have something that goes from somebody being like this to being somebody that like looks like they're ready for what's ahead. So this is my absolute best portrait that I have. The first thing you probably want to do is you want to take the initial image and you want to animate it, right? So I had a photograph. This is AI animating my photograph. And what ends up happening is you get a variety of different frames out of that you can pick the best one of. Because every video is a whole bunch of photographs, like a whole bunch of frames. And you can pick beginning and end frames. You can pick exactly the right frame that has what you want. You then take your foreground and your background and you tell it to, in this case, for this exercise, I said, okay, take the person, make him a little bit more handsome and look intelligent, and give him a blue suit and a burgundy tie, and put him in front of the laboratory. And that actually is like a little bit more handsome than me. Like, anyway, so and then I had it animate to give just a little bit of a something. And then, so in the other part where you saw the dude turn into the sparkles, and the sparkles do something. The sparkles themselves were in Cinema 4D, but to get it to go to the side where the sparkles are arranged in the man's configuration, AI is super good at depth maps. So I just had, I tried a bunch of different ones. Like I think that Nano Banana did the best, but ChatGPT also did a pretty good job of just creating a depth map that then I used to extrude a plane and then do MoGraph on it, and it was super easy in Cinema 4D. So, and I'll show I will do an absolute speed run of these protocols in just a minute. But for right now, I'm going to move on to the next use case that we have. And that's rapid iteration on styles for treatments. In pharmaceutical animation, typically you've got like Havas and Publicis and these giant agencies that work with the huge pharmaceutical companies, and they have massive mega budgets, and they always triple bid every single time. No matter how good you did on the last project, they will always triple bid you. And you're going to be going against probably somebody who always lowballs, somebody who is really good but very different from you, and then you. And you have no idea who else is on the triple bid. And it is the most abusive practice, in my experience, in our industry. Because basically the point is, they say, okay, well, we know that you can do this. We want you to do some of the work so that we see how you're going to do the work, so that we can decide whether we want to pay you to do the work, right? So there's days amounts to being thousands of dollars of effort. Like just the raw economics of it. That is a huge investment on our part. So I say screw that. Make something super quick in Cinema 4D, right? This is an actual project. I positioned some things. It's for instructions for use on dosing. There's a syringe and a little medicine bottle and a little stopper. A little bit of Pinterest research. Get multiple ideas, multiple different styles, because the more treatments you put out, the more likely it is for you to have something that's going to resonate with the client, right? So, like, and that's another problem with the agency, with the treatment process, is that you put all of this effort, days and days of effort in a breakneck turnaround, stay up all night scenario, and if what you create isn't close to what the client had in mind, the client is not an artist, by the way, then like it doesn't matter how much work you put into it and how great it was going to be. And so this allows for a little bit more of a shotgun approach while you can still heavily curate. There's one or two little gotchas in the process that you gotta be real careful. So with those, like the Nano Banana is a fantastic model. There are multiple different iterations of it, but it'll allow you to, you can upload your base image and say, in the style of this image, and it'll do it. And so you can put multiple different styles in front of the client that all kind of have they land totally differently. And you can say, well, which do you like best? And the client can go from there. You do have to be careful though, because AI cannot make production-ready imagery right now, or at least not on any kind of reliable basis. And so everything that you commit to, you have to be ready to generate in your own software. Like your animators need to be ready to actually make that, like what you're committing to. So this is a big, this is a big ask, you know? Like if making it look like real watercolor, I think we can do it. And the way I pictured it is we'd do it with like probably Substance Painter or something like that. But in any case, you can take this and whatever styles you've got, you can then have AI change the configuration of it, put it on a table, like hand closed, whatever you want to do. And the idea is that that you only have to make that first image, and then you can use AI to kind of shotgun blast and iterate. And this turns what, a 3-day process into a quarter-day process, which is much less of an investment. Now, that said, it doesn't work for cellular imagery, at least not very well. And the reason is that AI has no idea what science even is. But that's the future. We'll get to that. I'll talk a little bit about prognostications for the future in a moment. All right, so now I'm going to show those speed runs. This first one is basically a run through of how I did the images. So these image generators are LLMs connected to image generators. So they understand your file names, they understand your instructions. The first thing I said was, this is titled Cameron on the left, Lucian on the right. And I said, take Cameron out and put him in front of the lab. That was an experiment. It didn't know which one of those two was Cameron, based on the file name. So I said, take the one on the left out and put him on the right, make him more handsome, and everyone wants to hear what he has to say. And it did a pretty good job, let's see. So you can see it go, and then some iteration. You'll note that I didn't really like how these guys looked, and so I ended up going with my my portrait, posing his profession portrait, giving him a blue suit, dark burgundy tie. He's very smart and handsome. And it goes pretty quick, at least with the image generation. This is sped up at about probably 3 or 4 times. There you go. Looking great. Okay, I'm gonna move on. And then the next one that I did, this one is a, which one is that? Go back. Okay. Yeah. So this is just how I did the depth map. So again, you get your image, and all you have to do is just create a depth map, and it'll just do it. Now, I mentioned the completely black background. You need to specify some of those things. Generally speaking, with these image generators and image editors, you want to be as specific as possible, and at least in the beginning, trust it to understand what you're asking for. So there are some limits. This is Runway ML. I'm not actually advocating for any of these specific websites. They're all the same. They all reference VO3, they all reference Nano Banana, and so forth. There's a lot of hype surrounding them. They show you, like, all these videos are looking great, right? How many iterations do you think it took to make all those videos? A lot, let me promise you that. And they're only within the realm of what will actually work. So when I did this with VO3, I wanted to see if, VO3 is my favorite so far, but I wanted to see if it could make, the Cesarean, like, transition from the first frame to the last frame, which it normally can. but it said it was blocked, and probably that's because it had syringes and medicine and stuff like that, and it like has some sort of guardrails that don't want us to be doing that. And unfortunately, in medical work, most of what we do has to do with hard drugs. So, yeah. So anyway, this was what Runway ML did, and as you can see, things fall apart really bad, just really bad. And like this, I would never put this in front of a client, because the first thing that's going to happen is the client is going to completely lose faith. You don't want to ever put something in front of the client that they might mistake as being your implication for finished work that is going to look like that isn't right. Like, I would never put this in front of the client and say, oh, this is what we're planning on doing, but it's going to look a little bit different. You'll lose them. Never do that. This is actually a real use case for an actual project, just got submitted. This is for a total replacement heart. And this is all AI, completely AI generated. Like, person doesn't exist, city doesn't exist, none of that. It's all fake. But the device is based on their device, which is a implantable heart with pneumatic tubes that come out of you and go into a backpack that keeps you alive. The pneumatic tubes pump air into this heart that pumps the blood through your body. And the whole idea is that you can walk around, like while you're waiting for your new heart for your donor, you can actually live a life outside of the hospital. And so, like, and they're trying to communicate that to people that this is a big deal. This file is called "Don't Use After 5 Seconds." Looks great, right? Oh no. So you have to kind of work your way around the artifacts. This is another one, same project. And I will tell you, these tubes were an absolute nightmare because they're two transparent tubes right next to each other. So it kept saying, like, it was almost like it was trolling me. Like, it kept like making them one big tube, sometime it would turn into 3 tubes. One time I said, make the tube slightly bigger, and I'm not joking, it made like this spiral around. So this one is called "Don't Use Until After 2 Seconds," because that's when she turns Asian. Yeah, so now I'm just going to talk for a second about like just what I think is coming next. Within the next, like this is within the last 6 months that we got this capability. 6 months is a huge amount. Next semi, there's going to be crazy stuff to talk about. Next AMI, there's going to be crazy stuff to talk about. And I'm really excited for it. What I'm really excited for is for it to understand cell biology. You know, because one of the things I've been trying to do is create illustrations. Like I did one of an alveolus, the inside of an alveolus, which I'm not showing you guys. And I wanted it to like light it and do stuff with it, but it had no idea what it was looking at. It's all abstract, and if it's not trained on any of this stuff, it just doesn't even know how to parse it. So I'm looking forward to, I mean, if I'm going to predict 5 years, 2 years, 10 years, probably 5 at most, before it's really able to start to understand stuff. Somebody's going to plug in the protein data bank. Somebody's going to plug in histology, photography resources, you know, and all of the work that Christic ever did. You know, somebody's going to be plugging in all of this stuff eventually, and it's going to make it into what we do. And right now, my sibling is a game programmer that does stuff for, they're a freelancer, but they do stuff for very kind of like big name indie games, right? Like games that accompany big movies and stuff like that. And what they have told me is that coding, when they code, it feels like a waste of time because they should be telling the code, give me an object that uses this class and references this other thing, and make it so that when I call on it, its normals are always going to be pointed towards point B. And it will immediately make that. And then they can run it, and then they can check it and debug it, and then just continue to iterate on that. And literally in a day, a week's worth of work gets done. And so I predict that's going to make its way into our things. You saw that I am making my own art. Like, if you've seen my work on LinkedIn, you've seen that I do a lot of concept art and so forth. Imagine taking that purple drawing that I had of the nucleotides, and then taking the concept art, and then telling AI, make me an actual image of it based on that, and then curating how that imagery moves. That's what we already do in 3D, but we're doing it like almost like a backwards puppet show. And instead of doing it that way, instead of trying to put our hands into the actual instruments, we'll just be the conductors. So, and also, I will also say, I'm not going to program anything. Like I could vibe code like an app if I wanted to. That technology exists now, but I'm not going to because I don't care. I don't want to. And that's the thing, is people don't do this stuff like what we do because they don't want to. They're intimidated by it. It's not relevant to them or whatever. These are all tools that are going to make us into the best artists we can be. All right, so now I have 7 minutes left. I would be happy to answer any questions. Feel free to link in with me on LinkedIn. Always email me. And this link at the bottom is about a 20-minute long style development tutorial that goes through how I did all the different prompts and everything for that whole end style thing. But I'm happy to field questions if there are any. But I think I probably hit everything.
All right, I'm monitoring the chat as we speak, but if anyone in the audience here has a question for Cameron, I'll walk it away. Just wait. Oh, sure, I'll ask a chat question. Does the studio handle the release forms with client photos? When AI processes are disclosed, do you deal with a client who responds with, we can replicate this process ourselves with in-house resources?
So with that, we don't deal with the image releases. The client will give us all of their own images that they have access to. With the AI outputs that we use, they always grant commercial license to those images. So to within whatever extent the US law allows copyright of AI generated images, we start out with that. But what was the second part of that question? It was,
do studios ever tell you, hey, we can do this on our own, we can replicate this process?
to be honest, it's so easy, we don't even charge for it, so yes, please do it yourself.
So one of the things I've always wondered about AI, we know what AI can do. I'm always interested in what it can't do.
Oh my God.
And what I want to know from you is, what do you think will be the last thing that AI cannot do?
The last thing, that's such a great question. The last thing I think that the AI can't, like the last Rubicon that AI will cross is going to be, and I'm going to quote Brendan Pletch here. The last Rubicon I think is going to be that I can say, look at all of these scientific papers. You do everything end to end. Look at all these scientific papers. Extract a narrative. Put it into a story structure. Work with me and show me your process, but create imagery that tells this story perfectly. And then it ends up with like a scientific video so beautiful it makes you cry. I think that the day that happens, I will be able to type in and say, make me $1 billion company, and it will just do it. Which, at that moment, things are going to be so different for everybody on every level that I sleep at night by being an optimist and saying that it will just make life easier rather than making it Mad Max.
Hey, so I was wondering if you guys have looked in the direction of all yet using like agents or skills or anything like that to create personas and things for user testing on that direction of all your brand voice checkers and things like that.
Excellent question. We've experimented a bit with AI-generated voice. Typically, I do the scratch voice at Microburst Studios. We call it the house voice. because I'm the most enthusiastic speaker. But the sometimes I don't have the bandwidth to do scratch audio, and so the animators will put it through 11 labs, but they've trained it to do my voice. And it does pretty good, but it's just not quite the same. We have had no need for consistent artificial personas, and I think that that's probably going to stay the same because that may undermine the confidence in like an investor-based industry like biotech, where you have to trust the people in charge. It could happen, but it's just never come up in our case.
I'm just curious. This is something that I've been asked to recently, so feedback on it. All right, we have time for one more question. No.
Hi. I think you mentioned wishing AI could do cellular stuff. Have you ever played with the idea of training AI models? And if you did that, like, what would be the resources that you need to achieve, like your own trained AI to do what you want to do scientifically?
I have not done it. The sibling that I mentioned has done it. And they do a lot of local AI generation regularly. Funny story, I have 2 minutes left. So when I was doing all of those like personas for that video, there's a second video that we also did where I had to do like 30. And one of them is an attorney. And that was the only one that AI was like, oh, nope, can't do this. I'm not doing this guy. And it's funny, I didn't know who it was. It was just like, I need this person looking comfortable and just standing there, and looking confident. And the AI was like, no, nope. And I guess we were thinking, like, what could it be? Like, maybe there's some pattern that an attorney has that the AI recognizes as just being a liability. But my sibling was able to generate that video locally, which made it no problem. Surely, I know for sure that there are ways to do it. Joe, is that in Comfy UI? Does Comfy UI allow you to train?
Yes, yeah, and if you use it locally, like in Comfy UI, you can get around like all the limitations of all the online APIs and generators.
So for those online, Comfy UI does allow you to generate locally and get around a lot of those limitations that we were just talking about. And Joe, I think you're presenting later on today, right?
I am not.
Better luck next time, everybody. All right, I think that's it for me. Thank you very much, everyone.
Oh, it's yours? Yes. Okay, good. Sorry, I was like, did you? Yeah. I'm so glad. Yeah, we were thinking about announcing, like, hello. Good, I'm glad it's yours. Sorry, I'm just before you start speaking.
Yes, and they might have audio.
We tested the audio just before. Is there audio output set to
Just like, so if it doesn't work, it doesn't really matter.
Set it to be extra key. Yeah, you set the audio output.
Yeah, we should.
Okay, so you have time to do a classy, you can do a classy walk-on if you want. Hello everyone. I'm Anne and I'm going to be introducing our keynote speaker, Associate Professor of Educational Psychology at the University of Georgia. His research examines how people learn from instruction with a focus on the cognitive processes that support effective learning and performance. He studies how students learn from explanations and visualizations, including how instructor-generated and learner-generated representations shape understanding. Deborah Barani received her PhD in dynamical neuroscience from the University of California, Santa Barbara, and completed postdoctoral fellowships in stroke neurorehabilitation at Emory University and sensory motor neuroscience at the University of Georgia. She is currently an assistant professor at UGA, where she directs the Brain in Action Laboratory and co-directs the Neurosimulation Laboratory. Please welcome our keynote speakers, Drs. Fiorella and Barani.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Deborah and I are very excited to share our research today on how we learn from instructor and self-generated drawings. And this is part of an interdisciplinary collaboration that combines my interests in student cognition and learning from visualizations with Deborah's interest and expertise in the neuroscience of motor control. And so together, our goal is to understand not just whether drawing supports learning, but how and why drawing supports learning. So I'm going to start today by discussing some of the opportunities and challenges associated with learning from visualizations, and talk about some approaches to try to address those challenges, both through the types of design decisions that we make and how these decisions affect students' information processing, as well as through other approaches to foster productive cognitive engagement with visualizations, including asking students to create their own drawings. And then I'll shift to kind of a hybrid approach where students learn by observing the instructor actively generate drawings by hand. And this is where Deborah's going to take over, and she'll tell us about how we can use tools from neuroscience to try to understand the underlying cognitive and neural mechanisms of instructor drawing and what this might mean for illustrators and educators. So I don't think I have to convince this audience that visualizations are powerful tools, especially when trying to communicate complex content like how biological systems work. And visualizations are effective for learning because they can make the relationships among complex structures and processes explicit to learners, allowing them to internalize those relationships and build coherent mental models of how systems work. But we know that visualizations don't necessarily always lead to better understanding. There are lots of different ways that you can visualize the same content, and not all of those ways produce better learning outcomes. So from a learning perspective, we really have two main challenges we're trying to address. One challenge is managing cognitive load. So how do we manage the cognitive demands that we place on learners when learning from visualizations so that we're not overburdening them with unnecessary demands that detract from their learning? But the second challenge is that how do we foster productive forms of cognitive engagement so that students are actively making sense of the material rather than just passively viewing it. And so most of what I talk about today will touch on at least one of these two challenges. The first challenge is to manage students' cognitive load. Okay, so we can think of cognitive load and our students as having a limited capacity to process new information at any given time. And of course, learning requires cognitive load to some extent. So we can distinguish between kind of good cognitive load and maybe bad cognitive load. So learning obviously requires cognitive effort to some degree just based off the inherent complexity of the material. We can call that intrinsic load. So this is essential, right? So if you're learning about the circulatory system, there's just a certain amount of cognitive effort that's required to mentally represent the different structures and processes and coordinate those, right? But the problem is that learners often also face additional cognitive demands that are unnecessary and irrelevant to learning. And we'll call that extraneous load. So this is load that's created by just suboptimal design. So if a diagram is too cluttered or the information is disorganized, or there's excessive details that are irrelevant and detracting students' attention. Now students are using some of their very limited cognitive fuel towards things that are irrelevant to learning, and they're not able to focus on what the types of relationships that we want them to think about. So because cognitive capacity is so limited, it's very easy for us to have a situation of cognitive overload where the combination of the load that's just intrinsic to the material and the load that we're imposing on them through suboptimal design exceeds their capacity, and now they just don't simply have enough resources to accurately represent what they're learning. And so the goal is not to completely eliminate cognitive load, but to try to reduce the unnecessary demands that we're placing on learners so that they can focus on constructing meaning from what they're learning. So there are many ways to do this, and you're probably familiar with some of these. There's lots of research on multimedia principles of how to modify the design of visualizations to reduce extraneous load. I'll just give a couple of very simple examples just to illustrate this idea. One is called signaling. Again, this is probably very intuitive to you. You probably use this kind of technique a lot. But we can imagine maybe a standard visualization here of the circulatory system, maybe from a narrated animation where students are listening to an explanation and they're looking at the visual, and they have to kind of direct their attention to the relevant parts of the diagram as it's being explained. But we might make a very simple modification to this and just add signaling that highlights what we want them to be focusing on at specific times. So we just might highlight a particular part, like the valves of the heart, when that part is being talked about, and block out the rest, right? So this is just directing students' attention to the relevant information so that they're not likely to engage in extraneous processing where they're kind of searching the diagram and therefore not necessarily thinking about what we want them to be thinking about during the lesson. So this is a very simple kind of change, but it actually has very measurable effects on how students process visuals and how they learn from them. Beyond just directing their attention to where we want them to look, we can also use design to help them make connections across different sources of information. So this is sometimes referred to as spatial contiguity. And so I'm going to show you some eye movements of students learning from two different versions of the exact same lesson on how a car's brake system works. So on the left, you can see that the text and the diagrams are spatially separated. So we're going to look at their eye movements. Hopefully this will work. It's doing the wrong one. We're going to do this one first. Look on the left there. So you can see when separated like that, the student has a choice. They can either kind of search around for the diagram to figure out where they should be looking, but a lot of times they'll just ignore the diagram. They'll have to read the whole text first, and they're like, okay, now where do I look? So there's a lot of jumping around. They go to the text, okay, now, okay, just bouncing around. There's a lot of extraneous, like, what am I supposed to be looking at? Maybe go back to the text. We would ideally see much more coordination of you look at that specific part of the text, you look at that specific part of the diagram. It's very difficult to do when those things are spatially separated. So you kind of see extraneous load in action there. Now if we make a very simple design change, all we're doing is taking the exact same text and integrating it with that relevant part of the diagram, so we see a very different kind of pattern, where now attention immediately goes to the first step of the text, then to the relevant part of the diagram. Then it goes to the next part of the text, and you see much longer fixations on the relevant parts of the diagram. Very little wasted attention here, right? So it's much more coordinated attention. You can see the difference between the two is basically a lot of jumping around, extraneous processing, and here much more focus on making those connections between specific elements of the text and specific parts of the diagram. So these are just a couple of many different approaches that have been supported by lots of research, that when you make these kinds of little changes to reduce extraneous load, it does tend to benefit learning. So we want to make those types of design decisions, but it's not always enough, right? Because making changes in how we present information does not guarantee that students will just spontaneously invest the cognitive resources that they have left over to make sense of it. So what we can think of is reducing extraneous load kind of creates the opportunity for learning. It's kind of clearing the space. Now there's space available that these resources that I now have can be devoted to learning, but it's very difficult to guarantee that just through how we present the information alone. Because learning ultimately depends on what students are actively thinking about during learning, and it's hard to cause that directly with just design alone. And what we're really trying to do is how can we foster some of the key cognitive processes that are underlying making sense of the information that's presented to students. So there are 3 key cognitive processes that we're trying to support. We want students to select the important information, so they have to figure out what's most important, organize that information into a coherent structure, a mental model, and then integrate that information with their existing knowledge. So in other words, we want them to generate an interpretation of the information, not just study it, right? So let me just give you a quick example of that. You can imagine just a kind of standard lesson. You don't have to read all the text there, but just a little excerpt of text explaining the circulatory system and then a diagram. And so at this point, this is just information, right, on the screen, on the slide. It's up to the student to transform that information into actual usable knowledge. So you can imagine a student could approach this, even if it's very well designed and there's not any extraneous load, they can still approach this quite passively, right? So what we want is, ideally, is for students to be kind of having an internal explanation to themselves of what's going on. We want them to be thinking about the underlying structures and functions and principles that are being conveyed in the text and the visual. So we might want them, in this case, to be thinking, oh, okay, well, our heart's acting kind of as a double pump. We've got one side going to the lungs and the other side going to the body. And we want students to recognize those kinds of patterns and how that relates to their existing knowledge. But we know that when you just provide students with static materials like this, students may not do that spontaneously. So it suggests they need some explicit prompting to actually get them more cognitively engaged with the material. So one way to do that is to ask students to create their own drawings of what they're learning. So what we can do is, instead of giving students all the information up front, we can just give them text, like this excerpt here about the circulatory system, and ask them to take the text and create their own visual representation without seeing a provided visual first. That might look like something like this. And what happens during this kind of translation process is that students have really no choice but to engage in those kinds of key cognitive processes. They have to use the text, pick out what is the most important information, how can I organize this into some sort of coherent visual model. And by definition, the fact that they're having to translate into a new qualitatively different representation, from a verbal representation to a visual representation, it has to be integrated with their existing knowledge because they're creating a visual that wasn't there before, right? And so we've done lots of studies in the lab of students learning from various science texts. These are undergraduates. And students tend to benefit and learn better when we prompt them to create drawings from text than if we just have them study provided materials. So but there is still an important role for provided visuals. It's just that they can play a slightly different role when they're integrated with self-generating visuals. So we can have, for example, students generate a drawing, which may very well, especially with undergraduates who might not have a lot of background knowledge, may contain a lot of errors, right? They sometimes will struggle to generate high-quality drawings. But then we can use the provided visuals serving as a different function, more as feedback, and have students compare what they generated to the provided visual, right? So that they engage in this natural sort of comparison process, whereas originally, if we just show them the provided visual up front, their default is kind of to approach this very passively. But if we have them generate their own drawing first, now they're more prepared to naturally say, okay, I've generated this drawing, how does this compare to the provided representation? And they're more prepared to productively engage with the provided visual. Right, so they can compare their drawing, notice potential misconceptions and errors, and then have an opportunity to revise their drawing based on what they're seeing in the provided visual. And we found in the lab that students this sequence does matter. So if we have students draw before they study a provided visual, that's more effective than if we show them a provided visual first and then have them draw. Because when they see the provided visual first, they tend to study it pretty passively and then try to copy it. But if we have them draw first, they're kind of forced to generate their own interpretation first, and then they can compare it to the accurate representation and revise their knowledge. Okay. So drawing can be effective, right? There's lots of research suggesting that generally under the right conditions, drawing is an effective learning strategy in various areas of science. But it can still be a little bit tricky to implement. One is it's kind of time consuming, and it is quite effortful and difficult for students. And sometimes that effort is not always directed to essential kind of forms of processing of the learning material. Sometimes they're thinking about, you know, the appearance of their drawings, or they're preoccupied with specific details that might not be relevant to the kind of underlying conceptual information we want them to focus on, or they're just kind of concerned about just the mechanics of drawing. And so that might not be ideal sometimes, so often students need a lot of additional scaffolding and feedback to make sure that they're actually generating high quality drawings. And there's also a little bit of a motivational barrier with students in drawing, especially undergraduates who might not have had a lot of experience using drawing as a strategy yet. We found that a lot of students do report having kind of low confidence in drawing, maybe not perceiving drawing as being an effective strategy. And so that can be a bit of a problem when trying to implement this. And so what we've done recently is tried to think, okay, well, how can we come up with a sort of a hybrid approach that gets us the benefits of drawing without some of the costs of implementation. And that's where we've started to do some more research on kind of this alternative approach where we show students an instructor dynamically create drawings by hand during a lesson. So on the left you have the completed static drawing of the heart, and this is in a video, so they would be listening to an explanation. And on the right you have the instructor's hand creating the exact same diagram, and you're listening to the exact same explanation, but it's being kind of unfolding over time. And obviously these are quite popular style of videos and kind of intuitively engaging and appealing, and maybe you've used some of these. But surprisingly, there's not really a lot of great research that's actually testing how these types of lessons affect students' learning. We do have some preliminary evidence from the lab that suggests that there are benefits, that students do often learn better when they see an instructor create drawings by hand, the exact same drawings, same explanations, when you compare it to just showing the same drawing that's just already completed. And so the question that's been motivating our research and our collaboration has been, why do we see this benefit of observing the instructor draw? You could probably think of some possible explanations. One is just drawing kind of, as you can see in the video, just sort of inherently follows some of those basic multimedia principles that I mentioned earlier. I mean, one, it can direct attention to the relevant information, kind of naturally breaks down the information into smaller parts, and the drawing is coordinated with the presentation of the corresponding explanation. So it could just be, one explanation is that it's just inherently following these kind of multimedia principles. But it's also possible that there's something unique about observing drawing, something unique about learning from observing the actions of others. And so we wanted to kind of tease out, is there something beyond just multimedia principles explaining this effect? So to really fully answer this question, we need to go beyond just kind of conventional lab studies and behavioral methods and use some more advanced kind of tools to try to get at the underlying mechanisms, so the cognitive and neural mechanisms of instructor drawing. And for that, I'm going to pass it on to Deborah, who's going to tell you about how we can use tools from neuroscience to understand these mechanisms. This?
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right, thanks. So, like Logan said, what we want to do is more fully understand why observing an instructor draw might support learning. And so to do that, we need to really ask how students are processing that content in real time. And I'm a neuroscientist, and so when I think about these questions, I think about the brain. And luckily, we have decades of neuroscience research that give us a really strong framework to think about what might be happening under the hood when students watch the instructor draw. So you're probably aware, but the brain is composed of different regions that are, well defined based on anatomical landmarks with some individual variability, of course. Example, right? 2 hemispheres, left and right, 4 lobes of the brain within each hemisphere. And early research has really focused on the defining separate functions of the individual regions of the brain and which brain regions might be active for different types of tasks. But more recent research has really defined that the brain is organized rather than distinct
individual regions as a set of large-scale interconnected regions and networks that are in sync with each other, right? And so each of these networks can support distinct aspects of perception, cognition, action. So for example, attention, motor planning, understanding of others. Just as an example, one of the common networks we talk about is called the default mode network here in red, which combines some of these integrated regions. And the default mode network, as the name implies, are regions that are typically active when you're not doing anything in particular at all. So we can measure it actually by just having you be at rest in an MRI. But it's really an important region researchers have found for self-reflection, internal processing, perspective planning, and things like that. So we can use these examples instead of asking how drawing or observing drawing activates the brain in general. A more useful question can be, how does it engage these different networks, and how might that actually support student learning and understanding? So one network that I want to talk about here that's particularly relevant is called the dorsal intention network. And as the name implies, it's critically important for orienting attention towards things that are goal relevant from a top-down way, as also things that are visually salient, right? So what this network is really thought to do is help us select what matters in more cluttered environments, right? And so neuroscientists have studied this a lot with simple attentional cueing tasks, right? So in this example, a color cue will tell the participant with a strong likelihood that the target's going to appear on the left in this case, and so during this delay period, the subject will focus their attention on the left side of space, and behaviorally you can show that this cueing helps participants respond faster to when the target appears. They press a button to correspond with left or right. And what you can do is you measure brain activity during this variable delay period, so when they've been cued and are directing their attention, and you get this very consistent network of regions that include both visual processing regions as well as frontal and parietal regions that are supporting top-down goal-directed behavior. And so these are working together to really direct our attention. So from this perspective, it makes sense that, as Logan talks about, drawing naturally guides students' attention to the most important elements of the visual, and so is really leveraging this dorsal attention network and can help manage cognitive load more effectively. So a second but related network that we think is highly relevant is called the action observation network. And again, as the name implies, the defining feature of this network is that it is engaged when we are observing the actions of others, right? So for example, we can ask participants to watch someone tie knots or do other simple motor tasks, and we see very consistent activation of certain sensory and motor regions. And the key thing is that when you watch someone tie a knot, what gets activated is very similar to if we ask you to actually make the knot yourself. So, so the idea that what you're doing when you're observing is very similar to of actually executing the action, performing the action. So some of you might have heard the term like mirror neurons or the mirror system, and that gets over-exaggerated a lot and overhyped in media, but we can use this general concept to help us to think about how this network can help us predict the actions of others. And it really has important applications for how we learn, right? So for simple action-based tasks like learning how to tie a knot, researchers have shown that the level of activation in this network is related to subsequent performance. So someone who watches this knot tying ends up doing better than if you didn't observe the actions of others, even if you have the same amount of physical practice, right? So obviously this doesn't mean that we're all of a sudden going to become Simone Biles by watching the Olympics, but it does seem to be tapping into some unique propensity to learn from the dynamic actions of others. So when students, in this perspective, when students watch an instructor draw, rather than just passively looking, they may be really mentally simulating a motor simulation of the drawing process, which really helps ground these abstract concepts and learning into bodily action through these network interactions. So we can put these ideas together and give kind of like a brain network inspired hypothesis for why observing drawing may support learning, right? So first, observing drawing may help direct attention and manage cognitive load, and that would be via the dorsal attention network. And second, it may help learners mentally simulate abstract content by coupling it with some meaningful action. That would be from the action observation network. And so we can think about these overlapping networks, and these are obviously complementary processes, right? So attention can help determine really what information gets processed, whereas action simulation and observation may help determine how deeply this information is understood. And it's really giving us a mechanistic framework for thinking about how instructor-generated drawing can be a useful way to engage these core brain systems that support learning. And so this is kind of the framework that's been guiding Logan and my research into trying to understand the mechanisms of student learning. And so, the next logical question is, once we have this idea, how do we test these hypotheses, right? And so, again, we can borrow tools from neuroscience and cognitive science to help us out. So I'm just going to go through a couple examples of things that we've done or plan to do in lab to test these ideas. The first is eye tracking, right? So eye movements give us a window into lots of different cognitive processes. One thing that's useful, as Logan showed in the video earlier, is it helps us understand how learners are directing their attention and what different attentional strategies they're using to observe instructional materials. So when we compare eye movements to some static image versus instructor-generated dynamic drawings, we can see where they're looking, where the attention shifts, how tightly it's coupled to what's evolving in the drawing. So here's just an example video from a preliminary study that we did, testing learning from static and instructor-generated visuals. So here's an example of a student listening to a narration, but just having the static visual to support. You can see their eyes are darting around all over the place, not really focused on any one thing for any long period of time. And we can compare that to a student that watched the drawing version of the task, and you can clearly see that they're focused their attention directly on the tip of the pen in this case, and that helps them basically follow the path of the drawing. And so we can quantify this pattern of eye movements, thinking about fixations, sequence of eye movements, and as well as broader metrics like pupil size that can be a marker of attention. And so we can really test how observing drawing actually leads to more organized, goal-directed attention. Another approach that we have thought about focuses on drawing kinematics. So we can think about this from a motor control and action perspective, and really measure the spatial and temporal properties of the drawing itself. So again, here's an example from the same study, which they're either watching a static or instructor-generated drawing. And then after they watch the video, we ask the student, as part of their post-test, to basically draw what they learned about. And we can see from this example, students may produce certain features of the instructor drawing and certain dynamics of the instructor drawing, even though they can't see that video itself or reference back to it. And again, we can see this qualitatively, but we can also quantify different metrics. So basically, we can look at the time they spend on the tablet versus off, the smoothness of the movement itself, or the specific sequence of the drawings to infer how students may be representing and mentally simulating the instructor's actions to help them learn, right? And that would be consistent with how we're engaging our action observation system, where our movements match that of what we observe. So those are two more behavioral approaches, and I think you can learn a lot about the brain from studying behavior alone, and so those are quite useful. But I want to close with two different approaches where we can look at brain dynamics and neural processes more directly, and so. The first is fMRI, functional magnetic resonance imaging, and this allows us to map the time course of how different brain networks are involved. So we can put subjects into an MRI machine, have them laying down, and just have them watch a drawing lesson, just as before. They could watch a static drawing with a narration, or see the dynamic instructor-generated version. And so what we can do is, for any given region, we can track the fMRI response over time. This is called the bold signal or fMRI response pattern. That's basically tracking the summed response in that region as they're watching the video, a mix of noise and stimulus-related activation. Then what we can do is compare activity in this region in one person to activity in all the other regions, so thinking about different networks across all the other average of other participants, and then do some fancy analyses to extract the specific way that these networks are involved. And so we can really ask the question, not just what is activated when you're watching drawing, but test hypotheses about how these networks are engaged with each other while we observe drawing. And we predict that when students watch this more dynamic version, it may not only engage these attention networks and these action observation networks more strongly and more in tune with each other, but could actually, that extent of activation and connectivity could predict how well they're actually learning from these videos. All right, and so finally, we can use this technique called transcranial magnetic stimulation, or TMS, and this can probe the state of the motor system more directly. And I don't know if anyone has experience seeing TMS as a technique. It's used a lot in clinical and rehabilitation situations, but this is what it looks like in the lab. So you can see, you'll hear a click, and so every time you hear that sound, it's a very brief electrical current that's inducing this magnetic field, and then it can activate the neurons in the underlying tissue. And so depending on where you place the coil on the head, here we're placing it over the part of primary motor cortex that controls our contralateral index finger and index muscle. So it basically can activate that entire pathway from brain to muscle to give, as you saw, a visible muscle contraction. And so what we can do here, and this is just a detailed representation of what's being activated, but the key idea is that TMS is, when we apply a single pulse, it's reflecting the summed activation of neurons from multiple sources, so directly underneath the tissue, but also all these network connections from areas that we might classically think of as involved in the action observation network. And so we can then measure that output by looking at the motor evoked potential, or the muscle activity that results from that from the TMS response. And what this does is we can measure that amplitude, and the higher the amplitude, it's reflective of essentially greater excitability. And so we can map that at different time points and really serve as a readout of the state of the motor system and how our action system is prepared at any given time. So what we can do is apply TMS at different points. Again, when a participant is watching a static video or watching an instructor-generated video, and test whether and when the action observation network is engaged during learning from drawing. So this is a complementary approach, of course, with fMRI and our behavioral methods, but we can really test more timing-specific hypotheses about the motor system and the involvement of these different networks during learning. So to conclude, we'd just like to give a few key takeaways and offer some small suggestions for how we might think about designing illustrations to support student learning. So first, we can think about visualizations support learning most when they reduce unnecessary demands and reduce our cognitive load, right? And we can think about how to apply this by designing to highlight those key elements, whether through multimedia principles of signaling and how we're organizing the drawing, but really thinking about how we're highlighting the structure rather than focus on just increasing the realism or aesthetics. Right? And then we can think about effective visualizations should really foster meaningful engagement with the material. So how do we not just present information, but actually support these active and ongoing cognitive processes? And as Logan showed in his research, one way to do this is to pair learning from professional or instructor-generated visuals with those that students generate themselves, and then it can be an iterative comparison and revision process to really support that learning. And then finally, we can think about, from a neuroscience perspective or cognitive science perspective, of understanding why drawing is effective, and that has implications not just for instruction, but also for how we're communicating this information to our students and how we're communicating it to the broader science community. And even though we're just getting in the initial stages of this type of work, we can already, we can use our knowledge about how these brain networks are organized to guide our illustration process. And I think the key here is thinking about leveraging the process of creating visuals, so having the students watch in real time as they're creating it and thinking about the dynamics of your drawing and have that map on to these physiological processes, because oftentimes these things are dynamic, and so if we can track that in the drawing itself, it can be just as helpful for student learning or more helpful than relying on the final image. Right? And so finally, I just want to close that this work, we can really think about interdisciplinary collaboration as important for advancing this, our understanding, right? So not just between education and neuroscience, but also in the way that we're using illustrations and thinking about visual design. And so we're really excited about this because thinking about how people really learn from observing visualizations and how the brain supports that process can create a lot of different opportunities for how we think about improving teaching and learning across different contexts. So with that, I'd like to thank our collaborators. So Anne was the illustrator for all of the drawings that you saw for our preliminary studies. So that's been great to work with and really improve the design aspects of our visualizations. Andrea Wilkie and Sienna Castro in Logan's lab have helped with some of our initial studies, and then the students in my brain action lab have helped with designing some of the initial neuroscience methods. And then I'd like to thank our funding from NSF and also the UGA College of Education. And thank you for your attention. Yeah, if you want to come back up, and then we have time for questions.
Just like last time, I'm going to go around to anyone who has questions in the audience. And for our speakers, so our online audience, audience can hear the answers and questions. If you could restate the question before you answer it, that'd be great.
Okay.
All right. And I'm looking at the online chat too, so if anyone watching has questions, just say a word.
Hi. So you said that you see this like brain activity when someone's following a drawing, and part of this is kind of thinking about research that my professor Amanda Bear is doing, so she wants to say anything. But do you guys see any difference in style or difference in brain activity versus different illustration styles? So versus does the brain react differently when they see line work, when they see something that's fully rendered, when they see something that's 3D, or is that kind of something that you haven't looked into?
Yeah, I think that's a really important question, and this is part of our what we're thinking about doing, and kind of isolating the features of the drawing that are important. We're thinking about it more from, you see some videos, online instructional videos with the hand, and others you see just with the cursor. And so there's some evidence that just seeing someone's hand will activate similar and engage similar regions as if you're, moving your own hand, right? So, so we can think about it from these basic questions of design elements that you wouldn't really think are important or like that really matter, but they might actually be engaging your brain networks in a different way. So we're definitely looking at that, and then it makes sense to think about the more 3D renderings and how that might further support, or thinking about the important detail versus potentially extraneous detail and how that all kind of balances out. I don't know if you want to add to it.
Yeah, so I mean, at this point, we're pretty at the preliminary stages, so we're basically using some of the types of diagrams that you saw, but we're definitely interested in looking at different types of designs, and I think one thing we were focused on is, how kind of determining what are the optimal conditions for instructor drawing, like, does the instructor have to draw everything? Is it just, can we have like a template and draw specific parts? Like, we're trying to get at kind of the dosage is kind of one of our research questions, but we haven't quite gotten to different kind of stylistic features of drawings, but that's certainly something that we can look at in the future.
Cool, thank you. I'm super excited to see what you guys do. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
So I'm actually in a position where I'm trying to teach nowadays to a group of undergraduate students, and I use some of these ideas, but then I hit a roadblock with students who are not necessarily visual learners. Do you have any plans, or maybe have you looked at how to make this work for students who have different learning styles, like auditory and kinetic?
Yeah. Oh yeah, so yeah, we forgot to restate the first question. Okay, so for the online audience, so that question was about perhaps individual differences in learning styles possibly, and whether it might differ, the effects might differ across different learners. So I'll try to think of the best way to approach this. So generally, the evidence that there are different learning styles per se is not super strong. There are certainly, learners have different preferences for different types of content and different ways of presenting information, but there's not actually solid evidence that adapting and saying, oh, these are visual learners and these are auditory learners, so they should get instruction that way, that they would learn better. That's actually not the case. It really depends more on the nature of the content, which would dictate what kinds of representations you should use. So so for certain content, it just lends itself to certain types of visualizations or other representations that are generally going to be supporting the same types of learning processes for most students. That's not to say that there aren't individual differences. There absolutely are, but it'd be more things like prior knowledge of the content is a super important individual difference. So if If you have less prior knowledge, it's going to be more challenging to create drawings from a text like I showed. Or we've also looked at things like spatial ability, general spatial ability, which people do differ on. And so that's kind of related to kind of a style idea, but it's more about some people do just have a stronger ability to mentally visualize shapes and represent them in different ways. And it seems that those students tend to have an easier time creating complex drawings than other students. So it just might be that some students who might struggle with drawing just need more scaffolding, more support. So one way to scaffold drawing is, instead of just asking students to just create a drawing from scratch, we might give them kind of a template or like a partially provided illustration. They fill in some of the key parts. Rather than just expecting them to do everything, right? So just, again, to kind of reduce some of the cognitive burden. So there's ways to make drawing, I think, more accessible to the students by providing additional supports like scaffolding and feedback, and as well as just getting them more experience with drawing, because it's something, again, that some students just haven't really done, haven't used as a strategy, haven't been taught how to do this effectively. And so with that, I think it can make drawing a little bit more accessible to more students.
Awesome. Thank you. That's really helpful.
Hi. Yeah. So I think you said there wasn't a lot of evidence on the instructor-led drawing, but I was just curious about iterations of that, like instead of having a hand draw something, having things appear, or having a full drawing already there, but you're signaling your way through it with circles or something, because then there's something to lead the eye.
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, that is part of our collaboration, is to do some more carefully designed behavioral studies in the lab where we actually can isolate. Is it really drawing per se, or is it signaling? Is it segmenting the material out? And so we're in the process of developing versions of the same video with just each of those things tweaked a little bit, so that we can really say, because if we just, like you're suggesting, if we just compare drawing to completely static, there's lots of differences that could just be explained by simple attention, signaling types of things like that. But if we can create versions that, okay, everything is the same, except that we just took out the human movement element of it, and it's, but things are just kind of appearing on the screen in the same sequence. Is there something unique about seeing action specifically, or seeing the hand specifically versus a cursor, or other types of things like that? But so that's part of our research program, is to try to do very carefully designed experiments where we can really isolate that, because at this point, the evidence for instructor drawing is based off mostly more of these kind of broader comparisons where it's not exactly clear what's actually explaining the effect. It just seems like intuitively that there's something unique about drawing, but we don't know that for sure, and that's kind of what we're trying to do. Yeah.
And I think also that I didn't get into this much, but this is where neuroscience can help disentangle these hypotheses as well, beyond just like we want to learn about the brain, and I think the brain is cool, so we should do it. But you can actually do things that maybe behavior alone might not be able to address. So in this case, we could say, this idea of is a dynamic drawing where you might activate the motor system, and you might see a greater activation in that condition versus a guided, signaled version of it. But if it actually doesn't correlate with learning, then it could just be more epiphenomenal activation that doesn't necessarily matter from a design and a structural standpoint.
I'm interested in the idea of revision and the iteration on the students you have. You had showed that for the student drawing part, that they would draw from the prompt and then check it against the standard model to sort of compare the information and sort of see what they would need to fix.
Right.
Have you looked at the next step of that, of having the student then redraw it or fix the things that they realized were wrong through drawing it? Yeah. And could there be an equivalent to that from the instructor side of things?
Yeah, so the good question. So yeah, we have kind of studies either in my lab or other researchers have kind of broken down each of those kind of stages, like the generation phase of drawing, kind of the comparison phase of drawing, but also the revision phase. And it does seem that, and this is the big caveat, with appropriate guidance, that each stage does kind of offer a little bit more benefit. Right, but the challenge with it is that students do kind of struggle, especially when we're dealing with kind of undergraduates who are relative novices of this content. They do kind of struggle with each of those stages. So they might struggle with generating accurate drawings at the just initial stage, and then they need explicit guidance at that stage. But then when we ask them to compare to their provided visuals, sometimes that's effective, but actually sometimes they see it and they're like, wow, mine's like completely different, like they don't even know where to start, right? So they need support at that point to make the appropriate comparisons, right? And then when we ask them to revise it, sometimes they don't always focus on the types of changes and the kind of the conceptual elements of the material. They might get fixated on some of the other extraneous details about the drawing. So, you know, that's where just scaffolding at each stage is necessary so that we're kind of making sure that they're not getting kind of distracted by thinking about the aspects of the drawing, either their drawing or the instructor provided drawing that aren't actually relevant. So that just has to do with can we scaffold it so that they're not likely to go off track during drawing? Can we scaffold it and we're prompting them so that they're making specific comparisons that we want them to make? And then at the revision stage, are we using instructor provided visuals that are more targeted and help highlight the things that we really want to see in students' drawings? Because in this context, we're trying to get them to understand kind of the overall conceptual relationships, not necessarily like very specific realistic details and all of that. And so that has implications for how you would design the visuals, right? If it was more advanced and you wanted the students to know, you know, very specific details and they needed to actually understand the more detail, the spatial layout of all the system, then that would have, then you would want that to see that in their drawings. So sometimes students at the novice level get bogged down by some of the details if we don't really explicitly target those in how we prompt them and how we give them feedback.
All right, are there any other questions from the audience here? All right, thank you so much for coming back.
Thank you.
Everybody, please get up and stretch. I know everybody needs a little bit of oxygen, and now's a great time to do it. We'll be ready in about a few minutes.
Plugging in, turn microphone on.
You probably shouldn't add a phone number, but naturally
A lot of people have snuck out for the last hour. You know what, let's just see how it goes.
Okay.
And just go with it. If it looks like you're like,
if it's too low, just say,
definitely. It's easy peasy. We do whatever we need.
Okay.
It is, yes, and the toilets are right there in the middle too. think we're about ready to get started with our next speaker. If everyone can just make your way back to your seat. Thank you. So my name is Jenna Foster, and I'm one of the medical illustrators at Educational Resources, and it's my pleasure to introduce you to our next speaker. Over the past 33 years, Deb Haynes has worked at the University of Tennessee College of Veterinary Medicine, singularly and with teams, exploring use of new technologies to develop educational materials at the college. She received an MFA from the University of Michigan Medical and Biological Illustration Program and is the current president of the GMSI. Please welcome Deb Haynes.
Can everybody hear me? Great. The reason I wanted to give this talk is probably this movie. Has anybody, if you're familiar, let's hope that it works. Okay. No, not working. How about return? Well, next. Well, it isn't working for me, and I apologize. Anyway, let's just go on. Bottom line is, the reason I love this thing, I don't know if anybody remembers this episode. It's a great episode. If you've never watched Friends, please go out and view it. Bottom line is, you got Ross trying to put a sofa up the stairwell. He's got Monica and Chandler, and the bottom line is they're not getting anywhere. And you're hearing a lot of issues of going back and forth. And it's about communication, and it's about, I got a plan. I got a great plan. Ross is telling him, I have written out a sketch. Follow the sketch. Problem is, the sketch just doesn't work. So in a lot of things, what we find out is that when we're working in teams and we're working with different kinds of people, a lot of times we get in these ideas and we think, oh, we got this great plan and it's going to be fantastic. But what we don't always think about is, who are all the players? Do we really know who we are? And so some of the things I'm going to be talking about today is some of the things I've had to learn over really 40 years of working not only in and around the profession in hospital settings, working with arts and the handicapped, working in camps, being art instructors, all these different things. They actually give you a lot of insight into one, who you are, but then also into how things change and how we have to adapt to change. So some of the things that I like to talk about is, you know, this conversation has gone on for many years. This goes back to 5th BC, where they were asking the question, what, you know, the philosophers talking about, what is it all about? One of the things I've actually learned in life is, you know what, you better know who you are. What are the things that are important to you? So, do you know your history? Where do you come from? Who are the people who've influenced you? What are your core values? What motivates you? Not only acknowledging your strengths, because you know what, we always say, we go to the job and we say, we are fantastic. Let me tell you, you want to hire me. But we also need to be aware that we also have weaknesses. And in those weaknesses, I found that's when you're looking to your team players to actually assist you, because you can't do it all. And so some of the things that I think and that I continue to see as we even educate, as we ask individuals to learn, as I look at our environment, how fast life moves nowadays, how much we are on social media and we're comparing. Some of the things that I'm going to be talking about today is how important you are, what you bring to the table, how you're unique, but also how we need to also be mindful of others. Well, it's not coming up. So I'm going to talk about tribes. Why tribes? Because I think community is important. This meeting is important. One of the things that I noticed when I was teaching, I also work with the College of Emerging and Collaborative Studies. It's a very new college. We've been working on that for the past 3 years. I sit now on 4 different curriculum committees. We're talking about things that integrate with other colleges. We're not just thinking individually. We're thinking about what's the commonality across these different areas. So one of the things that brought up was, and you will see, I have this little sticker that I keep posted on my laptop because we talk about certificate. What's a certificate? Familiarity, a minor, fluency, a major, expertise, graduate, specialization. But we also talk about collaboration and why it's so important to be thinking to cross-cultural each other. And that's why I love exploring different avenues. I like thinking about where medical illustration, where my background and my interests can take, and how it can also gel in other areas, not just in very specific ways, because every place that I've been, I've usually been the one and done. And I also know that if I didn't have core people in this interest in this field to bounce ideas off of and help me, I wouldn't be able to do the job where I am in at that present time. So I always like to think about who's on your team, what is your role. I have to always think about that one, because sometimes I can get a little outside those bounds. What is my role? What does that team really need me to do? How much time do we have? What is our actual focus? What do you know? We talk about this when I'm moderating a group of DVM students, and we have a thing called application-based learning, and we have a case study, and that case study goes over a week. And as a moderator, it's not me to help them figure out the problem. I am there to assist them to work through the problem. So a lot of the things that we ask is, what do you know? Okay, are you asking the right questions? What don't you know? What do you need to figure out? Then we ask them to research what kind of diagnostics, what kind of skills you need, what other tests do you need. We ask them then to research again and continue to refine, and then to clarify, then to make a diagnosis, right? Here's the thing, we need to do that also with ourselves. Every time there's a change, culturally, technologically, environmentally, you know, what are we going to do? How do we pivot? How do we adapt? There are other tribes. Yes, medical illustration is important, but I will tell you, a lot of the ways that I have grown, and a lot of the ways I've stretched, and a lot of the ways that I bring things back is because I love to ask questions. I'm the kid, when I think about who I am as myself, they basically thought that, you know, when I came out I was supposed to be a boy because I was kicking and screaming in the womb. So I tend to like to be looking at different things. What's the risk? I like to see what's on that edge, but sometimes there's also things that you also have to be thoughtful on when you're on that edge. And so it's also important to have other interests. What are those things that balance you out, all right? What are your other connections? One of the things that the reason I talk about this is also, again, I'm going to refer back to the class that we were teaching on designing gamecraft. And what I was seeing, and the reason I taught and I wanted to teach the undergraduate levels, because some of the things and the dynamics that I was seeing in our class structure at the vet school was that it used to be if I could ask a student to go out and say, okay, we've got open house, here's an exhibit, your area is going to be, you've said your interest is, let's say, dermatology, or your interest is in equine surgery, come up, what is one item you want to teach the general public? The age range I want you to focus on is 6 to 12. You got to take medical ease and you got to bring it down so it's comprehensible to someone at that level. Some of them would just go off like that. Other ones were deer in headlights. What stops people? Why does fear stop people? Is it because they're overwhelmed? Is it because there's so much stuff coming at us nowadays? I wanted to think about that, and I wanted to know why. So, what I have noticed, and I'm not saying this is observational, this is not data generated, but some of the things that I do think after COVID and a lot of things is we lost this interpersonal interaction, okay? The social media and the phone became our primary focus. We were teaching all online. What I found the students said to me in my gamecraft course is I was saying, you know what, I want you to work in teams. We're going to work off whiteboards, and you're going to see your work. I made sure that that classroom, those whiteboards never got wiped off. I wanted them to understand that problem solving is not only collaborative, it is iterative. I wanted them to make changes. One of the things that I told them is I did not expect them within one semester to build an entire game. What I expected them from was the willingness to try. And I didn't care if they failed. What I wanted to see is I wanted to see progress from A to B. And if I saw that, that meant everything to me. I would rather see somebody fail, but fail greatly and learn something. And those are the things that I fear we have forgotten. It's okay to fall down. It's okay to scrape our knees. It's okay. Yes, it hurts. But you know what? The hurt will heal. We have to have our support. We have to have our community. We have to show up for each other. What does healthy mean to you? It's going to mean different things for different people. I will say, for me, it took a long time to come up with some of those skill sets. How do you keep a strong mindset? I think it's crucial. Rest is important. Life is going to hit you in many ways. Somebody's going to take that artwork that you worked so hard and you researched on. I've seen it many a time, okay? Worked really, really hard. Figured out a new way, a new perspective, a new way to illustrate something. And somebody says, oh, I like that. I'll just flip it. I'll take that name off. It's mine. Have I heard it? Yes. Have I fought a lot for copyright? Yes. Have I worked with attorneys over the years at the university? Yes. I will tell you that contract continues to change as technology changes. Law is always behind technology, and technology is going to continue to push the issue. The other reason I look at the different things is, how do we take the time to assess and make questions? When life gives you lemons, and life will give you lemons, okay? You can have loss of health, you can have loss of finances, you can have loss of family and friends. Experience them all. You have a choice, okay? I've always said you can lose one, you still keep going. You lose two, it's a little tough. You can lose three, and you might be down for a while, but your choice is, what am I going to do? For me, I believe in a faith. I have a bias toward that, but I also believe everybody has a choice, and it's free will. Everybody comes to it with whatever that it takes. But I do believe that each one of you has very distinct value. And what you bring to the table is where you are at that present time in that day where you're planted. So don't forget, you contribute, and it's important. Okay, we've all had those bad days. I mean, crushing days. Didn't do well. Here's my thing. I have learned that when life really, really gets tough, I used to get very, very upset. And sometimes I found out I wasted way too much energy that I could be putting into how do I solve the problem. But here's the other thing. It's really important to know that it's okay to be upset. And it's okay to have emotions. And it's okay because you're human. So I give myself 3 days. Day one, I can cry. Granted, I'm going to be in a corner in a room by myself, and I'm going to get those emotions out. Why? Because you know what? I got to get them out of the way. Number two, I might really get angry. I might be seriously pissed off. Do I want to take it out on someone else? No, I do not. Sometimes I got to close the door at the office because somebody has just been really nasty to me, or a student has just reamed me really good. And I sit there and think, how am I going to handle that one? You know what? Don't react. Be kind. Be kind. Because the bottom line is, they might be having a bad day too. The third day, make a plan. And when I say make a plan, make a plan. Don't sit down and say, oh, life sucks. No. There are days life does suck. But you know what? There's also something around the corner. So make a plan. What can you do that's going to flip that switch? going to make that project better, going to make you feel better, and make you understand that you have value, because you do. I've got, well, hello. Develop healthy habits. This one took, again, a long time for me to learn. I come from a very work ethic family, okay? But it's always good, again, to have that outside community to remind you that you gotta have balance, right? And I don't mean that you get that 50-50% balance. Life is not 50-50. There are days you're given 100%, maybe 110%, and you might get 25% back. There might be days where you can only give 25% because there's other stuff that's pulling at you. Again, remember, here are a few things to think about. You need some goals. Journal's great. It helps you purge some things that gives you ideas. What are things that I'm really interested in? Or here are ways I can be creative. Do something physical. You don't have to be the top marathon runner. You don't have to, swim the channel. But there's something about getting out, walking, talking, being with others that's going to make you have a better mindset, so that if there is a problem that you're having difficulty solving, it will help you solve it. Do one thing a month for you. I learned that from the book called The Artist's Way. Sometimes our projects get in the way and we think, oh, we have to make that deadline. We do, and I'm not saying we don't. But at some point, you do have to do something for you. Make sure there's one thing you do a month. And what I do for myself at work, because I don't get to illustrate that much anymore, but if I do get a chance, I pick that project. And I say, you know what? I'm going to do more on this project, and I'm going to remember what I was trained to do. Okay? Know your worth. When I say know your worth, my dad told me that. Life had been sort of crappy one day, and Dad said to me, know your worth. Worth is not about financial being. Worth is knowing that you are important, that you are loved, that you are cared for, and that is just as important as anything that you create and you produce. You have value. What are you supposed to say? Mom, very much, please and thank you. Don't forget to say thank you. There are people in this world that I would not be here without the other people that helped me get here. I always say I had 3 dads. My dad, I had Craig Gosling, and I had Professor Hodge. And each one of those always reminded me that maybe I wasn't the best in the class, but that I could contribute and I could get better, and that is all that it makes the world go round. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. I've had that around since probably I was in my teens, and the reason I like that is it reminds you that, you know what, if you don't try something, you're never gonna find out anything. You know what, give it a go. Hey, I tried gymnastics. I suck at gymnastics. You never want to see me there. But I tried. Why? Because why not? Things that I love. Why do I play sports? Because I love people. Am I ever going to be the top basketball player? No, I'm 5'5", never going to be a center. Let's be honest about it. But will I try? Sure, why not? Have I played softball? You bet. Why? Again, because I love team sports. I love being around people. And that's, know yourself. Know what it is that gives you joy. Okay, and here's the other thing. There's going to be days when no matter what you do, and even if you're right, and I mean, you know you're right, the stats say you're right, but you're in a group that says, sorry, we're not doing it that way. Guess what? It's okay. What's your role? Change your attitude. Let it go. Find something else. Spend that energy. Put the time into it, what you're being asked to do, but then find that project where you can put that energy into where it allows you to grow and you learn something. That was a hard lesson for me. I kept thinking I was gonna win the world over. You're not gonna win everybody over. It's okay. Like in sales, you can put the job out there. You can say, look, I'm talented. Yeah, you are. But here's the thing, maybe you're not what they need. And guess what? It's okay. Because maybe right around the corner, there's a project waiting for you that will let you blossom and bloom. Again, pivot. If you're having a hard day, don't do it on your own. Seek counsel. There's nothing wrong with saying, I need help. Serving others. I think it's crucial. That's just personal bias, but I was brought up to leave it better than how you found it. Now, does it mean that everything you build is going to still be there? No, not really. We can look at things historically, right? Our buildings be built, they're beautiful buildings, but they get bulldozed, right? The work that you do, where you create something, you think, wow, longevity. No, the thing that I've learned is why it's important to serve others, and not just for the paycheck. And now we have statistics that say it. Guess what? Over 77% of volunteers found that it was beneficial to their mental health. 64% of employees across the world said they enjoyed better relationships with colleagues. Why do you think that is? I think it's because you're no longer looking at each other as someone where you gotta either compete or you gotta work together to find a project and you don't always get along. I think when you're serving somebody else and you have a common goal, and you're not getting paid, your goal is to help something else greater than yourself. I think there's some beauty in that. There's a lot more statistics, and I'm not going to go into them all. Why I think servant leadership is important. I think we live in a world now where we forget what we're here for, right? We're here for each other, right? We want to make it a better world. So what we know is there's not only benefits, not only to volunteerism, that means it gives you job opportunities, right? Things that you might not have reached for, things that you didn't realize were there. The beauty of lifting someone else up means that, you know what? You don't have to be number one. Maybe you need to help somebody else be number one. Maybe that's our job. I've always said whether I do a scientific poster session or I do an illustration, my job is to make you look better, right? It doesn't matter that I don't get the award. What matters is, did you help somebody else in that process to learn a concept, to develop an idea, to go further, to reach farther? Again, more statistics. And things that are the reason I say it's important. Of course you want to work with that person who's looking out for you, right? You want to be there. You want to build that. You want to make something better. So, and what I like, 30% faster problem solutions, isn't that a great idea? And 69% of employees report heightened psychological safety and inclusion. We live in a society anymore on social media telling us how different we are, how polarized we are, how awful we are. But the reality is, we're not awful. We just forgot to talk to each other. We got to forget to accept each other, that in our uniqueness, we make each other better. Have those conversations. You don't have to be mean about the conversations. You can agree. You can agree to disagree. Give a pass. I have a firm belief, and I do this with all my students. Guess what? If I've told you here's what my expectations are out of you, and if there's something that I have missed, you can call me on it. One time it happened. I work with over 30 different clubs. In those student clubs, we have to deal with trademark and licensing if they want to sell product. I've got to deal with a lot of dynamics from all the way up the food chain, all the way down. You can't please everybody. Sometimes you got to be the meanie. Guess what? I sort of messed up one time. Student comes into my office and she's at the door. I'm on the second floor and she goes, "You're wrong, Deb. You're absolutely wrong." And I'm thinking, I'm in the middle of a project. I'm thinking, what did I do? What did I do that was wrong? And then at first I sort of got a little fancy and I was like, oh, that really upsets me. And then I thought, wait a minute. I told them if I'm wrong, I told them they can tell me. So I took a pause and I said, tell me where I was wrong. What did I do? Well, Deb, you came back and you said this to me in an email, and if you remember, that is not right. I did give you that information. And I went, oh my gosh, you're right. I blew it. That's on me. Why giving a pass is important? Because it lets other people know you're human. You make mistakes. And when you acknowledge the fact that you make a mistake and you're willing to fix it, you build trust and you build a relationship. You should be building those relationships. So speak gratitude. Give yourself a break. You're going to make mistakes. We all make mistakes. Be honest. Be consistent. With me, I deal with faculty, staff, students. There's 1,000 people. Any one of them can come up to me and ask me for something. Be consistent. Whatever you tell a student, tell your faculty, tell your admin. Everybody knows where you stand. Everybody might not like you, but you're consistent. And with that, you also earn respect. All right? Be kind, but be consistent. Lend a hand. Don't think your title makes your title so important that you can't help somebody else out. If the trash needs to be taken out, take out the trash. If somebody needs, some help somewhere, help them out. If you've got time, why not? Isn't it more important that you work together to build a better project? And if you do that, you're going to win. Also, don't forget, find the humor. Find humor. You're going to fall down, laugh at yourself. Learned this from our veterinary social work. One of the things that we know in veterinary medicine is it has a very high incidence of suicide outside of other professions. We've seen it. I've seen it in my immediate family. One of the things is, the reason I speak on this is because when I tell people you have value, you do. People worry about their GPAs. Your GPA is not your worth. It just means you tested differently. I've seen people who have phenomenal GPAs, but you also get them down on the clinic floor, and it doesn't mean they're strong because they may not have great interpersonal skills. You have value. You were created to be the person that you are. So embrace it, accept it, but don't believe that you're everything either, right? Think about it. So is it true? When you're getting ready to talk to somebody, is it true? Is it fact, opinion, or how you feel? Is it helpful? Is it going to help the situation? Who's it going to help? You, them, or others? Is it inspiring? Did you think about something to fix that problem? Or did you even encourage somebody to get a little better? Most importantly, I have to remember this one. Is it really necessary? Sometimes we might think it, and again, we might be right. But do we need to really put it out there? Because is it really necessary? And the other thing, is it kind? What motivates you? I think all these are really crucial things. I have less than a minute. I know we're not going to get there, but I will say one thing. If you have never watched this video, it is by Admiral McRaven, and he was giving it to the University of Texas at Austin in 2014 at commencement. I've got it in our references, so I do encourage you to watch it. But the beauty of it is I remember early every day as a kid, my mom would say, before we got breakfast, did you make your bed? Right? And there's something about making your bed. And one of the things he talks about is, you know what, when you make your bed, you can have a really bad day, but guess what? You've accomplished something that day. And even when you come back, and whether you've made progress that day or not, when you come home, guess what? You can look at that bed and say, hey, I accomplished something. and you can put yourself and you can go and rest. So again, the good things and the important things in life are, yes, your skill sets are so important. Your contributions are so great. And so tons of references. I could talk to you about social media. I could talk to you about the quality of life. I could talk to you about mental health. I could talk to you about How to Know a Person. It's a great book. I know I probably shouldn't be promoting it, but it's a great book. Read other things. Embrace your interests, okay? It will make you more creative. It will make you a better problem solver. And guess what? 16 seconds. I made it. Okay, Deb Haynes, University of Tennessee at the vet school. You can find me on Facebook, LinkedIn. There's my work number. If you want to chat about anything, whether it's medical illustration, whether you want to talk about new technologies, whether it's about ethics of AI, whether it's copyright, we've got some other great people here who are more up to speed on that. Love to hear all your thoughts and your opinions. Thanks so much, and also thanks to the vet school and those students out there who made me better than what I ever could be. Thank you.
Okay, we'll break for lunch. Be back at 1:30, and we'll go from there. Thanks.
Did I make it? I was scared. I didn't think I was. I cut out a lot of stuff. Not sure it's what they wanted, but hopefully I got something out of it. Thank you so much for your talk. No worries, Rose.
All right.
I think everyone's just I hear some people it's like
And then your
if I haven't gotten it, I think I
yeah. I was gonna say like yeah, so I can see that being
Who should be
It might should be for sure.
Oh, this man.
Let me finish wiping my nose. Commander Drippy. Okay, I'm ready.
Hello. Hey everybody who made it back from lunch. Glad you guys picked the closer county. That's all you guys. Again, I'm Noah. I'm here to introduce Mandy Root Thompson. Mandy Root Thompson is a medical illustrator, educator, and assistant professor in the Medical Illustration Graduate Program at Augusta University. She runs MedDraw Studio and has worked with hospitals, researchers, publishers, and legal teams to translate complex medical ideas into clear visual communications. Please welcome Mandy.
Noah had threatened to roast me, so I'm glad he just went with the bio that I sent. Really appreciate that. Hi, everyone. Oh, goodness, my computer wants to update. Hold on a second. Let's defer until tomorrow. See that? Hi, okay. So over the next 30, I'm supposed to stand here in front of this. I'm going to have a hard time. I love to pace when I present and when I talk. My name is Mandy Root Thompson. I am a certified medical illustrator. I teach at Augusta University. I'm the chair of the Board of Certification of Medical Illustrators. And I run MedDraw Studio, which I don't do so much anymore since I started teaching. But I've had a private practice for about 11 years. Working a lot in patient education, journal articles, editorial type work. What we're going to do today, I wanted to have a little bit of fun after lunch. I thought maybe we could have kind of a good time, not be so serious. And I came up with the idea of hunting unicorns, which is a field guide in making better clients. So what we're going to do today is we're going to try to get this slide to advance. Let's try again. We're going to talk a little bit about client taxonomy, and we're not going to take this very seriously at all. And we're going to talk a little bit about field safety and hunting regulations. Any questions yet? Okay. There will not be time at the end for questions, so spit them out as we go. All right. So the first thing we need to do when we talk about client taxonomy is we need to define what is a unicorn. All right. Can you help me? What is a unicorn? Anyone? Don't be shy.
Perfect client?
A perfect client. Anybody else? Meaning what?
They pay on time.
They pay you on time. Anybody else besides Samantha Bear?
They give you good jobs.
They give you good jobs.
Non-existent.
They're non-existent. They are existent.
They appreciate you.
They appreciate you. Anybody else? That's all? Okay. Let me adjust I'm trying to adjust my slides. I'm so sorry. All right. I made a few notes. You guys are right about all of those. One is they communicate clearly and consistently. That is the elusive unicorn client. They also have realistic expectations about what can be created and in the time frame that it takes to do that. This rare creature respects your expertise and your working process. They also like to collaborate effectively, which just warms my heart. They treat work as a partnership between you and them. They do pay on time, and that's probably my favorite thing about the unicorn. I actually have one unicorn. It's a surgeon, and he prepays me. He insists on it. I know, isn't that crazy? He prepays me every time. I love this guy, and he's a consistent client too. So you can't really look down on that. But there are many other types of clients, and so for some of the newer illustrators, you may not have experienced this, but I'm really going to ask some of the experienced illustrators. I was going to tell you a bunch of stories, which I'm still going to tell you a few, but I want to hear some of your stories today as well. So, I don't know, do we have that microphone? All right, maybe we'll have to pass it around if somebody has a quick story. But let me start here with this first client type called the Houdini. Has anyone experienced a Houdini? Maybe. Do I need to explain what a Houdini is? I'll tell you, this will give my age away. Does anybody know what a linotype machine is? Anybody? Come raise your hands if you know what a linotype and a waxer. Anyway, my first job when I was 16 was at a silkscreen shop, and I would take the typography. It used to come out of these giant, massive machines that they called computers, and they would run out on this big tape, and they would put them through the wax machine, and I would meticulously cut them and bend them around circles and stuff to make T-shirts and yard signs and political posters and stuff like that. And the guy that owned the silkscreen shop had a policy that all politicians had to prepay for their orders. Because once the election was over, whether they won or not, the Houdini would disappear. The Houdini would disappear completely. I don't go that far, but with my new clients, I have a prepayment of 40% up front, and some kind of policy like that to keep things going. That's my Houdini story. So let's talk about a couple others, and I want to get some stories from you. Come on, let's behave. It's trying, Augusta computer, my computer's trying to update itself. There we go, the metamorph. The metamorph is another client type. And the metamorph is one that you start with one job proposal and you end with an entirely different job. Has anyone experienced the metamorph? All right, would anyone like to tell me a 30-second story about their metamorph? No one?
You're conjuring trauma.
I know. We'll take care of it at the end. I'll clean it all up. The mess will be cleaned up. Yeah, what's your metamorph?
Another one is, this is what I want. This is exactly what I want. You give them what they want. No, that's not what I want. I think I want this and this and this. Can you tell me more? You'll figure it out.
That's a terrible metaphor.
The good side of the metamorph is that they come in for an illustration and they leave with an interactive.
That's true. My latest metamorph was in December. They wanted 2 illustrations to support a med legal job, and I ended up with 3 complete boards that I got done fast enough that they settled out of court, but I was able to bill them for everything because I got it done fast enough. So the metamorph, that's another client type. All you new illustrators, write these down. The rest of you, just weep quietly.
Can you print out the cards for us?
What's that?
Can you just print out the deck of cards for us?
Print out the deck of cards, yes. There will be a handout, okay, and a test. The next one is the siren. And can anybody, you guys maybe know this from mythology, what does the siren do? What's that? I heard it.
Lures boats onto the rocks.
Lures boats onto the rocks. Yes, they have this. He sing their beautiful song, and the sailors go to them, and they crash and die upon the rocks, and it's just horrible. Anybody have a siren story they'd like to tell real quick? 30-second siren story. If not, I got one for you. But no siren stories? All right, my siren was early in my career, and there was a researcher who came to me, and they had charts that they wanted done in this project, in this program called GraphPad Prism. Have you guys heard of GraphPad Prism? All right, I hadn't at the time. It's a neat program, and they wanted charts done, and I needed to invest in this software to get this job and to do these charts, but they promised all these charts and all these different research projects they had going on and how many charts they would need. So I went ahead and I spent $200, or I don't think it was quite that much then. Say I spent $150 and I bought the software and I did the first set of charts. And then my siren disappeared into the night and my boat was crashed upon the rocks. And I had to finally adjust myself. But as much as I paid for grad school, this lesson only cost me $150. And I now know what a siren is. So it's another client type. The puppeteer. I'll let you guys guess. What is the puppeteer?
One that wishes they could do the artwork themselves.
That's it right there. That wishes they could do the artwork themselves. They like to use you like a pencil. I wrote a Substack article called Don't Be a Pencil. And it's the clients that like to use you as a pencil, and they like to control things all the way down to the minute details. Anybody have any puppeteer stories? Amanda has one.
Yeah, so I had one. Riding plastic surgeons, so they deal with millimeters. So understandable, I led with that understanding. So I had to fly across the country and stay with him for a week so that he could use a screen share to show exactly where he wanted the lines to be in the profile of the nose. So.
That is a puppeteer of the first class. Any others real quick? Yeah, you got one?
Calling and texting after 5 p.m. and on weekends for project updates.
That's a puppeteer. That's a terrible one. That's a social media puppeteer, texting and everything. I like that. That's awful. Mine I did these great big illustrations for, and the illustrations got printed down to 3 inches, and they were concerned about fingernail lines and eyelashes. Okay. It's like, so just those minute details. So you got to watch out for puppeteers, or all you new illustrators writing these down. I hope you are. Okay. So, because there's going to be a test. Now the test starts. Are you ready? All right. So this is, you're going to have to tell me which type this is. Scenario 1. This is a quote. We've applied for a grant and expect to need a lot more once it's funded. Right now, though, we don't have much of a budget to start. What client type is this?
Siren.
Siren. Yeah, this one's the siren. All right, let's try another one, see how well this works for you. All right. This is scenario 2. This is a quote. You were recommended to me by Dr. Sampson. She just loves your work and said I should contact you for my journal submission. Any? Oh, it's a trick question. It's a trick question. It's a referral, and the reason I put this in here is because a referral is really flattering, but it tells you nothing about the client type. All it tells you is that you did a great job for Dr. Sampson, and you and Dr. Sampson probably worked really well together, and she referred you. It tells you nothing about these people. These people are actually, they love your proposal, and have emailed you numerous times with questions. They've scheduled 3 calls, but still haven't signed or paid a deposit. Who is this client type?
Houdini.
What's that?
Houdini.
Houdini, anyone else? It could be 2. Houdini and siren. This one could be a Houdini, or it could be a unicorn in training. Right? They're communicating a lot. They have asked a lot of questions, they've scheduled a lot of calls, they're really talking with you, but they haven't committed yet. So they really could be a unicorn in training. Which brings us to this, the fact that not all of your clients are obviously going to be unicorns. In fact, very few will say, few are. I would say probably about 85% of my clients are actually what I would call ponies. They're unicorns in training. Some of them could possibly be zebras. They're at least in the equine family. I think we're kind of in there. So, and the thing that you can do, we're going to talk about how can you take and train your zebras and your ponies and turn them into unicorns. That's where we're going next. But if you're just starting out in this field and you're out hunting for unicorns, my biggest recommendation is to hunt with a guide. All right, find yourself a mentor. If you're new, just graduated, you're a student about to graduate, get involved with the AMI mentor program if you haven't already. I had Pat Thomas as a mentor when I first started, and Bill Westwood as a mentor when I first started. And when I set all I first talked to Pat Thomas, and she said, how much are you charging? And she said, print out your illustrations and write the prices on all of them. I sent everything to her, and the first thing she did was wildly raise all my prices. So find yourself a good mentor, someone's experienced in the field. That's a great place to start. Hunting with a guide. So first we're going to talk about how to attract unicorns. So besides going out and just hunting for them, how do we bring them to us? And again, we don't want to just bring in sirens, and we don't want to bring in metamorphs, we just want to bring in unicorns. So the first thing you can do to bring unicorns to you is to only show the type of work that you want to do, right? If you hate 3D animation, don't show it. If you hate med legal, don't show that one med legal project that you did in graduate school. Whatever it is, if you don't like doing interactives, don't show it. If you don't like doing 2D, don't show it. Only show work that is what you want. Make your portfolio what you want your jobs to become. So only show the work you want to do. And then work within your scope. This is a really, really important thing. Don't take a job from a client because you want to learn that skill. All right, so work within your scope, show what you can do, but don't say, well, I've always wanted to learn GraphPad Prism. So this all comes from experience. So I will go ahead and take that job because I'd like to learn it. The paying for your education is not your client's responsibility. How much you charge to pay for the education you got is definitely lines on them, but them paying for you to learn new programs is not really what they're there for. Keep your pricing industry standard. If you start lowballing, you're going to bring in all kinds of clients that you don't want, right? There's so much medical illustration work out there, I feel, that if you keep your prices high, I raise my prices and my clients don't bat an eye most of the time. And then I raise them again and they still don't bat an eye. I work with a lot of researchers, and granted they're not spending their own money, they're spending somebody else's money. But keep your pricing industry standard. The AMI pricing guide is out there if you haven't seen it. It's pretty useful. Some of the categories are such a wide range, it's a little hard to use, but I find overall it's a pretty good resource. And be honest and clear about what you do and about how you work. And that kind of goes back to working within your scope. I like to, I just told students this the other day, I always say, under promise and over deliver. That's kind of where I go with that. And let folks know how you work, and we'll talk about how to do that in a second. All right, so that gets us to what every hunter needs. And this field guide from the Department of Narrative Resources, the Hunting and Client Acquisition Guide 2026, I will give you a link at the end. You can download this. It'll have a lot of stuff that you can put into play right away to kind of help with your business. The first thing that every hunter needs is a good onboarding process. And you need two different types of documents for this. This first onboarding process is a little bit about MedDraw Studio. This is about me and how I work. This first one just looks like it's just my hours, but this full onboarding document is in the guide, and you can look at it, and it describes it describes my entire working process, revisions, how to give me feedback, all kinds of things that just help smooth the process along. This is a client-facing document. So a client will email me and they'll say, hey, we've got this journal article and we need it by, let's see, what's today? March. We need it by Thursday. No, we need it by May. You know, can you get us in? Yes, I can. Let's schedule a meeting, and boom, you send them this document. It introduces them to your studio. The next one you need is an internal client onboarding document of some type. And again, this is in the guide. I will use this during that first phone call. I like to do video calls now, but during the first phone call, and this just makes sure that I ask all the pertinent questions that I need to ask for almost every job. It gives me a place just to keep track of things. And that's my internal document, that says there. And then there's this guide, set up already. The AMI has a client guide to working with a medical illustrator, and you can get this on the AMI website if you just type in client guide to working with a medical illustrator. And this is a PDF, and this is set up as a client-facing document. It answers questions, it's set up like a Q&A, and it answers questions like what is a medical illustrator, what does a medical illustrator do, how are services provided, who owns the copyright, why do medical illustrators charge so much? It pre-answers a lot of those questions for you. So that's another good document to send off to your clients. Once you have that initial meeting with them and you guys decide to go forward with the job, I always send a written proposal. And the written proposal has an overview of the deliverables. So like this was for a, let's see, whoops, back. Where are you going, Minnie? Written proposal, nope, yep, sorry. This was for a med legal job is the example that's in here. And so it just outlined every board that was going to be in the project, and this is what we kept adding to. 2 illustrations, and we add. Have a written proposal, and at the end of the written proposal, it's got a price on there, and it says additional artwork will, a change of scope, additional artwork, so a change of scope will change the pricing of this project. So just to give them a heads up about that. So you want to give a written proposal with details. A contract with an exit clause. And the contract part, I think a lot of people know that you need to have a contract before you start working. I hope you know that you need a contract before you start working. I really recommend that you have an exit clause in there. The exit clause in mine says that either party can cancel the contract with 30 days written notice. There's just lots of different ways to phrase that. That exit clause, I was in the middle of a really huge project, and the client was the puppeteer, and this was a 2-year-long project, and about halfway through it, I finally was like, wanted to get out of the contract. I was like, but there was nothing I could do, so because I didn't have an exit clause in the contract. I was just kind of stuck delivering it at that point. And I called my brother/lawyer, and I said, what can I do to get out of this contract? He said, you should have an exit clause. And I said, I had one, but my brother/lawyer took it out. And he said, boy, your brother/lawyer is an idiot. Let's put it back in. So we put it back in. He didn't think that we would need it, but we didn't need it. But anyhow, what ended up happening there is I went and had a very honest conversation with that client. I said, do you trust me to be your medical illustrator? And we discussed the amount of feedback and the minutia that we were going into. And we kind of cleared it up. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't 100%, but the situation did improve just by good communication with the client. But definitely have a contract before you start a job, before you make a single mark. An invoice with written terms. Written terms means that little fine print at the bottom that says payment is due in full within 30 days from the invoice's electronic transmission date. That is also inside the contract, and inside the contract it also states that the rights usage does not occur until payment is received. But having payment terms on your invoice is a good reminder. The 2 biggest problems I've run into with getting paid in a timely manner have both been, one was from a giant magazine and one was from a giant publisher. My small clients usually, and I think it's just because of the bureaucracy of the situation, my small clients all tend to pay pretty fast. But it doesn't hurt to have something in there. And then the last thing that, there's 9 minutes, okay. The last thing that I think you're going to need is a signature and metadata, and a signature on your artwork. And you'll see a lot of people with their art and then their signatures down here beside it or kind of alongside the art or down the corner, and I used to do that. I've started embedding my signature into the artwork itself. You want to just find a clear spot where there's enough room and put your signature right in the art where it's not obtrusive, it doesn't like take away from the piece. But then if it gets copyrighted and that signature's gone, it really shows intent that somebody went in there and literally removed your signature that should have been. I'm in the middle of a copyright issue with that right now where somebody copied the art and removed the signature. So it's, but it helps prove intent. And then metadata is that Everyone who uses metadata? Any of you use metadata? Some people use metadata. Metadata is if you go into Adobe Photoshop and you go into File Info and you pull down, is it just under metadata? I got it.
And you can also do it in Bridge.
And you can do it, and I do it in Adobe Bridge, yeah. And you can take, so if in Adobe Bridge, you can take a bunch of your art and set up a metadata, and I have in the handbook, I have this thing that tells you how to do it. And you embed keywords and metadata, and your copyright and everything is embedded right into the artwork. Some social media sites strip metadata right away, some don't, so you need to read those annoyingly long terms of service that no one reads, and know where you're posting. And I found out recently from a student that LinkedIn does not have, wasn't that LinkedIn that Madison had talked to us about? Fuzzy, okay, I thought it was LinkedIn that didn't have a very good terms of service as far as that went. So signature and metadata in your artwork is always important. And then you can use this QR code to download your own Department of Narrative Resources Hunting and Client Acquisition Guide if you would like. This has all my documents in there that I use. And there's a thing at the front of it, but again, if one of my contracts is in there, do your own research on your contracts. AMI website has a bunch of contracts on there to use. I always recommend that people get legal help, even if it's just like to get your basic contract in place, paying somebody who knows what they're doing to look at it and read that over the first time. And then, what's my last thing? If you like this and kind of a weird take on business, you can check out my Substack, probably off topic, and I write sporadically. I try to be consistent, but I try to post monthly, but it doesn't always happen, about different business topics. And my latest one is about a little bit about copyright and metadata. It's called Tossing Puppies to the Wolves and Other Perils of Posting Art Online. And
there's one question.
Yeah.
Your thoughts about retainers?
Thoughts about retainers? As far as, can they extrapolate?
Just I was curious on your thoughts on retainers.
Somebody gives you $10,000 and says, tell me when I'm all done.
Oh, tell me when I get to that amount. I've never done that, so I really don't have many thoughts on it. I haven't really looked into it or done much with that.
It's awesome.
It's awesome? Okay, Cameron says it's awesome, and he's definitely positive and pro-retainer. As long as you have an exit clause.
There is one caveat. If you're working with attorneys and you are on a retainer, that retainer can go for a long period of time. So if there's a case and an opposing, if you're on the other side, and it comes to request, you need to find out who they're working opposite of. Because if that person has a retainer, you are obligated to that individual. You've already made a commitment.
That's good advice, so it ties you down a little bit.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, I haven't done that, so I can't help. Any other thoughts or questions? I ended early. I guess I talk faster than I do with my students. Yeah.
Well, one thing we started doing is we put in there about needs to pay in 30 days, and then we put in there something about there's a percentage that we charge for every 10 days over.
Yeah, that's what I have in the sample invoices. It's like 30 days payment, and then every month, I did it monthly, but you can put a percentage. Read the language in there. It needs to say as applicable by law in whatever state or something like that. But yeah, that's good advice as well. Any other questions? I will get us back on schedule then.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, another? Okay.
I would just also add that on the proposals, I put a copyright and at the top of the proposal, and tell people in the statement that not to share the proposal with for other outside bids.
Okay, you put a copyright on your proposal.
I do.
Okay, I've not done that.
Copyright actually. That's fine.
Did you really? Okay. And putting an expiration date on a proposal is a good idea too.
Yeah.
Is to have like this is good for 30 days or 90 days or whatever, so they don't come back to you 3 years from now wanting that same price. Yeah. Did someone else have a question?
Yes, somebody else.
Or a statement? I think we're on to statements and not questions, and that's totally great.
Okay, our last question or statement. Real quick, this sort of goes back to also what Cameron said in his talk, and also what you were talking about, and also copyright. One of the things I remember when I did medical legal is I did dig deep in doing a lot of research, and I put an extremely well-written proposal together, thinking, oh, this is a great proposal, we're going to win it, blah, blah, blah. The attorney was in a different city, went to another person, showed them a proposal, person underbid it. So just be aware, there's something about when you put proposals together, I learned a very hard lesson. Give generic information. Don't give away the research, because that's what you're being paid for, is your skill set and your knowledge. So be thoughtful.
Good advice, thank you. Okay, are we good? All right.
Thank you, Andy.
You're very welcome. If anybody wants to be our Thank you for having me.
Paul Kelly is a medical illustrator and animator specializing in delivering complex surgical narratives through animation and video. Paul works at the Toronto Video Atlas of Surgery, an open access library of 3D animation, enhanced surgical teaching videos that is updated monthly. Please welcome Paul Kelly.
Is my mic working? You guys can hear me?
Yeah, sounds good.
Thank you so much for having me. This is a great honor. I'm Paul Kelly, and for the past 15 years, I've been making surgical animations as a member of a small team based in Toronto General Hospital. My presentation is on problem solving in surgical animation, and this speaks to several dimensions of problem solving. I'm not going to talk about how to animate, but rather get into the stuff that you never really hear about, the soft skills, the tough situations, and what Amanda mentioned in her talk, recovery from error. I'm going to share key moments in producing surgical animations where decisions about workflow and managing feedback impact the technical direction and final production methods. So first, let's calibrate. Each of you have done, or will do, surgical illustrations, and these are highly technical drawings where precision is key. Creating these illustrations is challenging enough, you also have to contend with the review and revisions, which is almost like a separate set of challenges. I will touch on some aspects of visual production in this talk, but mostly I want to get into the art project management because I think that's where the real problem solving takes place. First, what makes surgical animation different from other 3D animations or surgical illustration? Well, all animation projects have a script and storyboard phase, followed by modeling, animation, texture, render, and compositing. For medical animation, you also have integration of text elements like labels and subtitles, and the research and review is taking place throughout this entire process. And this is where project management skills really shine. Storyboarding is a staple of animation projects for good reason. Lots of problem solving gets done here. I have done storyboardings in the traditional sense in some cases where it's illustrated in Photoshop, and this is useful when you don't have 3D models for a case yet, or if there are going to be a lot of radical modifications to the models. But in most cases, we'll be taking screenshots of 3D models and using those for our storyboards. It can be faster, and when you're setting your 3D camera positions at the same time, you're putting in work that will contribute to later stages. For 2D animation, you want good models to work with, and good or high quality, honestly, is relative to the needs of the project. The models I'm developing here were for an ENT scapula flat case. So I needed all the muscles in the rotator cuff, the scapula, of course, and the bones that it articulates with, and a minimal amount of surrounding anatomy for the learner to provide orientation, depth cues, and it helps the learner appreciate tight surgical operating spaces. In addition to the base models, for most of our cases, we're also going to have different versions of many models, either to show anatomical variation, such as the various wrenching patterns of the thoracodorsal artery on the left here. You also have to make a new model variant every time you cut something. Now, I love modeling. I love sculpting with ZBrush, and this does take a big chunk of time in the overall production, but the model development shots that you're seeing here, I want to point out, this is month 3 out of 8. For surgical animation, making a fully textured, UV mapped, and textured model might not even be halfway through production. We still need to make all those versions of the model after the cuts have been made, like the resected portion of the scapula bone there. You also need to take into account finding or building surgical tool models like the bone saw, and then like in the image on the lower right, in some cases, you're going to reposition everything. In this surgery, the patient's arm is extended over their head. So everything had to be accurately modeled to fulfill the list of necessary structures, including some esoteric vasculature, and then it all gets repositioned. Now, once we get to that point, we can start to show the surgeon stuff for review. And even then, you get issues you need to address. Like, what's going on in the upper left there? Why does that infraspinatus muscle not match the latent? The color's going off. And why do the muscle colors look different in those two bottom left images? Test renders can give you a heads up to problems that will crop up later when you start moving the camera around. And then you can also see here on the bottom all the separate elements that had to be made to show the lat muscle being pulled open to expose the TDA. So I'm testing out final imaging compositing as well as I go. Shader nodes, compositing attributes, the usual suspects. A 3D workflow has hiccups like these, but with experience, you'll know how to troubleshoot. The benefit is that 3D gives you so much control over space and perspective. You can do things with time and motion that you can't do with still images. All right, so that's technical stuff. Now let's look at some common project management challenges in surgical animation production and how we can address them. 3 big challenges I see repeatedly are knowing the terrain. You have to know the surgery in order to teach it. This includes knowing your own terrain, your asset management. Seemingly endless revisions that can make you feel like you're trying to hit a moving target, and late-stage change requests, especially when we're talking about adding things at the end of our project. These really test your crafting reflexes, how rapidly and efficiently you can make changes. And I want to point out, these challenges can fall outside the protections of contracts and terms. Completely agree with Mandy, you have to have a contract in place. Ideally, your contract will outline how many rounds of revisions they did and that sort of thing. But it doesn't always work. You know, maybe they say, fine, I'll pay, but the deadline didn't change, you still have to make the fix. So what can you do? Let's talk about it. How do you prepare before production begins? Well, you need to know where you're going. You need to know the end goal. Starting off strong will mitigate problems early. So you want to plot your course, stow your gear, manage your assets, find your waypoints, manage your scenes, and know when to tread carefully. As you might guess, this starts out with thorough research. You look up the procedure and find it described in text, and you'll work with other medical illustrators, try to find the procedure on YouTube, like I mentioned. Your research is going to continue throughout production. Observe the case in person if you can. You're not going to scrub in, but you might be able to get some good sketches or take some helpful reference photos. It really makes the most sense to do this if you can manage it. Our goal in surgical animation is to use visual techniques to reduce complexity into clear communications. The art of project management is similar. We reduce complex projects into digestible chunks and plot a clear path. Perfect example, before we script, we have an outline. The outline names the major phases of a surgery that each contain sequences of steps. What will happen is the chapters and segments of the outline translate directly into the sequences and shots. That's not a coincidence, it's a coincidence. Next, let's look at asset management. You can mitigate a lot of downstream problems with planning and prevention. You have to plan in such a way as to build momentum. And the method that I use to do this is I think in terms of what do I need, what do I have, what am I making, and what do I make? And I continually ask myself these questions throughout a surgical animation project. I use Notion to make a model list at the start of a project so I know what I need to tell the story. There's different ways you can approach this. I might make a checklist and check these off as I go. I might write out a list of everything and then just go build it. And sometimes I'm engaging with this model list quite a bit as different phases of production carry on. Maybe you start off with some base models. Remember, for surgery, you have to build missing structures or manipulate existing structures. In a recent case, I had a lot of different models that I wanted to live in the same scene, but they were not at the same scale. When you import an OBJ into the C4D, you'll see a setting for scene scale. Here it's in centimeters. That can be deceptive because what I've discovered is when you import from imaging reconstruction software like Slicer to C4D, millimeters can get interpreted as centimeters. So a head that's actually 20 centimeters across gets imported as 200 centimeters across. Models can also import far off from the scene origin. So what I did to synchronize everything is I used a null object or a transparent cube primitive to align the models so that they weren't, when I have to move them between scenes, the position, scale, and rotation are being modified consistently. This synchronizes the positions and scales of the various models so they all stay in the same place. If other people have better strategies for this, please feel free to email me. In a highly complex procedure like jaw tape, it was hard to know where to even start. So I called up Andrew Swift and I said, Andrew, help me. And he did. Thank you, Andrew. I also got a great piece of insight from the dental surgeon who worked on this case. They explained that these surgeries are planned around the teeth alignment because the post-operative occlusion is their measure of surgical success. So I used the same priority for retopology and model refinement. I used the teeth as the fulcrum element and made sure that everything else supported that. Now, as you blaze the trail into animation, you go from making models to making shots and scenes. Again, in Notion, I use shot lists to track all of this. I like using tags on my shot list spreadsheet to see where I can group things together. I've got different parts of the surgical story that are living in different scene files, and this helps me keep track of it. Especially when I'm working on anywhere from 40 to 70 individual shots on a video. A shot list also provides you with a frame count. Even if you're using a render farm, it is worth knowing these numbers. You see how much of the animation's real estate is allocated to each section. And when the last minute change comes in, you'll know exactly the time or dollar cost to re-render. Shot management is also done in the scene file itself. This is the UI layout I'm using when I'm in the final render phase. I've got the takes docked on the bottom right alongside the layers, and the render settings are docked on the far left. I use a master take for the high quality renders, and individual render settings for each take are only used to set the frame range and file save paths. One thing you don't want to do is introduce unnecessary complexity into an already complex process. This is where I have gone wrong in the past, trying to animate tissue deformations using dynamics. Don't do this unless you absolutely need to. We did have a project several years back where the surgeon asked us to show how a heavy liver was difficult to lift with laparoscopic tools, so we used dynamics for that shot, but that was like a rare case. There's a reason you don't see this much in surgical animation. It's a beast. More importantly, in many cases, it may go against your teaching goals. You want to demonstrate and focus on a fleeting moment in surgery. You want to hold that in time so you can highlight, label, stop, and pause so the trainee can see what's happening and process it. Also, most demonstrations that you're making with anatomical models in surgery are for showing a change take place between two different states of the same structure, often a cut or a division or a reconstruction or repair. So this doesn't need the tissue to move, it needs it to change to a different state. You're better off cutting between two shots of two different anatomy models that you have complete control over than running a saw body simulation where it's a bit of a game animal. You surrender some control to the software. There are already things outside your control you have to manage. Just like a surgery itself, building surgical animations means that you're managing complexity and motion. With experience, you learn to troubleshoot software glitches and you get a better time you get better over time at keeping your projects organized. But what about the things outside your control? How do you manage feedback and course correct when the goalposts keep shifting? Again, make things easy for yourself and keep it simple. In this shot in my recent job reconstruction video, I just showed the bare minimum anatomy and hardware, and the skin is masked out in post. Keep it simple. The more you add, the more you may have to revise. And remember what Deborah and Logan touched on earlier. The more you add, the more the learner has to decipher. I can see in my head what it could look like to add more details, but it's common in visual and design work that clients have trouble seeing where the project is going, or they can't communicate the inner vision that they have for it. So how do you work with a surgeon who knows the procedure inside and out, but they can't articulate what they need visually? Well, one thing that is for sure going to help is get another set of eyes at last. Follow Dedicate's advice, call up your people. We do internal review on every project, and that's why everyone's name gets in the credits at DBA Surge. Every team member contributes feedback to every project. That helps reveal mistakes that a non-illustrator sees but can't put words to, and so they just don't say anything. You also need to know the surgery really well. Part of the medical illustrator's work is the heavy lifting of trying to understand what the other person does more than what they're trying to understand what you do. Once you can explain surgery to someone else, you'll be better able to generate appropriate questions to ask the surgeon. Keeping a list of questions going before and during production, look up as many of those answers as you can for yourself, and hey, take a cue from Cameron. Use AI to help you refine that question list. Now, how do you handle feedback like that doesn't look right from someone who can't explain why? It's very common that people outside the creative fields don't have the vocabulary to describe visuals. So ask more questions. You follow up with, how so? Why is that? What do you mean? Keep asking for more clarity till you get it. Ask them their personal interpretation of the surgery. How do you do this? What are you looking for at this step? What is your preference for this technique, right? Make it about them. Okay, now, what about getting conflicting feedback? One thing that can happen is you get a change request that contradicts an earlier change, or you've got multiple reviewers on a project and they're not all attending the same meetings. What you want to do is cite your sources, demonstrate where and why updates were made on information. On a recent patient education project, I had feedback from patients as well as multiple clinicians, and I'm juggling all of them. At critical review points, I had to get through one short meeting, a ton of different changes that were made. So what I did was I had a split screen where I had the feedback on one side and the text out, and color coded each change request. For the record, I'm not necessarily recommending that you do this. I'm just showing it as an example of what you can do if you get in a tough spot. I think the system Andrew Swift describes is the better option. If you don't know that, look it up on his YouTube. He's got a great system for keeping the feedback organized. But in this case, I had some stakeholders who just wouldn't look at anything in between meetings. They would not open Google Slides. They just wouldn't do it. So I went through each change request for them on the video using the layers in Photoshop, so I had color-coded the labels and showed them where each revision was implemented. I also highlighted comments that were already addressed or conflicted with other feedback. I really hope you don't ever have to get this granular on a project, but this was a surefire way to demonstrate to all the stakeholders that all the changes have been made and they can visually see for themselves that everything was addressed. Now, it's common that as the project nears completion, all of a sudden there's a flood of new ideas coming in, right? The client gets inspired. I think no matter how much you prepare or triage, there can always be last-minute changes. Now, you gotta do it. Ideally, you're getting progressive sign-offs throughout production, so you don't have to circle back. This definitely helps, but this doesn't always catch everything. Critique that comes at the later stages is where professionalism is really tested. Sometimes you just don't get the full picture at the onset. This is what makes surgical animations both challenging but rewarding at the same time, because the process illuminates new takeaways. It kind of makes sense to me that as you dissect a topic, you expose teaching points the surgeon maybe didn't even think to cover at first. So let's look at some examples of how you can address changes at the very end of a certain communication project. I mean, hey, sometimes something just gets missed. On the scapular case that I showed earlier, the whole time I had this Christmas dorsal branch of the TDA rolling down past the folks were ready to take off. And at the last meeting with the surgeon, he sees it and he says, oh, that's wrong, we gotta change that. It's actually supposed to be in the muscle, not on top of it. Guys, this was in most of the shots in this video. So I just Photoshop the changes, doesn't have to look pretty, just has to show that the change was understood. I took portions from other render frames and I just photobashed them. I revised the still frame from every shot in the video as the vessel appeared, and then I sent it back to review on the same day. And it still wasn't right. I had to composite that branch inside the muscle with a little transparency and a little blur, so you can still see it's in there. Now you remember what I mentioned earlier, why you keep a shot with this, and you keep an eye on that total frame count? That's why this is a situation why that's important, because I had to know that I would be able to render all those shots over however many decks I had before the video was due. But hey, look, we fixed it. I made a mistake. You know, we still, you know, the surgeon misses little details sometimes, they happen. But when you know your tools, you've got options for making corrections, you can implement changes rapidly and efficiently. Now, in another recent case, the surgeon had a whole new sequence of shots that they wanted to add at the end of the production. Honestly, this one was on me. I took the hit because they had mentioned something vague about this at the very first meeting, and I forgot to follow up on it. Ideally, how you probably want to respond here is, hey, this sounds great, let's shift this over to a new project and give it the attention it deserves, right? And sometimes that doesn't work. And I did say that here, but the response was, no, we have to include it. So, okay. So we compromised. I said, okay, you know, we'll add it, this is last minute content, but we'll do a set of still frames, and we'll use some 2D graphic elements. It won't have any camera animation, but it will make it right. They were okay with that. So I rendered out some stills of ZBrush of a few different models, and I photobashed them together to make the necessary changes, and I even faked the lighting. That did the trick. So even as an animator, it pays to know how to Photoshop. I want to finish up with a snippet of an actual conversation that I had with a surgeon. This is real. This was from my final sign-off meeting on a multi-month video project. The video was supposed to be launched, I think, the week after this meeting. So this is a real-life interaction. I start off. Hey, sorry for the mix-up earlier, but I think we got everything ironed out. Just thought I'd ask, do you have any suggestions for how we can improve efficiency on future projects? Surgeon says, no, you probably just send fewer emails. I mean, I don't need to see all those. Say, okay, fine. You know. So I started that off by giving them an opportunity to voice any complaints, and I use that as an inroad. Cool. Yeah, you know, so I just want to mention for these projects to work as smoothly as possible, we really want to make sure we lock down that script as early as possible and get input from all the collaborators really early on. They say sure. So we start reviewing the video. First line of narration, they say stop. Pause for a second, they're thinking. They say, do we maybe want to reword this? Like, should we just add something like the patient's history? I go, we're right. So that's kind of what I mean. I said we need to lock down the script early, right? The narration has to be recorded and edited. We do mention a few points about the patient's history in a little bit. But if we change the order of how this is all said, that means we have to re-record. And they say, okay, fine. So keep watching. Get to the end of the credits screen. The video's done. They say, dead serious. This is word for word. They say, let me see here. No, I want to get some feedback from other members of our group. I have to jump into this point. So I kind of saw this coming. I say, oh, wait, yeah, that's what I was getting at earlier when I was talking about like, the changes to the script. You know, we really got to get the lockdown really early. They say they're sort of thinking out loud, you know, they're thinking, okay, yeah, this is what we came up with, right? Yeah, you know what, I'm fine with this. Let's hold off. Okay, we're good. Okay. We got it. So, what I did, give it a little pushback, right? It seems simple enough, but why is that just not? Why is that not simple, right? Like, It's just so hard to speak up. I think it gets easier when you build up rapport with the other person. I think it's easier the better you know the procedure and what's important for telling the story. But it's always hard to speak up. It's always hard to say something that feels confrontational, but sometimes you have to, and I think this is key. Sometimes you have to push back because it's what's best for the success of the project. You know, maybe it's what's best for the target audience. Sometimes you have to advocate for the voiceless in the room. You always have to advocate for the work, and you always have to advocate for your client's own vision. You have to bring them back to why they hired you in the first place. It actually wasn't to make an illustration or an animation for them. That wasn't the reason. They want you to make an illustration or an animation to put their idea into the world. They didn't hire you to illustrate, they hired you to publish. So you need to push to publish. That's your job. To summarize, problem solving in surgical animation calls for restraint as a professional value. This comes up repeatedly. Keep your shots simple and add complexity gradually. Avoid dynamic simulations unless they're necessary. Even though it's supposed to be animated, sometimes a series of still frames will suffice. The experienced animator's instinct is to consistently subtract, simplify, and/or fake it convincingly rather than add complexity. Know the surgery well enough to ask the right questions. This is why you invest all that time up front in researching the topic and continue to research throughout production. You handle unclear feedback with insightful questions based on your knowledge of the subject. The surgeon tells you what they see and what they want to say. You don't invent the story, you manifest the narrative. Thank you again so much for having me. I'm happy to take any questions from the audience, and feel free to hit me up online on Easy to Find.
How long are your surgical animations in duration typically? Like how many minutes, seconds, frames? What do you usually get them with?
I'm sorry, I wasn't able to get a question there.
Oh, this is Cameron, and I was just asking how long your animations typically are in duration.
Oh, sure. So how long our animations are in duration? I would say they usually fall in the range of 3 to 5 minutes. And the number of like individual shots can, I think I did look over the last couple of projects I've done, and they usually are in the range of 40 to 70 individual shots or takes in C4D.
That's insane. Also, question, how long do you typically have to work on these animations?
So I would say a pretty accurate kind of median or average is about 4-ish months. I have had projects that go 6 or 8. I think this last one, I think it was longer. Yeah, usually we're looking at about 4 months for production.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Amanda Bear. I have a quick question. What is the name of the software you use for getting feedback from your team?
Oh, the software we use for getting feedback?
Yeah.
Sure. So, yeah, we do have a software called Collaborate with a K. And what that does is it allows us to post a video on a server that is a local-based server, which is really important because we're sharing a lot of videos that have surgical footage from the OR. So there is some red tape concerns about anonymity, privacy, and maintaining all that stuff. So we have to have it. It has to be based on a local server. Collaborate allows us to do that, and then we can send a video with a link to a surgeon, and they can add comments, and then it will be timestamped to the video. And it even has a feature where they can draw on a still frame of the video, which is pretty cool. So Vimeo has a lot of those same features. If you have a Vimeo Pro account, the only problem is that Vimeo is going to be web-based, right? It's not going to be on a private server. So.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Hi, Paul. This is Grace Roseberg. That was an awesome talk. Quick question for you. How do you generally approach requests from surgeons to animate suture patterns?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. How do I generally approach how to animate what? Sorry.
Suture patterns.
Sutures?
Yeah.
Oh, the sutures. For animating sutures, it's almost always done with a spline, and then we use a sweep nerves along the spline, and then I think you just animate the start and end. I think it's the end point of the spline, and then it would like animate like I think it's like you just put a circle spline inside of like a spline path underneath a sweep nerve, and then I think you can like animate it along there. I think that's what you do. I hope that answers the question.
Hi, I went to, I'm still a graduate student here, and I haven't had the opportunity to do any surgical animation, but I think it's super cool. So I'd love to ask about your workflow. You mentioned you kind of get like pre-existing models that exist for assets. What is kind of like the ratio to how much you have to sculpt from scratch, how much you have on hand? What's some of the resources that you have for getting models, and do you do any like 3D scanning of stuff that you have on hand?
Okay, so generating models. So on a lot of our videos, we will go with the patient's imaging, and we use CT scans. Actually, I think for our purposes, CTs are a little bit better than MRIs, but we have used both, and we'll pop those into either Slicer, or we have a more medically focused like software that does this kind of the same thing, but it's called Cesarean. Kind of does the same stuff as Slicer, but it's specifically tuned for clinical applications, and in particular for HPV or multi-organ transplant. What it can do is calculate the volume of an organ. So what the surgeons will do is they use that software to draw their transection line on the liver or another structure, and then it will tell them how much volume they're removing from that organ. So that's why we're looking to use that software, because that's what the clinicians are using. So we use that, and then we're spitting out like the OBJ files of just the reconstruction from the CT scans, and then we bring this into C4D for retrapology. And depending on the structure, we might put it in ZBrush and run Dynamesh and ZBrush on it, or we might do in C4D for like the vasculature. I do think it's faster to just like draw a spline along the path of the vessel and then use that sweep nerve technique I mentioned just a second ago for sutures. We kind of do the same thing for vessels.
Cool, thank you. That's super helpful. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Paul.
Should I move it? For the popping, or?
I haven't heard any additional clicking.
Okay, so we're good?
Alright, hi everybody. So I'm super pleased to introduce Jeff Day, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Art as Applied Medicine at Johns Hopkins University. He graduated with an MD at Case Western Reserve University and an MA in Medical Illustration at Johns Hopkins University. His science communication career is shaped by experience as a pediatrics intern, museum educator, and NIH digital media specialist. Please welcome Jeff Day.
Thanks for the introduction, Grace. Before I get started, I just want to crowdsource some help.
Me and Mansan are staying at an Airbnb, and it's really lovely, but we can't figure out how to turn on the shower. So I'll tell you what we tried so far. If you look at the rightmost picture, that handle, when you turn it, the water runs down the faucet, and when you pulled it and pushed it, but the water's not coming out the shower head, and there's like a yeah, what do you do?
On the faucet that you pull down on the.
Oh, you pull it down on the bottom. Is that a Georgia thing?
Like the last Airbnb I was at, they had a no shower.
So you learn from going to an Airbnb.
Well, the host had a little graphic and a description.
They have to give you instructions on how to use the. Oh, okay. Is there anybody else that would have been confused about that? I mean, thank you. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. I felt a little bit like an idiot. Me and Manson spent like 10 minutes trying to figure it out. So we actually did figure it out. And so, yeah, if you pull this thing down, it turns on the shower. You know, if you look at the faucet on the left, there's like a little doodad, and it tells you that, hey, maybe you could push it, right? And so that's an affordance. And that tells you, oh, maybe you could do something with it. And then that's an affordance that's like shaped like a hand, right? So we want to grab it and see what it does. But this thing, like, there's nothing that tells you to pull it, right? And if you look from up top, you don't even see it. So that's a hidden affordance, and you have to explore to find it. It was very frustrating. But anyways, so I was asked to talk a little bit about usability, and it just so happened I had, you know, this. I thought I would talk about some of the experiences in my life that has kind of changed how I thought about user-centered design. And user-centered design is basically design that doesn't make you feel stupid. And I did it, I put it together using a user journey map. So a user journey map is like a UX exercise that helps you empathize with the user. Usually it's used for interactive products, but it can be used for any product where you want to think on behalf of the user. There's not one way to make a user journey map. So here's another one, and I'll just use this as an example. This is Spotify. If you look at the top row, there's stages. So we're looking at the user as they click on the app, go in their phone, they listen to some music, they discover some music, they want to share it with their friend, they discuss, and they receive feedback. So they talk about it with their friend. And we've written out all the steps that the user pressed through, what they're thinking as they're going through it, their emotions. And there's also a part for touch points. So most of the touch points here are they're in the Spotify app, but there's a few where they're texting their friend or calling their friend. And so we're thinking really big picture about the entire experience surrounding this app. So we're not only thinking about the app that we're trying to make better, we're also thinking about all the things that are happening so we could put our feet in the user's shoes. Just one more example. This is Medline Plus. It's made by National Library of Medicine, where I used to work. And it's a consumer health product that gives health information. And the Medline Plus team would always be thinking about how do we make this experience more engaging, more helpful for our user. So the first thing that you want to think about is who your user is. So it's a government site, it's meant for everybody, but realistically, it's probably for an adult. So we create a persona and we think about the motivations of the person who's using our site. And this is just an interesting fact. Women are more likely to look up health information than men, but we still design for women and men combined. And then so here is a user journey map with that persona in mind. So I have less rows than the previous Spotify example, but you can see I have user action, thoughts, emotions, and I like to put opportunity. So opportunity, we're thinking about in each step, how do we make things better or whatever our goal is. So if we go across the top header, the first thing that we're going to do is think about how the user gets to our web page. So in this case, they did a Google search, but maybe they came here because they saw it on social media or they saw an ad or something. You want to think about that. Then they land on the page. What are they thinking? Do they think our page is trustworthy? And what are some opportunities to make our page seem trustworthy? What's the first thing that they look at? And we go through like the different things that they're looking through as they look through the page. This is just a note to the students. I think a lot of students always think that a user is going to read everything that you write and they're going to read it in the order that you, but really nobody does that. They look at like 10% of what you do. So you want to design for scanning and skimming. Finally, we're thinking about how the user is going to share information with others, and what do they do when they leave the page? So where do they go next? What are they thinking? And so we're thinking really broad about their entire experience. So that's the quick lesson on a user journey map. Now this is the main part of the talk, which is we're going to talk about this persona. Oh wait, no, I didn't get there yet. In summary, user journey maps visualize the user's whole experience, build empathy, expose pain points, reveal opportunities, and prioritize what matters. So I got too excited. I wanted to talk about myself, which is the next persona. And so we're going to talk about, this is baby Jeff in grad school before he ever heard about UX or usability or anything like that. He's so blissfully naive. And I'm just going to talk, I created a user journey map of how I thought about user-centered design. And I really appreciated Amanda's talk, how she did all the testing, thinking about her users and things like that. And Paul was just talking about all the patient feedback. That's so helpful. So here is my user journey map. And my user journey map is not me using a product, but my interactive is life. So this is me going through life. And I'm just going to go through each column one by one. So how did I first discover UX or user-centered design? This is my friend and classmate Edwin. We're at an anime convention, and he let us make a BMO costume out of garbage for him. He was super into UX design. So starting second year, this is a more professional shot of Edwin. He started taking classes outside of what we were learning in class, and I had never heard of anything he was talking about, and so I was really anxious that I was behind. And he eventually, and is now a professional UX designer. He's still working in the health field, but he was a big inspiration for me, and kind of started early how I thought about developing products. So, an opportunity could be to introduce UX earlier in our curricula, which hopefully we are in our program. Next, in my grad school experience, this is the first time I got to get some user feedback. So I was making a website for kids with spinal cord injury. That's Dr. Einstein, and we, instead of a frog in the throat, we have a frog in the back analogy, like a visual metaphor. And I got to bring this to Kids Team, which is a group of kids that they test products for companies, and they're very used to giving feedback. So I brought some animations to them, and excited to learn from the moderator, like how do we get some feedback? They all wrote Post-it notes, and then we gathered the Post-it notes into themes, and they liked that it was funny, so I was pretty proud of that. But they thought the frog was confusing, and that was like the whole basis of my thesis, so it's kind of frustrating. So I thought, oh man, I gotta test this earlier. I had tested all the way, you got your benchmark scripts, storyboard, sketches, illustrations, all that stuff, but I did it with my preceptors. So it's very important to bring it to whoever your actual user is, or whoever best represents your user. Basic idea is we've got to test throughout development with our intended audience, if possible. So the next step in my career, I started working at the NIH, and I was trying to make online engagement better at National Library of Medicine. I made a bunch of explainer animations, and that's where I learned about accessibility. This is something I had never heard about, but it was a new way for me to think that, oh, there's also like the disabled, and they may be accessing this information differently than I expect. And how do I develop things for them? So this is a summary of accessibility guidelines for if you are making a video. And at the time, again, I said I never heard about it, but I was very excited to, well, I'll say that the folks around me, they viewed accessibility as kind of like this burden and this challenge and this kind of thing, this necessary evil, but I wanted to think about it as a really interesting challenge where I make the best, most engaging, most fun, most interesting thing I possibly could while following all the accessibility guidelines. Because I had never heard of it, I wanted to present it at AMI and talk about it. And I know the students out there, it's very intimidating to want to give a talk, and you might think that, oh, people are already going to know about it. But I think anything that you learn about that's new to you, it's going to be new to somebody else, especially with how wide our field is getting. So I very much encourage any students to consider giving talks as well. I was also reading about usability at the time. So one of the classic books is The Design of Everyday Things. And when I read it, it really validated how I felt in life. One of the central tenets is that if you are unable to figure out how to use something, it's not your fault, it's the designer's fault. So they should be making something better for you. And so that made me feel better because I suck at using a lot of things, but also it made me feel strongly that like whatever I design, I want to try to make sure that no one feels stupid, that they're able to use it as best as possible. One of the examples in the book that I remember and think about a lot is that we live with a lot of design frustrations in our life, and a lot of us don't think that things could be better. So one example is stickers on fruit. And so, you know, we've all had the experience of like a sticker that doesn't peel off or rips off halfway, or you just like, you gotta gnaw off like a huge gash. And look at that poor pear on the, it's got 2 stickers. You know, I've noticed that some fruit now, they have like tabs and you can like pull the tab and it's like really easy. So there are design solutions to, you know, even make these small things better. This is an illustration example. This is me on a tablet using Photoshop. A scroll bar is always on the right. It cannot move to the left. I'm left-handed, and when I try to scroll, my hand like eclipses the entire screen, so I can't tell when I'm scrolling. And there's like, you know, 1/9 of the population is left-handed or something like that, right? It's a lot of us, but to this day, you can't move the scroll bar. So there's a design opportunity right there. To make things better. So this got me thinking constantly about design opportunities. The book has also made my life more annoying because now I notice a lot of design opportunities that bother me. So this is an example of my first usability test. When I started at the National Library of Medicine, they had already created this app for people with movement disorders. Most common movement disorders are Parkinson's disease and essential tremor. Movement disorders make things difficult to access. So this is a journal that patients could use to mark down their symptoms throughout the days, and we can track their medication and kind of figure out how to titrate the medication best that way. The participants in our study all got an iPad to borrow, and they would take it home, they would record their data. So my job was to kind of interview them and do some user testing with them. When I watched them use the iPad app, there's no problem. It's very intrinsic, the layout was easy, the organization was good, the buttons were really large, so it's very easy to press. But very few people were entering data. And one of the big reasons was because it's a pain to carry around an iPad the whole day, right? And so that made me realize that, like, are we asking the right question, right? So was the iPad the right decision to start with? So after that, we started researching phone interaction. Where do people usually press? How do people interact with phones? What size buttons you should make? And there's a lot of research on button size, but there's very little research on button size for people with movement disorders. And of course, it's very hard because there's a lot of big spectrum of ability with movement disorders. But we wanted to get a sense of an idea. So we designed a button study, and we designed buttons on different sides of the screen, how much space should be in between buttons, button shape, button size, etc. And we developed a phone version of the app instead with very large buttons. So the opportunity there is to consider the user's whole experience and not just the app. So in this case, user journey map would have been really helpful, where we map out the entire experience and think about, like, where are their pain points, where are their frustrations, and what might motivate them to use the product that we want them to use. I mentioned that I was really inspired by accessibility while working at NIH. So I had the opportunity to do a few more tests with accessibility since. I had an intern at NIH, and we wrote up a project for her to create an educational game that taught science and health. This one is on antibiotic resistance, and she created a fun little card game. So we knew the rules for digital accessibility, but we wanted this card game to be printable, and we didn't know how to make it accessible, like if it's actually tangible. And there is an accessibility office in NIH, and we went to them and we went to them for ideas, and they were a little unsure as well. So our original idea was to make Braille cards, but I can't remember when we decided to, but we were lucky enough to visit the Maryland School of the Blind. And so we could ask them for ideas of, how do we make these things accessible? On the right is a Braille printer. We learned that not everybody that is low vision uses Braille, and we learned that Braille print is extremely expensive, like surprisingly expensive, and very few people have a Braille printer at home. On the left, you can see a lady, she is like embossing a piece of paper, and so they are creating these workbook pages where low vision users can feel their way along the page. Sometimes they use strings, and so you can feel and you can learn at the same time. And so that kind of inspired us to make a 3D printed version of the card game, where you could feel the edges of the cards, you could feel the little bumps on the cards, and you could use a screen reader to hear the instructions digitally, or hear the lessons that you want to learn. And so this was one example of, going to a source was very helpful for overturning our assumptions of what the solution could be. Another accessibility thing that I tested was audio description. So when you're creating a video, one way to make it accessible was with closed captioning, right? So if you can't hear, you can still read what's on the bottom of the screen. Audio description is when a narrator narrates the most important things that are on a screen so that someone who can't see can access that information. And I have a big goal of creating things with universal design, so just creating one version that satisfies the needs of both abled and disabled users, or as many people as possible. By the way, so audio description, usually there's two versions of the video. If you check on Netflix under accessibility, there's actually a bunch of videos that you can get an audio described version of. It's kind of interesting to check out. But it's expensive and very time intensive to create two versions of any video, even if it's just a couple minutes long, right? So I created a test where I tried to write a script that I thought met audio description needs, but I tried to make it as short as possible. And then we also hired a professional audio description writer and asked them for opportunities to add in description. So the top video shows an example of one of my scripts.
To maximize the potential for learning, students need variety within their courses.
And this is one with added audio description.
To maximize the potential for learning, students, like this orange slanty-headed boy in turquoise throw with large round glasses, need variety within their courses.
So I like the top one way better because I think the bottom one has a lot of unnecessary information and it takes a long time, and usually when I watch an explainer video, I want it to go as fast as possible. I was able to test this with the National Federation of the Blind, and a bunch of users actually liked the bottom video, and some even were thankful that it exists. And so that was, to my surprise again, and kind of overturned some of my assumptions and really showed me that like I shouldn't make assumptions on behalf of everyone, and I want to make sure I talk to my core persona or audience to think about like what works best for them. So that was pretty eye-opening for me. So that was humbling, yeah. And finally, now I get to work with students on a variety of projects. I get to share some of the information that I'm sharing with you today. So I appreciate getting to pay it forward, and I'm excited that I feel like my students are interested in accessibility and they try to pass it forward. Real quick, on the top we have Grace and Libby's project. So thanks Grace and Libby's for helping to run a great meeting today. Yeah, so I'm very proud of the students and what they're creating, and I'm learning so much from them, from their inquiries, just like Amanda was giving examples from her students. So this is my user journey map again that we went through the entirety of. When should you create a user journey map? You could do it before, during, or after a project, and doing it at some point is better than not doing one. And of course, if you do it early, it could be very helpful. You want to include a persona, a user scenario, journey phases, actions and emotions, opportunities for improvement, and my final thoughts are you want to think on behalf of your primary audience. You want to actually talk to them if possible. If you can't talk to them, you could do different exercises to better understand their experience. And you want to begin the user-centered process early. I'll give one more thanks to my friend Edwin. We designed a not so user-friendly costume for him, but he sowed the seeds for me to start thinking on behalf of others, and I hope to pass it on. So thanks. If anybody wants to.
Any questions?
So, just a comment, we had, one of the few times we got in real trouble was, we had got into a project and they said, we need this to be made accessible. And it was mentioned early on in the project, and as we got into it, we realized we were on the hook for that. The trick was that it's going to be evaluated by a third party. And so it's just a word of warning that anyone tells you that the project is going to need to be made accessible in some way, ask questions and don't just assume you're going to sort it out as you go along. Because for us, the person who's assessing it had not used interactive with 3D models. We never really done anything like that before. And so they were kind of figuring it out as they went along. We were figuring it out. The client wasn't really, didn't really know how to help us. And it took a lot longer. We ended up spending some extra money trying to solve problems. The client was happy in the end. It all worked out. But it's a cautionary tale, that's all. So accessibility is a real thing. So have you run into that where things have had to be evaluated by a third party?
Yeah, I'll just comment on that. If you need to make something accessible, it's better to plan from the very beginning. It's kind of hard to retrofit accessibility sometimes. And so after working at the NIH, I tried to think about it early for sure. I will say, depending on what the criteria is, some of them are subjective. Like audio description is subjective. You know, I think that either the videos I showed could possibly pass the test, but there could be contrast issues, and that they can measure that, so that's easy. Or, you know, maybe you need alternative text or something like that, so you need to provide that. I had one other thought about that, but I forgot what it was. Let me think for 1 second. Yeah, I'll think about it. Sorry.
Any other questions? All right, thank you so much, Jeff.
Thank you. While I was studying up, I remember what I was going to say. If you have any government-funded project, you have to make it accessible. And there's a lot of government-funded projects out there, right? So it's a good thing to learn about. Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Whenever he's plugged in, you should be able to deep from the microphone.
Yeah, and so like another thing I
All right, we'll get started. So, Kelvin Lee, founder and creative director of Antigen Studios, possesses more than 18 years of professional experience in medical and scientific animation. His expertise encompasses pharmaceutical communications, biotechnology, patient education, broadcast media, and scientific visualization. Please welcome Kelvin Lee.
Hi everybody, thanks for having me. It's been a while since I've been here. It's what, 2020. It's good to be back. Really enjoyed these conferences at UGA. Graduated in 2008 from Medical College of Georgia, now Augusta University. I've worked at Hurt Studios, I've worked at Cosmosite, now Microverse, Nucleus Medical Media. I was art director there, and then I was art director and partner at Vessel Studios, and now I have a medical animation company called Antigen Studios. We work with in the pharma space as well as the biotech. We also dabble a little bit in patient education. I'll show you a little bit of the work that we do. within my career, I've worked anywhere between the super large agencies as well as smaller boutiques and more patient education, medical animation vendors. Throughout all of those, I've sat in on quite a bit of hiring for animators and illustrators. And there seems to be, I guess, a disconnect between what's been shown within schools for students coming out of school and for the professionals, because for a lot of the work that's done within the pharmaceutical industry, there's of NDAs as well as confidentiality agreements that are signed between the companies that are the vendor and the agencies that they're working with. So I'm going to talk today about both portfolios or demo reels for students, what companies look for with reviewing student demo reels, as well as for the professional going out into the world. Either you're been in the game for a few years, 10 years, 20 years, you know, it's a little bit different than the student. Also, we'll touch on the constraints of NDAs and ownership of the material that you have. Also, we'll talk about networking and preparing for interviews and how interviews are a two-way street. And when you go for an interview, it's for them to find out about you, but also for you to find out if it's a good fit for you and if it's the work that you want to do. So for student work, I consider the applicant's potential, you know, coming straight out of school. Their style's not fully developed, but you get like glimpses of how they handle storytelling, how they handle motion, what they think looks good. And I think that's one of those big things that throughout the career is something that I always look for, is an applicant's taste. Sometimes that's something that can develop over time, and especially with professional artists, they can develop a very strong sense of style. What I'm also looking for is how they think through scientific problems, how they show biological process, whether or not they, you know, focus on all the details and lose the big picture. Design fundamentals are huge. You know, a lot of times when we're in school, we learn about 2D design, 3D, and animation's a different beast. Moving images and temporal storytelling is something that a skill that you should develop as you go along, especially with rough cuts and animatics, really refining that before moving to final animation. And move to what teams look for students. So we talked about taste, visual style, and problem solving. So with some studios where they're smaller, the style alignment really matters. So if you go to work at a place that, say, it does like surgical animation that has like a set style that doesn't change, like they do that set style for all their animations. You go to a larger house that does you know, pharmaceutical animation that has various styles that are sometimes dictated by an art director or by the client. Some people, you know, want to do one style and one style only. So maybe they want to go to work for a place that has that one set of style. So depending on where the student wants to go work, it could really change what they're looking for and what the team's looking for. Also looking at student work, year after year, from the different schools, they have somewhat similar, consistent assignments. So you'll have like a device animation, you get like one molecular animation, maybe something veterinary. So there's going to be similar content and subject matter year to year within the subject, the student body. The standout is like, say, the thesis. I think regardless of the subject matter, what needs to stand out is clear thinking, the strong fundamentals in movement, composition, and visual communication. Something that I look for in interviews is how they respond to feedback. So I'd say one of the biggest things working with a team is providing feedback and critiquing each other. And if you see something wrong with the science, if you see something wrong with the motion, the visuals, having that rapport. And so how a student responds to feedback about their work reflects very significantly in whether or not they're able to be coached into refining the animation to get it to final. And another big one is the ability to critique their own work. When talking about their own work, students should be able to speak about where they think they could improve, or perhaps where they have not hit the mark. It can indicate the desire to improve their skills and drive them to grow as an animator. And this is also a good indicator of how heavily they will need to be directed on the fundamentals. So this is something that is also important for professionals. Think self-critique and reviewing your work, reviewing the science, and understanding if something doesn't look right, maybe I should fix it before going to review. Fixing something 2 days earlier is better than day before a final deliverable or a rough cut to the client. And that typically ends up being, going to review and getting 5 lines of notes versus a full page of notes, right? For professionals, managers assume that you can be placed on a project and trusted to execute without extensive supervision. So if you're fresh out of school, there's quite a bit of hand-holding and getting up to speed that's expected. When you're a professional, you should be expected to understand how to put a storyboard together, how to splice narration with the animation, and depending on the size of the company or if you're specializing, the focus should be on demonstrating expertise within your focus. So if you're focusing on rigging, make sure you have plenty of rigging within your reel. If you're going to be someone who does lighting, make sure you focus on that. So within your reel, since many studios work within teams, make sure you document your contributions. So if you show, a set of animations within your demo reel and you only did the animation part and you didn't do the lighting or the rigging, make sure you say that that's what you did. Again here, experience and judgment and taste come into play quite a bit. So here, there's quite a bit of need for style alignment between the artist and studio. So if you're a professional looking to join a team that is looking for simulation artists, and you don't do simulation, it's probably not a great fit. A lot of these larger studios have specialized roles. If you're an art director at some of these larger companies, you might not work much in 3D. You might do a lot of direction. And as a professional, have a concise reel. I'd say under 2 minutes, definitely closer to the 1 minute mark is ideal. I know most of these studios will only look at the demo reel or the show reel of an artist and maybe click on 1 or 2 maybe of the animations. So also collaboration and teamwork comes into play when joining a team. When you're a student, typically you're working by yourself. You do a little bit of teamwork on your thesis, but essentially most of the work that you've done is on your own. When you're part of a studio, you collaborate on projects, and how well you work and communicate with other artists is a huge part of joining a team. Again here, being able to critique your own work, look at your work and see what needs to be improved, and okay, for the demo reel or show reel for students professional, for molecular, showing an understanding of binding, blocking, and inhibition is key, and having something within your show reel that shows this kind of cause and effect. Go cellular, showing where these interactions are occurring with somewhat correct proportions. When to show detail, when to remove some of the surrounding elements. Showing a clear cause and effect, disease state, healthy state. I know in pharma, there's a lot of MOD animations that go into that. If you're doing device or anatomical within your show reel, make sure your anatomy is correct. If you're showing how the device works, understand how it works, where it works, as well as when you animate it, make sure that the rigging and the motion is solid. Storyboards are great to have within your portfolio, where you show how you think sequentially, how you plan your shots, in guiding the viewer with your plan for the animation. And for me, motion graphics are pretty good to have within your reel. So that's basic typography and layout, how things move, how things transition. In a lot of ways, it amplifies the storytelling. NDAs. What are non-disclosure agreements? This is confidential information that may include new therapeutic targets, drug mechanisms, clinical trial strategies, device designs, scientific hypotheses. Even a short animation clip can reveal critical competitive information. So there's NDAs for agencies and pharmas that you may work for. They protect the pharmaceutical company, the scientists and research teams, sometimes investors or regulatory strategy. The information in an animation can reflect years of research and a large financial investment, so confidentiality is taken very seriously. And there's also NDAs for studios. Even if you animated the project, the client or studio owns the work. That means you cannot automatically show it in the portfolio. Permission is usually required. Some work may never be shareable, and some of the animation techniques are proprietary. So what can you 100% not show? Anything unreleased, not publicly available, and anything internal to the pharmaceutical company. So, like looking at this list, you ask yourself, I can't show any of the work that I've done? And I'd say, since a lot of the work that we do for pharma and biotech is work for hire, the copyright is owned by those companies. Sometimes within the contracts, animation companies get the rights to include it on their site. But when you leave a company and you put together a demo reel, ask for permission, if it's publicly available, there's fair use. So I would not necessarily put it in a public-facing demo reel. I might have it behind a password-protected link. If there's animation that you worked on that's publicly available, maybe share the link to the animation directly. But even if you do send a link that has a password, make sure you say that this is confidential, etc. Do not share outside of the review process. So one way around this is to recreate or make animation or content for your reel specifically. So if you worked on something that is proprietary, this pathway, maybe make something generic, maybe do an MOD of something similar. This is somewhere where you can show your creative and stylistic viewpoint. Reimagine the shot without the drug structure. Is there a process or topic that you find interesting or that can fill in a gap within your show reel? So this is something that I suggest that I guess if you don't have a lot that you can show, you fill in those gaps. If you're starting your own studio, all the work that you are going to show you got to own that work. So you kind of have to start fresh. I'll go back to that. So some studios, when you leave, they'll help you put together your demo reel. They'll help you with your talk you through interview points, and sometimes that's to protect them. Make sure that the clips that you're using you're able to use. But keeping that in mind, it's good to understand general fair use and what's generally what's available to be used. Something that throughout my career has been huge is networking. So at the AMI meeting, get to meet some of your colleagues, talk to them, introduce yourself. I've had lots of mentors throughout the years. Andrew Swift's over there, Cameron Sladen, There's an AMI mentorship that you can sign up for, and if you're a professional, help mentor some students. I'm planning to join the mentorship this fall, hopefully. LinkedIn is a great place to network, see what studios are doing, what your colleagues are doing, connect with them, and it's a great place to showcase your work, but also it's a good finger on the pulse within not just within medical animation, but also within pharma as well as the agencies that we work with. And send some of these companies some cold emails. Doesn't hurt. What can they do? Just reply back, we don't have a spot open, but thank you for sending your portfolio, or thank you for contacting us, answer any questions. But this community is amazing, and there's so many great people that you can talk to at any stage of your career, if you're a student, if you're a professional. So definitely network. So at the interview, NDAs and confidentiality still apply. You can screen share some publicly available work. Make sure you specifically state that it's owned by the studio or the company, the pharmaceutical company, and talk about the role that you played. Interviews go both ways. Make sure that if it's right for you. If it's an in-person location, I would try to go visit. I know that video interviews are huge now, and all the rage since remote work is kind of the norm. But if it's in office, I would definitely go there, see if you like the town, see if you like the vibe within the workspace. What kind of work do they do? Do they do molecular work? Do they do surgical work? Do they do patient ed? Is it explainer videos? Is it 2D animation? And when you talk about your work, make sure you understand the science. Especially as a professional, a project you worked on like 6 years ago, it's like, this molecule binds to that, and I think this happens. It's like not a great look. Just brush up on what you've put in your reel. Be ready to speak about the science. Walk through your process, how you work. If you're a modeler, I start basic shapes. I use primitives. I use MeGraph. And talk about some problem solving. We had, not being specific, but a project that was short on time. So instead of doing 3 minutes of animation, we did 3 20-second teaser clips, and then we moved to animation for the next conference or something like that. Some great supplementary materials, sketchbook, how you ideate on ideas, storyboards, medical illustrations. Even if you're planning on just doing medical animation, a lot of these studios also do illustrations using the 3D assets, and having those skills are a huge asset. Fine art, as well as video editing. Having great editing skills is something that's undervalued. I appreciate all of you for taking time to listen. We have a few minutes left if you guys have any questions.
question.
Thank you, Cal.
There's a camera and he wants it.
It's not really a question. Absolutely gorgeous artwork, as everybody expected. Like, just beautiful stuff up there and all fantastic information. I wanted to add to just one thing that you said that was very important. Send your demo reels when you feel like you're proud of them, because studios will open and watch every single demo reel they get. They always will. So expect that, you know, send it, do it. Thank you.
Alright, and now we have a 15-minute break.
30-minute break. 4 o'clock.
Closely with other faculty and illustrators in the educational resources to create new, high-quality, and accurate anatomical models to help the students understand the complexities and differences in the anatomy across domestic species. Please welcome Fred.
Thank you, Libby. Libby is one of those illustrators you just mentioned. So, thanks for having me. Thank you for the invitation to speak. So just a little bit about me. Like I said, that kind of describes me. That picture was taken by one of my students in one of my lectures. But yes, I'm one of the anatomists. There are roughly, it depends on the course, but there's roughly 5 or 6 anatomists in each of our courses that we teach. So they're team taught. And this year I had really the joy of being the team leader of the anatomists for multiple courses. So that all happened this year, and we teach in a systems-based curriculum. So we start off with musculoskeletal, we go through the cardiovascular system, we go GI, all the way through. I could go on. We have multiple courses that we teach in that way. I've been here at UGA since 2012, so I was kind of homegrown here, and so I've been teaching for 14 years here. So I love it. This is what I love to do. So I got my PhD in comparative biomedical science here, and here's all the stuff I'm doing. So besides teaching anatomy, I also have some projects I'm working on. I'm collaborating with a human dentist, not a veterinary dentist, looking at the differences between humans and mammals and pathologies that occur. And I'm always interested in finding ways that I can bring more species into what we teach, because historically what we teach is small animal and large animal. When we say small animal, we say dogs. When we say large animal, we say horses and cows. And so I've been slowly bringing in more things like birds and reptiles. That's what I've been doing more recently, but I'll show you some of that today. But I'd like to do more, so we'll see what the future holds. But you know, when we talk about the species that are normally treated here, most of the time it's dogs and cats, horses and cows. But there are some exotics. There's fish, you know, so there's always opportunities for more. So I think that by sprinkling that in, it helps drive curiosity. And I think, unfortunately, many times we just they tend to ask us, what do we need to know for the exam? I'm like, well, I hope you're also here to learn and that you're interested. So I try to drive that. But I also am interested in improving effectiveness in teaching and assessments. And I literally was just at a symposium until noon this morning in Lake Lanier. So I'm glad to be here. I'm glad that I'm actually here and I'm not driving anymore. So, but I'm trying to promote more of this rigorous curriculum and making it more manageable for our students, but and so that they're not feeling the anxiety and the stress that we tend to kind of cause our students to have. So anyway, that's the stuff that I'm interested in and I'm working on, and some of the research I'm doing as well. So this is what makes our students stressed, right? This is all the things, this is just bumps on the bones. And there's all these different names, and they have to know all these things, right? It's craziness. So, like I said, one of the things that I'm doing, I meant to highlight this one, but one of the things I'm doing is I'm trying to create more, we are creating right now with medical illustrators here at the Educational Resources, some 3D virtual models that I kind of found that students struggle with. And so I've been meeting with them, and they do an amazing job. They make a backbone of a model, and then they say, how does this look? And I'll say, most of the time, that looks amazing. And then sometimes like, well, this needs a little tweaking. And so hopefully this time next year, I'll have some of those models I can show off. I don't have any of those this year, unfortunately. But so that another slide. Like, this is just one bone, and there's all these terms that they have to know, right? So if I would like to, hopefully, these models that we're creating will help to make this seem less. It'll be rotatable models. They'll have little boxes they can click on. It tells them what it is. They can quiz themselves, and it hopefully will help them see what they're learning, more than just having a list of things they have to know. So this is what we do in vet school. We have learning objectives, so I thought I'd do this for you guys. So hopefully by the end of this, you'll be able to recognize some of the bones. You probably already can recognize some of the bones. I don't know the level of which the knowledge you have in veterinary anatomy, but hopefully you can recognize the bones. We're going to talk about some features that are similar and things that are different. Talk about joints, flexion and extension, and then how that allows for the function of the limb, and then some of the other specific structures, specialized structures like nails, claws, that kind of stuff. Okay, so we are in the class of Mammalia, right? We are mammals, and what I have seen is that I don't pretend to be an expert in every single species of mammals, right? But I assume, if you talk about the dog and the horse and the cow, their anatomical structures are going to be pretty similar to, say, a giant anteater or something like that, right? Their thoracic limbs are probably going to be pretty similar. They're going to have similar bones, similar muscles, similar structures. So that's what we'll see are those similarities. But then when you get into birds and reptiles, that's where you start to see, because they're so variable, the species that you see within those classes, reptiles especially, there's huge variety, huge variability, and so I'll show you some of that. All right, so when you talk about bone, I do this in one of our foundations courses. we ask them, okay, we like give them whiteboards. We say, all right, draw what do you think a bone looks like? And this is kind of what I expect a lot of people to put. And actually, they knew what I was asking them to do, so they were like really drawing really accurate bones. Like, oh, dang it. So, but some of them did this, and I was like, yes, this is what I expect you think bones look like. And actually, they look like this, right? So, and this is a human arm, and so they don't see this, but our students see all the other bones, all the other species, and hopefully they start to think this way and not the cartoonish way. Like when I look at a dog walking by, I'm like, oh, it's a cute dog, and I'm like, I'm unconsciously visualizing all their anatomy, which is kind of weird, but like when I'm petting a dog, I'm like, oh, look at the tuberosities on it. So this is a really good dog. It's nice and good condition. I can feel its ribs. But I'm hoping that our students end up that way as well. So here's the general bones of the thoracic limb. I might use the word thoracic limb or forelimb interchangeably because it's the same thing. Like the thorax, obviously, knows where your rib cage is, right? And the arm attached to that is the thoracic limb. So in animals, since they walk on all fours, it's the forelimb or the front limb. So sometimes I use those interchangeably. So as you go down, this is like from top down: scapula, humerus, radius and ulna. So hopefully all those, does everyone know these bones? Yeah. Everyone's comfortable with these bones? Yeah. Okay, all right. I'm sure that y'all have seen a lot of this before. So this is the stuff that we don't really talk about in vet med, right? Because we don't treat humans. But I tell them, use your own body as like a cheat sheet, right? So when we're talking about the biceps brachiae, for example, and it's the major flexor, one of the major flexors of the elbow. So I'm like, on the exam, we'll ask them, we'll tag a muscle and say, what's this function on the limb? And they're like moving themselves around, like, okay, good. It's a way for them to visually see the structures and understand it in a real manner. So it's pretty good. So you should know then the bones, you can see scapula back here, so obviously this is the shoulder joint, so between the humerus and the scapula is the shoulder, between the humerus, radius, and ulna is the elbow, the wrist, which is also called the carpus, and then the phalangeal joints, right? And so humans, one of the things that's different in humans is that we have collarbones. There are some other mammals that have collarbones, but the ones that typically have the collarbones are the ones like primates who climb, hang, and so it gives more structural support to their shoulder. We're also a little bit more mobile than you'll see in some of the other domestic species. So here's the dog. This is one of my favorite species, right? It's what I started my anatomical journey, right? Was learning the dog. And, well, I take it back. It's probably like a fetal pig in high school or something. But as far as veterinary anatomy goes, this was my entry point into vet med. But you can see, like, the anatomy is pretty similar when you're talking about the thoracic limb. Scapula, proximally, humerus, radius, ulna, carpus, metacarpal bones, and the digits, right? So the dog is pretty similar to the horse and the cow. It's just scaled a lot smaller, right? And I'll show you that in a second. But as you can see, so they lack clavicle, so they spend most of their time on all fours, right? And they don't need to reach up and grab and hang on anything, so they don't need that structural support. So I say they don't have clavicles. Depends on who you ask. And sometimes you'll find a tiny little remnant of one, and that's the speck you can see right there in front of the scapula. So sometimes there may be some little mineralized body. But you can see that the function of the limb, the leg said, I don't need that bone, so it's regressed, right? It makes sense. So that's how it's adapted, and it allows for speed for running, and they also walk on their toes. We have different terminology for how we walk, whether on our toes, our feet, so digitigrade, plantigrade, it's on our feet, unguigrade, that's on the nails, which is what we'll see in the large animals, right? And the dog also has these pads. So the pads are cool because they act as shock absorbers, but they're also how they get the sensory information from the ground. So let's compare that to the large animals. So again, here's another dog leg. Then the horse leg is the one to the left of your screen, and you can see like the bones look very similar until you get to the foot, right? So there, you might also notice there's some fusion that occurs between the radius and the ulna, right? So you have this bone here, so that's the radius, and here's the ulna. There's some fusion that occurs there. But like from the carpus up, it's very similar, right? And that's because they're both mammals, they both do similar things, but the horse is even more adapted for speed, and it needs even more of that shock absorption, and that's when you have these carpal bones. You see they're stacked on top of each other, and then, I'm not going to go into detail, but there's also a lot of muscle and ligament attachment on the back of the foot, and that allows for more of that shock absorption, even though it's only walking on one digit, right? So here you can see, again, the dog, horse, and then the bovine limb. Again, it looks very similar. It's just scaled a lot bigger. And instead of one toe, it has two, right? So the idea of that is that, from what I've heard, is that, you know, it's developed two toes. It's not as fast, like it's not built for speed, but it needs a little bit more traction. So it has evolved to have two instead of one for that purpose. They do have some vestigial digits as well, but they're kind of this little grayish bleb right there. So those are the dew claws, which the dog has a dew claw as well. And so we've highlighted those here for you, and so you can see how there's a lot of similarities. So you can see there is some fusion as well for the radius and ulna between the horse and the cow as well. Okay? Any questions so far? This is another thing I like to do when I'm teaching. Like, I didn't do this for you guys because it would have been too much, but I try to like ask you questions to make sure that you're getting what I want you to get out of it. But I was like, I don't have time. I have 30 minutes, so I'm going to try and keep this within 30 minutes. Okay, so some specialized structures the large animals have are their hooves, which are like, if you think of it, it's like our fingernails. But what's weird about them is that it's completely encasing the distal phalange, so your distalmost bone of your finger. It's encased in those hooves, right? In the claws they're called claws in the cow, but they're hooves too. So they, again, specialized structures based on the function of the limb. And if you were to cut into this hoof, you'd see on the back of the hoof, or on the palmar surface of the hoof, there's a digital cushion in there, and I could spend multiple lectures on just the hoof, especially in the horse, because there's a phrase, no hoof, no horse, right? If there's any pathology with the foot and you can't treat the foot, that horse is unfortunately not meant for this world, right? So if you've heard of laminitis, it's a huge problem in horses. That's where that bone, the distal phalanx in the hoof, rotates, and it ends up like perforating through the bottom of the hoof, and it's very painful. The horse can't walk, and unless you catch it early, there's no real fix for that. So unfortunately, that's a very common problem we've seen in horses. So I've put some of the functions there of the specialized structure of the hoof. All right, so I just wanted to compare more things. So, and this is kind of a joke, but you can see how the carpus, I mean, it's got two rows of carpal bones, and they're pretty similar. I'm not going to go into those details. I do that with our students. They have to literally number these bones, right? They have to know which ones are fused and which species, which aren't, but I try to make generalities for them, and you can see there's two rows of carpal bones in all three species. There's just a couple of fusion that's a little bit different. The reason that those bones are important is there's joints between them, muscles attached to different bones, so that's why they're important to know. If you compare a horse foot to your hands or your foot, they're walking on their middle finger, so horses are always they're being rude to you all the time. So, anyway, so that's kind of a cool comparative figure that shows how the horse has developed over time to reduce its unnecessary structures built for speed, right? The horse is like one of the ultimate athletes. The only one that's more of an athlete, I would say, are birds, because they can literally fly. So their cardiovascular system is insane. I can tell you about that, but I can't today. So the muscles of the thoracic limb, I just put these pictures up to show you some of these muscles. And is working on the thoracic limb model for me. So I have those models I was telling you about. Hopefully, like I said, this time next year, I could have shown you those, and I could rotate it, and I could show you all the different things, but unfortunately all I have right now are pictures. I do have a little thing I'll show you in a minute that Educational Resources has made, which is pretty cool, that explains how these muscles work, which I also use in my teaching. So you can see that there's muscles of the shoulder up here. So the way the muscles work, right, is they cross a joint. All a muscle can do is contract and relax, right? So if these muscles up here pull on the front of the shoulder, they're going to extend the shoulder. I'll talk about this a little bit more too when I'm talking about flexion and extension. But these muscles down here, right, so these are on the back of the leg. If they contract, those muscles get shorter, they're going to pull on the back of the carpus and they're going to flex the carpus. This is a very difficult topic that the vet students, it takes them, I mean, I have some students now, first-year students, who still don't completely understand it. And I'm like, IMSK was in the fall. And so I'm still trying to find the most effective ways of explaining this. So it's important, we have to know what the muscles are, where they attach, and if you know that, then you can then extrapolate the function they have on the limb. But you have to understand what flexion and extension is, right? So this picture is good because it tells you this is the flexor surface. See, this is the flexor surface. So it's kind of the way that I explain flexion and extension, using your body, right? If you were to flex all of the joints in your arm, you would make it as short as you possibly could, right? It's basically like balling up your body into as small of a thing you can, okay? And then extension is like I'm gonna reach out and grab something, right? So that's how I explain it. But another way to explain it is that, you see how the angle of this joint, it's more acute on this side compared to on this side. This is more of an obtuse angle, to use some math terms, right? So if you make this angle, so if there's a muscle that's attaching here, there's a muscle that comes down and attaches here, there actually is one, it's the tricep. If that muscle contracts and it pulls the scapula down, that's going to flex the shoulder, right? But also, if that muscle contracts and it pulls on this process right here, which is called the olecranon process of the elbow, it's going to pull that, it's going to pull that up and it's going to extend the elbow because it's making this acute angle larger. Does that make sense? It takes some time, like sometimes the students have to sit with it. And the other problem is that when you compare the thoracic limb to the hind limb, they're in the opposite directions. So sorry guys, they alternate, if that helps you. So you can see like the flexor surface is on the caudal aspect of the shoulder, it's on the cranial aspect of the elbow, it's on the palmar aspect of the carpus, and then it stays palmar on the foot. But if you think about it, like if you compare that to your own hand, I'm flexing my wrist and then I'm flexing my digits. So that's a way that I try to, again, give them their cheat sheet of their own body. Okay? So I'm going to show you, let me close out this real quick. This is something that Educational Resources has made for us. It's really cool. That helps me explain this process. So, let me make it full screen. So you can drag this little thing right here. So right now it's kind of in a normal position, like it's standing. Did you make this, Brad? Yeah. Nice. So we're gonna flex the limb. Now it could flex more, but for teaching purposes, you can see that We're starting off in a normal standing position, and it's going to flex its digits, it's going to flex its carpus, it's flexing its elbow, and it's flexing its shoulder, right? It's making all those joints smaller, those joint angles smaller. Does that make sense to everyone? So then in the opposite, it's going to start in the flex position, and it's the same thing, but all of these lines that you see that are drawn from bone to bone, those are muscles. And so, I mean, I could sit here and tell you what all those are, but I only have 8 more minutes, so I can't do that right now. But this is really cool. It's really good. So I really like these tools that we can use to teach students the function of the limb, because unfortunately, we work with, fortunately but unfortunately, we work with embalmed cadavers, and they don't really move very much. So that's a problem. Present. There we go. So thank you, Brad. This is great. So let's talk about some bird stuff real quick while I have a few more minutes. So the bird, obviously, it has wings. So the thoracic limb are the wings, right? And look how different it is. But also look how similar it is. It still has a humerus. It still has a radius and a ulna. It has a reduced number of phalanges, but the bones are still there, right? They're just different shape, different numbers. They do have a different large process here. There is a coracoid process in the mammals, but it's massive in the birds. Why is that, do you think? Well, if you look in this upper picture, you can see the coracoid process is going across, the clavicle is going across. So again, they have a developed clavicle like the primates in the description I used earlier. But they're attaching to this really large bone on the midline, which is the sternum. It's called a keel in birds. And birds are built for flight, right? So they have massive muscle attachment that goes from the sternum and up to those muscles, or up to those bones, excuse me. So it creates this thoracic girdle that these muscles can attach to, because they need that rigidity for the muscle attachment to be able to exert all that force up and down, right? So they need extra anchoring locations for their muscles. The other thing that's really cool about bones in birds is that they're not necessarily hollow. They still have some bony struts, as you can see in that image, but they are called pneumatized. So there is some air sacs that extend from within their body cavity into their bones, which makes them lighter, but they're still strong enough for supporting the body. So birds are really cool, and I wish I could go into more time. But they have the specialized structures, which are feathers, right? They need those for flight. So they need it for more than flight, but for at least for the thoracic limb, they need them for flight. All right, reptile anatomy. This is where you get into all your crazy differences, right? So there's multiple orders within the class Reptilia, and there's not that many Rhynchocephalia. There's only like 1 or 2 of those, but there's tons of species of snakes. Like, we don't even know how many. There's so many snakes. Turtles and crocodiles. So the crocodilian skeleton, look at that. Isn't that cool? Yeah. I find all these things fascinating. So for whatever reason, they developed to crawling on their bellies, right? So look at their limbs. They're kind of oddly shaped, but they're the same bones, right? You still have a scapula, you still have a humerus, you still have a radius and ulna, carpal bones and phalanges. So I find this really, really interesting, and it makes sense if you think about evolution and how things have gone one way or the other, but they still need the muscular support for crawling around in their bellies. So it makes sense that since they're crawling around their bellies, their bones are going to be shaped a little bit differently, and they're pretty cool. We have a Komodo dragon skeleton that one of the other anatomists is working on. It's taking her a long time. I want you to finish that because it looks so cool. But again, I don't have time to go much further into that. Reptile. Okay, so snakes, they don't have thoracic bones, so I can't show you those. But isn't this cool? I just like to show you. Look at all the ribs. Look at all the ribs in the snake. There's tons of them. I go into this more when I do the other anatomy courses like cardiorespiratory, GI, all that. They're so cool. Their organs can move throughout the body cavity. This is not what I'm supposed to be talking about, but it's really cool. Anyway, so turtles, their skeleton is anchored within their shell. Their vertebral column is fused with their shell. Okay, but if you look, they have a similar little shoulder girdle that the bird had, and I think that's just because of how they also will crawl on their bellies, but they also have to carry their shell around with them all the time. So again, more muscular attachment so they can crawl around in their bellies and carry that big old shell around in the back. Here it is from the ventral view. So they cut this plastron here. That's the ventral part of their shell. They cut it away so you can see it up inside. But here you can see the coracoid and the scapula again. Again, humerus, radius, and ulna. And then the carpal bones and phalanges. It's similar, but it looks very different. So I find all that, again, I find that fascinating. Specialized structures, they have scales, right, in their skin, on their skin, and it covers their whole body. And it's like armor for them, but also, depending on the species of reptile, it can also be camouflage for them. This is something that clinicians need to know how to deal with, right? Because if they want to do surgery, they need to be able to know, how am I going to cut the scales? How should I deal with the scales? If I need to do an injection, how do I get under the scales? So there are some other exotics clinicians, there are other exotics courses, and they talk about how to manage all those different things. But those are their specialized structures. So form equals function, like we've talked about. I've mentioned all these different things, but you can like little icons. So why does this matter? I told you about like reptiles and how that matters. But you need to know our vet students need to know the bones for cases like this. Do you see anything wrong here? I know there's a circle on it. Do you think there's anything wrong here? Actually, that's not necessarily a problem, depending on the age. That could just be a growth plate, or it could be the bone got broken off. So you have to know, right? You have to know the anatomy, you have to know the development, you have to know where things attach. And if the dog's limping and it can't extend its elbow, maybe because the olecranon broke off, which is what that is. There's also a pretty bad fracture of the humerus here. So it's very relevant, right? We don't just go, memorize all these structures, because you have to know them. You have to know them because you need to be able to say, oh, there's a fracture of the humerus, right? And we know ways to fix it. Here's the diagnosis, assessment, and then they fix it, right? And I think these are actually cases from our hospital. A friend of mine gave me some of these pictures, but I think, this is a case from the hospital. So, anyway, that was a very quick, look at it, 15 seconds to spare. Very quick rundown of comparative anatomy of the thoracic limb. I wish I had more time than 30 minutes, but anyway. If you have questions, please email me. I think there's another speaker after me, so I would love to answer any questions you might have, and we can go from there. Thank you.
I'm ready for you. I mean, oh, that's cool. Don't embarrass me. Don't mind me. No, don't mind me.
Alright, I'll introduce the next speaker right now. Alright, thank you. Andrew Swift is a founding partner and director of medical science at Isoform, a medical interactive, animation, and illustration company based in Ames, Iowa. Andrew and his team have produced over 4,000 illustrations for brands across the pharmaceutical industry. Please welcome Andrew Swift.
Thank you very much. So this pretty much sums up who I am and where I came from. I don't know if you can read it, but it says, wasting precious class time like that will get you precisely nowhere in life. And that was me. And that actually kind of looks like me, back when I had hair. And today what I'm going to talk about is storyboarding. I end up doing a lot of storyboarding. I'm at the beginning of all the projects at Isoform. I'm on science, client relationships, sketching, and to the people who spoke earlier about what to do for client calls, I think it was Kelvin, he said do your research. It's really important that you don't wait to have the call for the client to tell you about your science story. You need to jump on that with all 4 feet and really know it ahead of time. And really you want to know it, you want to know a little bit more than what is just in the job, so that you can speak to it, because the job is going to expand and contract and change. And so you want to be able to, you know, speak eloquently about the project and the science as you go. But today what I'm going to talk about is storyboarding specifically. And I love storyboarding. It's a great place for medical illustrators to work because we love to draw. It's the science, and we, especially as you keep working, you find tips and tricks to make things quicker, and you can really make money doing it. It's a good spot for us to be. I'm not ever going to be a great animator. I'm just not. I do a lot of the modeling, but I'm not a great animator. I don't really have the patience for it. And we have really talented people in our company, and the question is, why would I try to do something that's not going to be as nice as what they do? All right, so this is our basic storyboard template. It doesn't really matter that it's in Google Slides. You can do it in whatever format you want. But the important thing is that it has the necessary information, and it should update automatically. And here is one little trick. So you set it up with, there should be a way to set up the slides in such a way that they are formatted properly. Keep this as a template and employ it. Use it over and over and over again. Don't start every project and create this new every time you start a new project. You could do this over the weekend and have it ready for Monday morning. Also, every time I work in Google Slides, the advantage of Google Slides is we're working in a team environment. We have one version of the document. Everybody on the team works on that document. Most of our clients, we try to get them to work inside this Google Slides document with us, right? I want to be able to see what their comments are as soon as they comment on it. Sometimes I will ambush people, because you can see their little icon when they're down there working in the document, you know? And you're like, if he's in there typing on that right now, I can call him right now, because I know he's not doing anything, he's working on that. And I'll call John Dorn and we'll have a conversation right then. And it's much more like being in person. And one of the downsides of being remote, and I'm a remote worker, is that I can't be there in person with these people as I'm working. And so it's really nice to be able to ambush them and ruin their day. But as you're working in Google Slides, let me show you this little thing over here. I made this little box, for instance, we're going to zoom in and out, right? So this is made, but I organize it in such a way that I can do this, right? See these little transparent circles? And so they anchor the arrows, and it allows you to move it around. It's not rocket surgery, right? It's not, and let's face it, I'm not the sharpest knife in the sandwich. So, but if I can set this up, you can set it up. Set these things up, and then when you make them, save them. Save them somewhere and keep them in the same place so you can find them every time. We do so much of this with different cells and different cell membranes and blah, 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 blah. Save those things, build these things, and use them. All right, where am I going from here? Oh, yeah. So, right, and so we make new slides and blah, blah, all that. I don't know why I keep saying the word blah, blah. And let me show you this. One of the things that's really nice, you want to figure out ways to automate everything that you do as much as possible. Gets rid of the drudgery, and it makes your work look more professional if you can automate it. So here, if I were to bring this in, what you really want is that thing to stay in exactly the same place, because this is going to be a series of slides, and it's going to change from slide to slide. And so what you do, and this is the next version, so that's one of those images, and that's the second one, right? Those two images. It looks a little sloppy if it jumps, if it moves by a pixel or a pixel or a pixel, and it's painful to watch someone grab that slide and move it over and nudge it in each one. And that means every time they put a new slide in, they have to, he's smiling because he does that. He does that. And so what you do is you drag it in like this, you wait for this thing to turn blue, see the blue outline, and you let go, and so now it's automatically adjusted. And it's the same image, and I screwed that up. Right, and so now when we go from slide to slide, nothing changes, right? Do that for yourself. She's like, I will do that. Yes, I will do that from now on. All right, and now I'm going to show you an actual storyboard. This is the storyboard. Storyboards are living documents. They're not supposed to look exactly like the final. In a perfect world, they would, but it's a big team full of really creative people, and also the client's got to vote, right? So the client will change things as they go along. Once we're into animation, there's no sense going back and arbitrarily updating the storyboards unless you need that storyboard for something else later on. So this is my storyboard, and I'm going to walk through it for you. Please interrupt me if you have any questions or comments as I go. I think that's the best. You can see the limited use of color here, right? This is their drug. I'm trying to show what's happening. This is about molecules that stabilize inside the bladder. As the drug warms up, it congeals. It's called a hydrogel. And then these pieces were done, these motion graphics pieces were done by our motion graphics team, not done by me. In fact, the very first part of the project is to decide what part is medical illustration and what part is going to be done by graphics. That happens very early on. And then we both go off to our respective corners and we do our work. We're communicating, but they're doing their work, I'm doing my work. And what you're going to see is as I go through this project, and I'm going to play the actual animation for you, is that, and then I'm going to try to pace it so that you can have this off to the side and you can see the animation at the same time. All right, so I'm going to do, that's actually has to be smaller than this. Now, you're not really going to be able to see it very well. I'm still going to do it. I don't care.
Mechanism of administration video. Zosduri is an alkylating drug indicated.
This was not in the animation, this shot.
With recurrent low-grade intermediate risk.
So my storyboards basically start
or LGIR-NMIBC.
Here.
Zosduri is comprised of a reverse thermal hydrogel technology that contains the chemotherapy agent mitomycin. Mitomycin treats cancer by inhibiting the synthesis of DNA in replicating cells, resulting in cancer cell death. Zosduri's reverse thermal hydrogel is liquid at cold temperatures and a semi-solid gel at body temperature. Innovative RT gel delivery results in a median dwell time of 5 hours in the bladder, with reports of visible gel excreted in the urine for up to 24 hours. Zosduri is reconstituted by a healthcare professional prior to administration. If not instilled immediately, Zosduri may be stored for up to 7 days under refrigeration. Alternatively, Zosduri may be stored for up to 6 days under refrigeration, followed by no more than 24 hours at room temperature. Prior to installation, Zosduri should be chilled for 20 minutes in an ice bath. Chilled Zosduri is a thick liquid. In preparation for intravesical installation, Zosduri is drawn into 4 20-milliliter syringes.
So the motion graphics here are a lot cheaper for us to produce, and I think they provide a nice break from just pure 3D GUI cells and motion and blah, blah, blah all the time, right? I think this makes it a better animation. And did I mention it saves us money? I did, didn't I? And you can see he changed, the animators changed the, and I don't remember if I modeled this or not. I really don't remember. But normally I would model most of that work. And it's good for the storyboard artist, I think, to be the person doing the modeling, because they won't storyboard stuff. They know think about it. If you storyboard something and someone else has to model it, you're causing a real problem for them. I'm looking right at Cameron, like he and I are the only people that
we don't do that. We have one artist do the drawing and another artist do the modeling specifically to confound.
But I thought it would be valuable for you to see some of this, and also what a beautiful job our animation team did. The color alone in that thing, I think, is just really beautiful and rich. All right, so let's keep going here. The main, I have two real technical takeaways, especially for the students, people who haven't developed all their bad life habits yet, and I want them to get those. And so let's go right to that. One is smart objects. So when I started this project, I knew all about the tumor biology that we were doing, and all about the cells and the T cell and the tumor cell and the receptors. I knew what all of that looked like. I did not know what the drug looked like. Something called a T cell engager. I knew that it connected a T cell to a tumor cell, but I didn't know what it looked like. And I didn't know what it looked like at 2 o'clock on a Wednesday when I found out about this job and I had a call and I had to get something put together. So what I did was I made this shape, and it ended up in every board. Right? So this is it. I know what the tumor cell, this is my tumor cell for the storyboard. This is this, and this is this, and this is this, and blah, 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 blah. Back on with the blah, blah. So we go back to this board, and we come in here. These are all saved. Let me show you this. See that little icon right there? How many people use smart objects for stuff like this? Everybody's using them, right? Everybody's using them. Okay, you need to start using them because they're non-destructive. It allows you to make something really small or distorted, and then also back to its normal size, and it's non-destructive. Whatever the resolution is when you originally made the smart objects is the resolution it will always be. And again, I didn't know what this looked like. Well, later on I heard the client say something about a Mobius strip, and so I did this, and the trick here was I made sure I lined it up exactly, right? Save it, close it, and guess what? Like magic, it appears on every board. And this has allowed me in certain instances, while we're on the phone call with the client, because I'm not the only person on the call is about project management, it's about interactive that goes with it. I was able to fix these things with the new version, update something for the client, and get it back to them while we're still on the call. That's a tremendous, there's a million reasons why that's good for you. Not the least of which is you don't have to do it later, you can do it right then. It really builds a ton of goodwill for your client. They really think you hung the moon if you can do that kind of stuff for them. Somebody said something about over-delivering earlier. You want to over-deliver on every single job all the time, whenever you can. And whenever you can means hopefully without spending too much extra effort and money. Why are we doing that? We're building goodwill. Why do you build all that goodwill? Because sooner or later you're going to need to spend that goodwill. You are. You want to develop a relationship with the clients, and when they come in and they say, we have to have this on Wednesday, you say, I'm so sorry, we can't do that. You know, if you really can't. And that's much easier pill for them to swallow if you've been over-delivering all the way along. All right, smart objects. Everybody understands smart object and how it works and all that? This actually went through and we had another iteration, but I'm not going to go through that because I'll run out of time. But I basically had 4 versions of that molecule and I could update them very quickly. I do have to show you one other thing. I don't have to show you. I'm going to show you. No. The other one is the generator plugin. How many people use the generator plugin? Oh, I love it. I love it. All right, one of my employees showed me this, and this will save your life, especially for something like sequential art. See this thing down? I use it on everything now. Even if I'm doing a single illustration that I'm going to export and send to a client 5, 6, 7, 10, 25 times, every time I make a change to a layer in Photoshop, this appendix here, .jpg, will kick out that folder as an image. Okay? And the way you do it is you name it whatever .jpg, go to File, Automate, Generator Plugin, Image Assets. When I click this, What it's going to do is it's going to make a folder at the same level of hierarchy as that Photoshop file, and into that folder it is going to put this image.
Will it do that for all images that are have their visibility
So
turned on?
let's do it right here. Just did it.
So you're creating assets.
It's creating those assets live.
So it did all the images that have it in.
And it'll do it every time. Without you having to go through and export and save. The drudgery of that alone. That is a game changer. Okay, smart objects and generator plugins. I can't believe did anybody know about did anybody here use generator plugins? So Wes says maybe. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Even the mighty Samson back there in the back didn't know about it, so that is something. All right. So between saving things as smart objects, yes. Thank God somebody asked a question.
Will it work with a PNG as well?
It will save a PNG. There's also, look it up online, there's also ways you can go about putting 50% 50% scale. It will scale things and kick them out. If you know you want the whole folder with the entire image, and you also want that cell by itself, you take cell.jpg and it'll kick out that cell by itself. It's amazing. And
So it's like the export where you could export at different values into. Okay.
yeah, it'll do everything. I can't remember what it's called. Yes, in the back. Say again? It's called, they moved it. In the last version of Photoshop, it was somewhere else. That's it. Generator plugin. It's under Automate Generator Plugin Image Assets. Now, it will overwrite those images. All those images are now temporary images. They are overwritten immediately, which I like, because any of you who know me know that I only want to have one version of anything. If I have multiple versions, I will always send the wrong version to the client. I can't, I'll screw that up.
And Andrew, we have one question in the chat from Michael Thomas. In your client relationship, does the storyboard feel like a promise to the client? Once presented, are the animators wedded to it exactly, even if they have a clever idea?
Yeah, it's a good question. The question is about, are they wedded to that storyboard? They're really not, and because pretty quickly we usually have a storyboard that goes along with look and feel, right? So they'll get a look and feel, they'll get a style frame for a thing, and I've got one of those here I can show you. So no, they're not. They're living documents, and they change. Let me get in here and find this.
That's what I was going to ask. Like, at what point do you go from the sketch to the actual style, and when do you present the actual look and feel of the...
It all happens pretty fast. I mean, it happens pretty fast. We say, this is our plan, these are the blueprints, and the next thing we do, we're walking them through the half-built house, and they're not really looking at the plans anymore. They're looking at the animation. We will continue to send updated boards. Sometimes depends on the client, sometimes we'll stick the actual look and feel in there for a couple of slides. What was I going to show you just a second ago? Look and feel, thank you. Any other questions? Yeah.
How would you deal with a client who's uncertain of what exactly they want? Could you take us through that process?
We do a lot of education as we go along. Most of our clients are really pretty savvy. We work with a lot of agencies, and they hire us. They hire people like us all the time. So we don't really have a lot of clients that don't know anything about it. A bigger problem is, I think, is getting people who are so used to seeing something in a certain way. Take, for instance, that cut of the heart where you can see all the ventricles, the ventricles and the atria in the same plane, and everybody hates that. That thing, or all the medical illustrators that I know hate that. And that's a harder conversation to have. It's like, why are we really showing it this way? It's anatomically, it's so wrong. But it's difficult. It's a conversation. Yeah. So this is the look and feel style frame. So we would stick that in there. In this case, this is going to be a virtual reality experience. So it's, the best thing to do is to educate them along the way. Hopefully, well, in this case, the client had a headset, and so we were sending them updated material, and they're seeing it in the headset. All right, let me keep going here. Yeah, Biora. So,
Biora DDS delivery system. A patient swallows the capsule, which contains a dose of medication and is about the size of a fish oil pill. Once swallowed, the capsule transits naturally through the gastrointestinal tract. As it progresses, the capsule uses reflected light to sense its location within the GI tract. The capsule identifies when it passes from the small intestine into the large intestine. When it senses entry to the colon, the capsule activates, releasing medication. As the capsule completes its transit, medication coats the length of the colon. The capsule then exits the body in the usual manner.
a euphemism if I've ever heard one. Let's ignore the fact for a second that these people are selling electronic devices you swallow, and then we poop them out into the water system, and then that seems to be okay all of a sudden. Yeah, the usual, that's not it. I was going to get the boards to show you. I wanted to show you the boards, because in this case I was able to use, when the job came along, I was able to use ZBrush, because I knew I had these models. I had an open mouth, and I knew I had all that. So what I did was I actually took the ZBrush models, put the camera in there, rendered them, turned them into black and white, and used those in the boards. So the boards ended up really quite finished. I didn't draw any of this, really. I mean, I probably touched up some of the lights and stuff like that. We had the model from the client. And my point in showing you this is to say, if you can bring everything, if you can do everything to the same level, I think it's worth doing. And you can do it as easily as drawing it. Sure. Because one of the things you're doing with a storyboard and with any sketch is you're selling the client on your idea. And the better you're able to sell that idea, the more likely they are to trust you and to take your advice and follow you down the path, right? The scribbles are fine, and we do scribbles, really rough artwork a lot of the time, we do that. But in this case, because I knew I had every single thing I needed already in ZBrush, I'm like, you know what, a little bit of extra effort in ZBrush, I can get this thing going, and then we are ready to go into animation. And I could take these models, give them directly over to the animators, and boom, it was ready to go. Worked like a champ. And so I was going to show you one of those models. Any questions? And while that's opening, this is the depth map that I'm going to show you in just a second that I was able to get out of here. And this is the model. Let's see here. F. Yeah, that's the one. And so I knew I had this model, and so it really wasn't that hard to just stick this thing in here and render it out. Right? BPR filters, all my stuff. I got a bunch of stuff on YouTube, and that you can watch, and you can get to my YouTube links through my LinkedIn. Don't ever message me on LinkedIn. Don't message me on Facebook. Don't message me on Instagram. I don't check any of that stuff. If you need me, email me. If I don't answer, call me. And if I don't pick up, call me the next day. I'm really bad about not picking up on when I'm supposed to. I got 6 minutes left. Let me keep going here. One other thing about this that was kind of interesting was it didn't really work out the way I wanted, and so I distorted it. I made the secum bigger so that I had the correct view of the camera that I wanted. Rather than changing the camera, I just stretched the anatomy out until it filled the screen where I wanted it. It worked fine.
Do you have any ZBrush UI tips, like stuff that you stick in the corner? So
Yeah, I came up with my own menus. I think that's on my on my YouTube channel as well. I should check into that because I should show that. I wanted to show you. I only have 5 minutes left. One of the things that I do a lot is I make I have a brush that I made, and it does, there we go. And it allows you to do that, right? It's very simple to do. It's really not that hard to do. And what you do is you make this thing as a shape, right? And then you do image, layer, edit, define brush preset. And then once you do that, you edit it here. You just change the settings here. And I made a little YouTube video of just this thing to show you how it works. You change the spacing. And actually what I should have done here was I should have scattered it a little bit. Just a tiny bit. So now it does. Right? One of the other ones, and then you save those brushes. This is a super useful brush. Think about how long it would take to do that. To get all those arrows, get them evenly spaced, rotate it around. It's really it's really simple, you know. That would take a ridiculous amount of time, and to what end? It wouldn't, you know, it's not going to make it any better. Let's see here. 3 minutes and 46 seconds. Well, I made this little thing as a video, so it's all in here, so you can watch it. Any questions? Why don't I have 3 minutes of questions? Yes.
If there's like a disconnect between the storyboard and then you make the next round and the client's like, oh, that's not really what I thought it was going to look like making sure that there's that, I guess making sure it's really clear in the storyboard what it's going to look like in the next step. I feel like, you know, do you make a second iteration of the storyboard, or how you bridge the gap between the storyboard?
We don't really have a lot of problems with that. And also, we're showing them style frames as we go. So they're seeing what this is going to look like. And we talk to them a lot about it's like having the blueprints for a house. And, you know, we also use that same analogy to talk about copyright. We say, you know, the carpenter that shows up to build your kitchen cabinets, you don't own the planers, you don't own the drills, you don't own these other things. And so we sell them the end product, but we keep all the tools we use to make those things. And in terms of intellectual property, that's huge for us because we keep all the models, all the code. Yeah. Any other questions? Oh, come on. Go ahead.
What's the most common problem you see with people's storyboards?
With people's storyboards.
As someone who wants to get better at storyboarding.
I like to put a little fit and finish in the storyboards. I like storyboards to be brought up to a little bit higher level. Okay. Most of them are so basic and they're so bad and they have such bad arrows in them, you know, and they get the job done. You know, they're not going to fire you because they don't like the storyboards. They're already committed. You've already got 40% of their money. You know, they're not going to say no, and they're going to love the final. You know, the final animation is what they're buying. They're not really buying the storyboards. But I do think it helps to have storyboards that are a little more finished if you can do it. One thing about managing client projects, I make comments during the call, and I put my comments as I'm making action items for these things as I'm making. I want my clients to see what I'm going to do by Tuesday of next week. I own some of that, and they own some of that. And so at the end of the call, if I didn't have an action item there, then they're not going to get it. After the call, I'll go back and I'll tidy those up. I'll make sure the spelling's correct. I'll also make sure that I'm putting notes in there for myself about how I'm going to accomplish this. Okay. I'm amazed at how quickly I forget those things. One of the other things you should always do on calls, you should feel free to do, is tell your clients to hold on. If you're ever on a call, some of these calls will have 20 people. Some of them have more than that. Several people are talking, they're hashing out ideas. If they have told you to do something, or if you said you're going to do something, or if they've given you an action item and you're trying to type it down and they're still talking, I will tell them, I'm so sorry, can you please hold on? Guess what they do as soon as I say that? They start talking, they keep talking. Invariably, they continue to talk. And you say, Ron's in the back laughing. He's like, that's what they do. And so what you do is you say, I'm very sorry. It's almost a power move. I'm very sorry. Can you please hold on? I have to write this down. And then everybody gets quiet. What does that do? The main thing that does is that brings the tempo down. And the tempo drops a tiny bit, gives you space to think, gives them space to think, and it allows you to organize your thoughts and get out of that call knowing what you're going to do. I'm amazed. I know it's flashing. I'm amazed at how often a call will end, and if I didn't do that, I'm like, what am I doing? I can't remember. You know, I don't know what I'm doing. Make sure you're taking the time during the call and saying, listen, I need some time to write my notes here. This is all going too fast. The best thing to do is to have someone, and that is their job on that call. And I had that person for a while, and she left me, and I'm still pissed off about it. And she did a better job. She did a much better job with it than I did. Yeah.
Don't you also think that it's also important that you reiterate what those action items are before you close the call?
Yeah, well, you know, they're reading them. That was my point. I'm writing them down, so they're reading them. I'm saying, I'm going to do this. Andrew is going to, I put Andrew will, blah, blah, blah. Yep. All right, my time's up.
All right, I'm excited to introduce Madison Ma, who is an instructor in the Department of Art as Applied to Medicine at Johns Hopkins University. She champions collaboration and experimentation, drawing on experience leading interdisciplinary teams of artists, scientists, and developers across emerging media and interactive visualization. Please welcome Madison Ma.
Thank you, Grace, for that lovely introduction. Those are some tough acts to follow. There were some really good talks. But today I'm going to be talking about how to make game-performing assets for interactive experiences, and also go through a couple of case studies. So, first off, why optimize? As medical illustrators, oh no! Ah! Thank you.
No worries.
That's embarrassing. All right, thank you. I could have gone on for 30 minutes if Grace didn't talk. Okay, so why optimize? As medical illustrators, we spend a lot of time on the visual fidelity of our assets, as well as the anatomical accuracy. But if our experience is not smooth, we kind of we lose our ability to, sorry. I'm going to go over why we optimize. So, when we are building for an animation, we are building for a viewing experience versus a rendering performance. So our priorities are a little bit different. We're rendering for storytelling. The clarity of our visuals is more important, and we have control over the lighting, the camera angle, and the overall storytelling. Rendering performance is also important, but we can kind of get away with that. So in Paul's talk, he talked about using dynamic livers, and while it was painful in the process of making it, it was fine. The end result, you had an animation where the learning objectives were still met. So in the hierarchy of priorities for animations, visual quality ranks a little bit higher, and second priority is our rendering performance. Interactive experiences are a little bit different. Our rendering performance is our first priority, and that is because when our experience stutters or crashes, the user is pulled away from that experience. In interactive experience, we have to allow the user to guide their own learning and flow through that module. Visual quality is still important, but it ranks a little bit lower. It doesn't matter if you have beautiful subsurface scattering and you're trying to input bloom or chromatic aberration and things like that, your whole module crashes. So here's an example of some work I did at OSOVR. It's an interactive heart with the heart being sliced, and it's definitely a balance of knowing when to stop and how much anatomical detail you can put into that model, while also adhering to the hardware and final deliverables restrictions. So this was developed for the Oculus headset, and with the mobile device hardware limitations, there are limits to how much texture and things we can put on it. So where do medical illustrators fit in the optimization pipeline? The model that I just showed was made with an interdisciplinary group of artists. So artists, developers, and engineers. So each person on that team plays a critical role in optimizing the final output. But today I'm going to talk more about the lever that we can, as medical illustrators, often control, and that is the asset creation portion of it. So I'll go over how we can optimize game assets. So before I go over that, I'm just going to go over some basic performance fundamentals so that we can understand what we're looking for. So there are three main components to making a game or interactive experience performant. And one is frame time, two is your CPU and GPU, and the third part is memory. So I'm going to talk first about the frame rate and frame time, and basically what that boils down to is, what does a good performance mean? So when you're talking about frame rate, we're familiar with that in terms of an animation. We're talking about 24 frames per second, 60 frames per second, or 30 frames per second. And when we talk about frame time in the context of an interactive experience, that's the amount of time that is given for your hardware or whatever platform your interactive module is in to be able to render that image within the set time, frame time that you have allocated. So for a 60 frame per second game, that means that your game has to run and efficiently output the image within 16.6 milliseconds, or if it's 30 frames per second, it's 33.3 milliseconds. And you can kind of think about this as baton runners in a relay race. If you're trying to pass off a baton to the next runner, but you miss or trip or stutter because the runner is not fast enough, then that kind of breaks the whole chain. So the same thing is when you're in a game, if your frame is taking too long to render one frame, it'll freeze and then all of a sudden jump to the next frame. And that pulls the user out of the experience. So now I'm going to talk about GPU and CPU bottlenecks, which tells us what exactly is slowing us down. So our CPU is holding our logic, decision-making, physics, and rules. So this is where it's processing all of the scripts and things within your interactive module. So all the interactions that you kind of set up, that's what your CPU is handling. And it processes things one task at a time. Your GPU, on the other hand, that is handling rendering objects, textures, and post-processing effects. And it tries to do these processes in parallel with a bunch of other tasks at the same time. So post-processing effects can be like subsurface scattering or things like that. So your CPU is like an art director or your faculty giving you a lot of instructions. Your GPU is the artist that paints the frame. So the GPU is what produces what you see on your screen or on your Oculus or whatever device that you're trying to output into. And you can imagine that if your art director is giving you way too much feedback, the GPU is stuck and can't render frames fast enough. So that is overloading the GPU. So in summary, the CPU prepares the mesh, shader, and texture information and the scripts, and then it tells the GPU to draw this. And that is called the draw call, so remember that. The GPU then renders what's on the screen. So what is a draw call? So for example, if you have in a scene 6 different cubes with 6 different colors, if you put 6 different materials on it, it's going to have 6 different draw calls because the CPU is telling the GPU to draw it 6 different times. But if all of these cubes share one material and maybe the different colors are allocated with a texture map, then that is only one draw call, and that is significantly less load. And you can imagine this if you have a repeated element within your scene that's maybe hundreds or thousands of things that's in the background, you want to batch that into one material. So some optimization tips. You want to reduce the script overhead, simplify logic, batch the draw calls, and then for GPU, you want to reduce the poly count, simplify the texture size, simplify the shaders, and reduce the number of lights, shadows, and reflections. The third element that I mentioned is memory, so RAM and VRAM. And that kind of tells you what limits we want to build within. So RAM affects system-wide performance, it holds the scripts, game logic, and CPU is dependent on RAM. The VRAM, that is what stores the textures and models and lighting, and you can kind of think of it as if you're trying to put textures that are too big, like 4K textures, or really high poly models into like a backpack, and you're just shoving it full of all these textures and materials and things, and the backpack becomes too heavy. So the person carrying the backpack is really slow. So your game is running really slow, and then you start dropping things and materials are not rendering properly. So that is when your memory is overloaded. So some optimization tips are to stream things instead of loading everything at once, limit the number of unique materials that are used in high resolution textures, reuse materials where possible, combine textures into smaller atlases, lower resolution for background elements, and then combine texture maps where possible. And I'm going to go over all of this again when we go through our case studies. So let's go over geometry optimization and what that means. At a very basic level, I'm sure a lot of you here understand that geometry is made of vertices, edges, and triangles. So vertices are 2 points in a 3D object, and the edge is the 2 things that connect the 2 points, and triangles are the faces that we have on our mesh. So why do we talk about triangles in game creation assets. Triangles is very important because no matter what program you're creating, whether it's in Blender or Maya, even if there are in quads, when you bring it into a game engine like Unity or Unreal, it's going to convert it into triangles. That is the most optimized way for that game engine to render the mesh. Triangles are planar, they're not going to bend in a weird way, and it allows us as an artist to have a very predictable cost. We can look at our triangle count and know how heavy that model is going to be. So each triangle is a discrete draw unit, and that loads our GPU. So we want to lighten the load on their GPU. There are instances in our workflow where we do want quads, and that would be for ease of selection of things. If we wanted to rig a face, if within our game asset we wanted someone running or a receptor moving in a certain way, then we want to know that we have the topology to support that, and it also allows for future iteration on that model. So that is good to know. You don't want to start off with triangles, because then you'll be locked in, you can't iterate, but we can develop in quads, and eventually the total rendering cost, the measurable unit we want to see is a triangle. So here's an example where we have two images. One has 704 triangles, the other one has 584 triangles. And if you didn't know that, they kind of look the same. So we're looking for areas where we can simplify and maintain the general silhouette so that we can maintain the visual quality of it without spending extra performance calories on unneeded triangles. So another thing to keep aware of when you're optimizing your models is to ensure that we're avoiding long and thin triangles. As I mentioned, each triangle is a discrete draw call. When you have something very thin that's rendering 1 or 2 pixels and you're making that a draw call, that's wasted. That's a wasted draw call. It also creates some weird shimmering effects and rendering issues that you might see as artifacts. So the next part, I'm going to talk about textures. And one way to add back detail, I just talked about optimizing geometry. One way to add back detail into our models is to use textures. So an albedo map is something without any lighting or shadows. We just have our color. A diffuse map is when lighting might be baked in. You might color in some of the shadows and things like that, and that's often a way to optimize your textures to combine and collapse these maps together. So here's a way you can kind of think about reducing your VRAM load, your 2K to 4K texture. There's not much of a difference. And a normal map can kind of drive the sculpted details. The green channel gives our up and down. It encodes where light is hitting. And this is an example with my example image. You can see that the light source, that green, is making it appear like there's light hitting it where the map is green. So again, linking our textures back to our geometry, we don't actually need a whole bunch of geometry when we can kind of get away sometimes with just using a map. And then just a quick foundation of UV mapping. You can kind of think of UV maps are what puts our textures onto our models. You can kind of think of UV map as a teddy bear sewing pattern where you can kind of splay out the individual pieces of fabric and put it together back onto a 3D model. And you can get this sewing pattern from Walmart if you wanted to. All right. So we're going to go through 3 different case studies and walk through some examples of how the different platform and project needs and what the model needs to do will determine the optimization technique. So before I start, I'm going to go over 3 different questions that you want to kind of ask yourself before you start optimizing. One is, where will this be run? Your platform is really going to be telling you a lot about what your constraints are, if it's web-based, VR, mobile, or desktop. 2, what the model needs to do. A model built for static viewing versus something that needs to be rigged is going to be very different. And then lastly, what the final performance is. What's the build size, the frame time, memory, and number of draw calls that you can afford. So this is case number 1, not case number 3. But my first case, I'm going to go over some experiments I did with AI mesh generations, and I was curious to see if I could create something that's usable for an interactive experience. This is Jeff. I'll go back to him. My first example is not Jeff. But so the idea that I wanted to go with was to recreate a stink bug from my undergraduate research at University of Guelph. I had created a identification key of the stink bugs of Ontario. I created it in PowerPoint and exported it to HTML5. And I was just thought that it would be a fun idea to revisit this 13 years later and try to create a model of this stink bug with different labels on it for users to understand the morphology. And then my idea was to upload it onto Sketchfab, which is a model viewer as an interactive teaching tool. So going back to our questions, 1, where will this run? I was thinking Sketchfab, and what is the performance budget? So Sketchfab is a little bit more forgiving in terms of your poly count, and that's because it's optimized to be a 3D model viewer. There are fewer interactivities that I'm expecting of it. So with that, I edited my photo to ensure that it was ready for AI prompting. So there are various ways that you can prompt to make a mesh by inputting images or with text or a combination of both. I knew that it would probably have some issues with asymmetry and also the thin parts of the antennae and the legs. So I tried to clean that up as much as possible and make it symmetrical. So I used Hitomi 3D as my first attempt. And at first glance, it doesn't look too awful. It created a decent dorsal view and even provided a normal map. And for this one, I had inputted both the dorsal and ventral view. I was missing a lateral view, so that might be why we ended up with a few errors. It didn't have a proper rostrum, the ostium was missing, and it also had an extra leg. And there's a whole host of other morphological issues with this. And for me, that wasn't accurate enough for labeling, and it was too far departed from what I could fix and work with. So I wasn't ready to give up yet, so I tried Meshi AI. Also had some issues, especially with the legs, and some more examples of some monstrosities that I created where there was legs on the top and bottom. And this is because I couldn't input more than one image onto here, but I was trying to use text prompting with images. And I also asked it, could it use the information that it gave to create a new output. It created an image where it was like halved, but it was too inaccurate for me to work from. So at this point, you're like, okay, AI is not good enough. What's new? And then I thought, and I was also starting to run out of free credit, so I didn't really explore as much. And my entire degree in undergrad was environmental science, so I was starting to feel a little bit guilty. But not guilty enough where I didn't think to myself, what if I made Jeff's head into AI slop? So I played around with, whoopsies. 1 second. I played around with 3D Presso, where it takes a video from your phone. So I'm shooting at 4K, doing a circle around his head, and it's capturing, using those frames to interpolate, and it's kind of AI-assisted photogrammetry. So what's useful when you're doing this is to ensure that you're in a space where there's other objects as well, so that the AI can kind of understand where your camera is relative to like the books everywhere. This is Corey's office. She didn't know we went in. We left and she never knew. So Jeff was trying to make a funny face. I was pretty impressed that he kept it. So this is the output, not too different from what you would expect from a 3D scanner. And as you can see, parts of it is a little melty. It's triangulated, which is a little bit tough to sculpt on and add back detail, but overall, not too bad. Like the likeness is pretty good. I'm running out of time, but so, oopsies. Okay. Oh, okay. So I used a mesh from the 3D Scan Store, which I was able to get a free kind of head because I didn't really want to retopologize his whole head. And I used a ZWrap plugin in ZBrush, and I was able to put different points on him so that I could wrap that topology onto his face. So,
What's that called?
It's ZWrap. So you can look up 3ds Wrap or ZWrap, and if you have an educational license, it's free. If not, I think it's still fairly affordable, but this saved me so much time. So you can see it used those locations and like stuck it onto his face. And then, I was able to get a pretty decent quadded mesh where I can subdivide and sculpt, and then I used the texture that I had and baked it onto the head. So ZWrap also does texture transfer, and I converted that to a displacement map where I removed some of the shadows to try to make it more like an albedo map, and then use a high pass to get some details. And then I was able to use that as a displacement map and map the textures onto, sculpt back some of the details onto Jeff's face to make it a lot cleaner and more realistic. And then I baked in Substance Painter, and this isn't the cleanest low poly topology that I can have. At this point, my partner was saying you should stop working on Jeff's head and work on your presentation slides. So done is better than perfect. And then in Substance Painter, we're able to bake out several maps: your normal map, albedo map, and thickness map, and these can all help with the texturing process. So here's, again, revisiting our 3 questions. Where will this run in Sketchpad? What must the model do? I had low expectations. It just needed to look like Jeff, rotate around, and the performance budget is fairly forgiving. And I was just, you can see all those details are driven by various maps. And then if you're in a different application, you have different optimization rules. So I uploaded this on the Blipper. What must the model do? It still needs to look like Jeff. And the performance budget for this one is fairly lean. The assets need to be under 30. And I also ended up deleting some materials and atlasing some textures together, so it was only 1 material, whereas in Sketchpad I had 3. And as a palette cleanser for the last 3 minutes that I have, I'm going to go over some student work which have actual teaching goals. So this is Caitlin. Jeff and I are her advisors. And at a very high level, her teaching goal is to help radiologists understand bullet trajectory and also in conjunction with 3D anatomy and CT imaging. So where will this run? It's web-based, it's mouse-driven because that's what radiologists are used to, and the build constraints are that it has to be a smaller size with memory limits and potential streaming and loading issues with the scan data that she was trying to bring in. So working backwards, looking at, this is a clip of Caitlin's prototype that's still a work in progress. And there are a lot more functionalities that interactive medical module needs than my Jeff had. She needed to think about using the scan data, the different hotspots, and all of that kind of stuff. So with that in mind, we wanted to simplify where we could. This model did not need to be rigged, so we were thinking of using it for, we knew that it could be static. We prioritized the silhouette because it needed to be against data. So we might need a little bit more topology for that. We can't have lots of faceting. And we also wanted to have topology to support future UV mapping because Caitlin wanted to texture these models. So a couple optimization strategies. We did texture atlasing, so 2 models, lungs, were all in one texture map. We also retopologized, so the future direction of Caitlin's model will be to bake all these textures, high resolution textures, onto her models and efficiently have a very high visual look for her final piece. And my third case is Ali, and I wasn't her advisor, so I can only speak at a surface level for her project, but she was creating both an animation and an interactive on comparing mammalian kidney development so that we could better understand congenital kidney disease. So her models were very heavy. They came in with a lot of data sets that were very heavy, and we needed to figure out how to run this on a web-based desktop. And our constraints are the same as Caitlin's, where the file size had to be smaller and we had memory limits. The model had to do a few things, such as solo comparison, transparency, cross sections, and also show in high parts and highlight things. So these are just a few screenshots of her work. So our optimization strategy is a little bit different. We just needed to reduce the poly count and prioritize clear silhouettes. There was no need for textures for hers, whereas for Caitlin, we wanted to future-proof it so that we could have textures, because part of her project also needs textures to tell some of the story. So what we did was we just very quickly used Decimation Master, and Decimation Master, as some of you may know, will just triangulate it. It's not creating something where you can retopologize it, but for Ali's needs, it was perfectly acceptable, and we just masked certain areas out and iteratively triangulated for until we got around 20K. So these are some of her models. We went down from millions of polygons from the raw data sets to about 20K. These are the collecting depths. And then lastly, just to go back to what we started off with, talking about animation, Ali was also doing animation as part of her thesis, and you can tell that you can have a lot more dynamic movement and textures and lighting and things like that here. And I just wanted to show off a little clip of hers. So I'm out of time, so this summary I can send later. And there's a couple lists of guides. But I just want to say thank you. Thank you, Caitlin and Ali, for saving my presentation from just being AI garbage. And thank you, Jeff, for being my AI garbage.
Should be good.
Should we plug in? Okay, the grand finale. With over 15 years of experience as a medical animator and director, Eric Small has developed a robust scientific and technical acumen, complemented by a cinematic vision. Eric holds an MS from the University of Illinois at Chicago and a BA from Iowa State University. Please welcome Eric Small.
Well, it's been a long day, so thank you all for sticking around. Hopefully you'll find this informative and, if nothing else, enjoyable. So, my name's Eric Small. I started my career in medical animation when I completed the UIC program. Since then, I've navigated polar opposite studios, producing everything from patient education material to cinematic narratives. On the surface, these products look nothing alike, but yet the work produced at these studios has a foundation shared with every other compelling animation that's been produced over the last 100 years. Because compelling animation isn't about latest software or even subject matter. It's about principles established decades ago that guide the industry. Today we're going to talk about the following: the history and evolution of animation from its early days, what the core principles of animation are and why they were developed and why they matter. We'll talk a bit about the history and the future of animation and their techniques, the benefits of animation, and where animation is headed next. Let's first talk about the history of animation, how we got to where we are today. Animation was developed or debuted in the late 1800s with the advent of celluloid film, allowing a series of hand-drawn or painted images to be played back in a sequence. Traditional hand-drawn animation relies on key frames drawn to define major poses of a sequence of actions. In-betweeners were artists that were left to create the smooth transitional drawings in between. This labor-intensive process ensured nuanced motion and believable character behavior. When feature-length animated movies came about, a single 90-minute feature could require as many as 100,000 individually hand-drawn frames, each of which required craftsmanship and great attention to detail. In the early 1970s, a computer scientist at the University of Utah named Ed Catmull created one of the first 3D computer animations, a wireframe animation of his hand, pushing boundaries in digital representation. As time went on, 3D animation was used more frequently in movies. Most notably, the ballroom scene in Beauty and the Beast blended 2D and 3D beautifully, with Belle and the Beast dancing animated in 2D and the room rendered in 3D. But it was Toy Story in 1995 to be the first full-length feature 3D animated film. This revolutionized the industry by showcasing storytelling potential and visual richness of computer-generated imagery. While Toy Story was a huge success, it became one of the first nails in the coffin for traditionally created animation. In the late 90s and early 2000s, numerous studios attempted to compete with the shift to 3D animation. Notable successes were Mulan, Lilo and Stitch, and Brother Bear. But audiences had spoken, and they preferred the 3D look and feel. Movies from Pixar and DreamWorks were far more popular. The Princess and the Frog in 2009 marked the final large studio movie to be created by hand-drawn animation. The transition highlighted economical challenges and shifting market dynamics, signaling a major industry shift toward favoring digital techniques over traditional methods. But despite this shift in medium, this new style of animation looked to its 2D predecessor for aesthetic guidance. This aesthetic was grounded in the principles of animation. Now, for anyone wanting to nerd out about animation, about the history of animation, I would like to add that animation history is really deep, and there are many animators and studios other than Disney. Each have their own styles and techniques to capture their visual appeal to the audiences. But for the sake of this presentation, we're just going to use Disney's articulation of the animation as a basis for discussion. Disney's pioneering work in the 1930s introduced 12 principles of animation that created lifelike, emotionally engaging characters. After 50 years of use, in 1981, Disney animators Ollie Johnston and Frank Thomas outlined these principles in their book, The Illusion of Life. It's a tremendous book. If you have an opportunity to pick one up cheap, it's definitely worth it. They outline the core purposes of these principles to be used to create realism in movements grounded in reality based on physics, like gravity, mass, and momentum. They were used to control and adjust the speed of a scene or an action. They were used to guide the attention and tell the audience what to look at and when to look. They're also used to enhance the objects and characters by exaggerating movements and their actions. Now, there's a lot of great resources online about the principles of animation that go far deeper than what we can go into today. And just by this quick Google search here, you can see that there's a ton. So if you want to learn more about any of these, by all means, dive into it. But for the sake of brevity, we're just going to cover these at a very high level today. So the first principle is squash and stretch. This adds flexibility and weight, and most importantly, volume. And it's this attribute of volume that is the most important, because if this changes, the believability of the object is lost. Second is anticipation. This is where we prepare the audience for an action. Just like the cube here tips back or rocks back and forth before it actually rolls, the tipping back and forth is the anticipation. Much like somebody about ready to throw a ball, they don't just throw the ball, they pull their arm back in anticipation of throwing the ball. Staging is used to direct the audience's attention and make it clear what they should be looking at. This can be done with object placement, camera move, lighting, etc. In its essence, the principle keeps the focus on what is relevant and avoids unnecessary detail. Principle 4 is less relevant in computer animation. In hand-drawn animation, pose-to-pose animation defines the key poses first, the first one and the last one, and anything specific in between. Then the in-between illustrations are drawn after the fact. Straight-ahead animation, frames are drawn from start to finish. Pose-to-pose is pretty much the basis for keyframed animation in computer animation today, whereas simulations and procedural animations begin to resemble the straight-ahead action. Follow-through and overlapping action show that parts of an object don't always start and stop at the same time. Even after the motion ends, elements like hair, clothing, or tentacles of a cell continue to move. Even stationary objects will often have a slight undulation or wobble. Following this principle will help prevent a scene from becoming lifeless. Easing demonstrates acceleration or deceleration. Nothing organic in the world will immediately start moving at full speed. Everything takes time to speed up or slow down. This applies to objects as well as camera motions. Arcs. Most real-world motion follows a curved path due to gravity or rotation, unlike mechanical movement, which is often very linear in nature. Organic motion, including camera motion, should usually arc in order to feel natural. Secondary action can bring more life and interest into a scene. Tentacles of a cell can drift about. A blood vessel floating in space can have some undulation. Lipids of a cell can ripple. All of these secondary actions add more interest, but it's important that the secondary action not usurp the attention to the primary action. Timing refers to the speed of the action. Correct timing makes an object appear to obey the laws of physics. But timing can also be used in conjunction with staging, slowing down the camera movement at a specific moment to direct the audience's attention to a specific action on screen. Exaggeration matters because realism alone can feel dull. However, in medical animation, we're often beholden to accuracy. So this principle of animation is often best applied to other principles, such as squash and stretch, the overall movement of an object. But it can also be used as color to enhance clarity of a scene. Solid drawing refers to making sure that something looks like it occupies actual 3D space. This is less of an issue in 3D animation, admittedly, but it still holds true. And especially when we're looking at creating storyboards, we're oftentimes drawing those by hand or at least in Photoshop. Understanding 3D space and how objects fit into that space will help create a story that can be more easily translated into animation. And lastly, appeal. An animation should be pleasing to look at. The target audience must be also considered when developing this appeal. A patient education piece should not reflect the level of gore as seen in The Walking Dead. This would be unappealing to that audience. As an audience gets more advanced and requires more detail, the overall appeal remains just as important. If something is unappealing to look at, no one will look at it, thereby making its level of detail pointless. So let's take a look at a very common but very simple animation. And we're going to apply some principles of animation to this shot. Bear with me as this loads. So here we just have an antibody coming in and binding to a receptor. This is literally a pose to pose. Pose 1, pose 2. Nothing else has been applied to it. This is very much what you'd probably see in a simple PowerPoint presentation. But it's pretty uninteresting to look at. If we add some arcing to that, already this seems to have a little bit more natural movement to it. Not much, but at least it's following this arc. We're applying this principle.
Eric, is that supposed to be moving?
I'm sorry. Thank you for calling that out. It's showing up on my screen. It's not showing on yours. One moment here. There we go. All right. Now we got this. Thank you. Let's do it this way. All right. Let's go back to this first one. We're talking about pose to pose, and of course it opens up on this screen. Let's see if we can do. We're still looking at arcs. And pose to pose. There we go. All right, here we are. This is where we're looking at the PowerPoint one. So this, again, very linear in nature. There's really nothing to it. Now, if we add an arcing motion to this, we're starting to see a little bit more interest. Still pretty blank, but we've applied that principle of arcs. If we add some easing to the motion of this antibody as it comes into bind, we see that it's slowly starting to accelerate. It's looking like it's less intentional, like it does not look like it has any intelligence that it's going to bind to this receptor. If we add some anticipation to this, we can get a little bit more interesting scene. We see that the antibody comes in, it briefly pauses in anticipation of actually doing the binding action. We can exaggerate that though, bring in more interest to it. We'll see that it comes in, it slows down, and now it really snaps into place. Almost like there's a magnetic field that it's being attracted to. It comes in, comes really slow, and then it snaps into place. We can add the squash and stretch principle to this. Now we see the antibody come in, and it actually impacts with the receptor. Now we're getting more information about the characters that are on screen. We see that this receptor is not a rigid mechanical thing, that it has some give to it. And then we also know that the antibody has mass to it. It's what's actually impacting this receptor. If we add some follow through, now when the antibody binds, we have a little bit of extra jiggle to the antibody. We see the tail and the other arm start to move as it impacts. Now we're getting more information about the antibody with this. We're seeing that the antibody also is not completely rigid. If we add some secondary action to the antibody, now this is getting even more interesting. We see that as it drifts down, it has some wobble to it. It's not following just that curved arcing motion, it's kind of wobbling down that arcing motion. While it's wobbling down, we're seeing some natural drift of the arms and the tail. Also, we're getting some secondary action after it binds. It's stuck to the receptor, but with the mass of this antibody, it's starting to rock back and forth, and it's pulling at the receptor as well. And lastly, if we apply some staging and some timing to a camera motion, we get a far more engaging shot than what we had originally started with. We're using the staging technique by having the camera follow this down and keeping the antibody still in the middle of the frame, so we know what to look at. But we're also adding in a few extra receptors and another antibody on the cell surface. We're staging the scene in this case. You note the timing of the action, where the camera pushes in just before the antibody binds. This is telling the viewer, this is the important action, this is where you should be looking right now. So all of these elements combine together using all of the principles of animation, go from a very simple pose-to-pose animation to something far more engaging. Should have brought my mouse. So the principles of animation we just discussed were laid out when animation was being drawn by hand. And while workflows have changed, we continue to reference these same principles. So let's dive into the workflow evolution which created these principles, and then think about the potential for future implications. Hand-drawn animation was the gold standard for a long time, but as we said earlier, this workflow was slow and labor-intensive. Eventually, the computer graphics became viable tools for animators. The shift from pencils and paint to digital tablets and software boosted productivity and elevated creative possibilities. The tasks of the character animator and the in-between animator were now able to be done by a single person. Digital tools became more powerful and usable, allowed for non-destructive editing techniques, layering of compositions, and new effects. Yet, despite the change in workflow, animation didn't go away. And those same principles of animation continue to underpin the artistic process. As we move into the next age of animation, we already see AI creeping into the workflow, as been discussed numerous times today already. We have tools that automate mundane tasks like rotoscoping, lip syncing, frame generation, tools that upscale and denoise, tools that generate models, tools that render primitive objects as photoreal objects just based on a prompt. Some of the current tools work well, but others struggle to outperform the more conventional techniques. But these tools are currently the worst that they will ever be. Legal and ethical hurdles aside, when an AI workflow outperforms a current workflow, human creativity and direction will remain crucial for quality storytelling, style coherence, and accuracy. We as artists will need to drive the AI and not let ourselves be driven. No matter the advancements in technology or change in workflow, animation will endure. It will still be used as a communication medium due to its dynamic properties. Animation enhances engagement by combining movement, visuals, and sound, making complex ideas easier to comprehend rather than static images. This can accelerate understanding and coherent content retention. Animation guides attention and allows a story to unfold over time, delivering a multisensory experience that captivates audiences. The static image and the animation on the screen right here tell the same story, but the animated version guides the viewer through the process of the story by telling it over time and guiding the viewer on what to look at and when. Visual styles evolve with technology advancements, societal preferences, and style trends in general. But despite these changes, there's a timelessness to telling a story with motion that will endure no matter how it's created. So where are we headed? Now, please keep in mind these future predictions are strictly of my own observation and opinions. And all of this sets aside moral, ethical, and legal discussions. When you finish a project, do you ever look back and think, I could have done this differently and made it better, if only I'd got to that point sooner? With advancing tools, getting to that make it better point can be reached sooner. This can allow for an artistic vision to be amplified, leading to a more creative possibilities. However, you still need to get to that point. It is the creative expertise that we as artists possess that remains the essential foundation to have a spark of an idea and be able to bring that idea to life. Industry forecasts predict a hybrid approach where AI-enhanced tools will be used by skilled animators to push creative boundaries. These skilled animators will still need to understand classic animation principles. Using them to create and identify engaging actions that support high quality visuals is what will produce the final product that viewers will want to watch, regardless of the medium that's been used to create. Skilled animators also remain central to creating compelling stories. Watching the new AI sizzle reel might drop jaws, but how long do you really want to watch that? A minute? Sure. 5 minutes? Maybe. An hour? Pass. But a story about a serial killer who brutally murders a mother and almost all of her children while her husband watches, and only one child lives, leaving the father to raise that remaining son, who as a result of the killer's attack is born with a physical impairment, and is one day taken from his father and kept a prisoner in a faraway land where the father must travel to find him and can only rely on the aid of a mentally handicapped woman for help. I'd watch that. By the way, that's Finding Nemo. It's human insight and artistry that will produce stories that viewers will find compelling and meaningful. Copyright issues aside, if we can get to the point where what happens if we get to the point where animation is created strictly from prompts? It'll be up to the animators to determine the quality of the AI-produced visuals. Sure, AI can generate visuals, but how do they fit into the story as a whole? Animators will need to drive the AI to make sure that there's coherence in visuals, story, and emotion. Again, the visuals created by AI are impressive, but the emotional depth is often misplaced or lacking altogether. The role of animators will come back to compelling storytelling. And the animators will be responsible for making sure the edits they produce are coherent and emotionally engaging to the story that they're trying to tell. Storytelling aside, understanding the principles of animation will allow an animator to critique what is being produced regardless of the workflow. They will need to understand if an on-screen action is working or not, and more importantly, be able to articulate why. By understanding these principles, they can guide new tools to support overarching artistic vision and narrative. Continuing the craftsmanship of the past and present animation techniques will ensure that technology enhances creativity instead of replacing it. Animation workflow has traveled a long way from hand-drawn cells to the frontier of AI-driven tools. As we learn to accept and possibly embrace the future workflow enhanced by AI, we must remember that these tools are only as effective as the hands and minds that guide them. The principles of animation still beat within the heart of every frame put on screen. By blending the past with the future, we can continue to tell stories that resonate. Thank you. A few minutes. If anybody has any questions or comments, otherwise, can you get out of here almost on time?
Do you have any recommendations for how you can practice mastering the principles of animations, other than just, I mean, obviously animating, but
Are you asking like the specific how to adjust an F curve, or just conceptually to understand where to apply them?
I guess more conceptually, just.
Yes, I mean, of course, the Illusion of Life was like the original gold standard book that really outlined all of these. But is it like Animation Master? There's tons. If you Google search for principles of animation, there's tons of information out there, and YouTube videos about it. There's also Annie Campbell. I can't remember her studio's name off the top of my head, but she is a medical animator from Scotland that I went to grad school with. And on her website, they actually have a page dedicated to the principles of animation as applied to medical animation. And they reference some really good works by several different studios stuff from Instagram and whatnot.
Okay, so would you say you learned, you mastered the principles just by animating a lot, or?
Yeah, just practice. And to be honest with you, it's something that I need a constant reminder, every so many months. I need to look at them and think, oh, okay, let's really stop and look at this shot that I created. Did I incorporate squash and stretch? Did I incorporate, overlapping action? Can I add these things back in? And so, yes, the more you do it, the more it'll become instinctive, but it never hurts to have just a secondary reminder.
Okay, thank you.
I was just wondering if you feel like starting off with 2D animation is beneficial before doing 3D animation, or is just starting off by learning 3D also something that could be applicable?
I don't think there's really a stepping stone from one to the other. I feel like, if you want to do 2D animation, you'll do 2D animation. If you want to do 3D, you'll do 3D. There's not a lot of crossover. It's kind of like the jack of all trades, master of none. If you really kind of work in both spaces, I feel like it's going to take you a long time to become really proficient at both.
What's your favorite animated movie?
Gosh, are we talking 3D or are we talking 2D? Because, I love Don Bluth animated films. He's probably one of my favorite animators. Okay, so I would have to say my favorite 3D animation is the original Monsters, Inc. And but the reason for that, of course, the story is awesome, the technical side is awesome, but I was one of the nerds that watched the DVD extras, and there was a really cool documentary about making of animation, how Pixar made animations back then. I think it was like an hour-long extra on the DVD. And maybe subconsciously that's kind of what steered me towards this field, but yeah. Okay.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Eric. That was wonderful.
All right, let's thank all our speakers one more time. They were fabulous. And I want to say thank you to all of you for attending today, online and in person. We're really grateful that you decided to spend your day with us. And then I want to say a special thank you to this team who did all the behind the scenes work and just really knocked it out of the park. So thank you all.